Section 31 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 31, The Criterions of Plagiarism. Tuesday, July the 30th, 1751. Moveat cuniculorisum furtivis nudata coloribus Horace. Lest when the birds their various colours claim, stripped of his stolen pride, the crow forlorn should stand the laughter of the public scorn. Francis. Among the innumerable practices by which interest or envy have taught those who live upon literary fame to disturb each other at their airy banquets, one of the most common is the charge of plagiarism. When the excellence of a new composition can no longer be contested and malice is compelled to give way to the unanimity of applause, there is yet this one expedient to be tried, by which the author may be degraded though his work be reverenced, and the excellence which we cannot obscure may be set at such a distance as not to overpower our fainter lustre. This accusation is dangerous because, even when it is false, it may be sometimes urged with probability. Roohi declares that we are come into the world too late to produce anything new, that nature and life are preoccupied, and that description and sentiment have been long exhausted. It is indeed certain that whoever attempts any common topic will find unexpected coincidences of his thoughts with those of other writers, nor can the nicest judgment always distinguish accidental similitude from artful imitation. There is likewise a common stock of images, a settled mode of arrangement, and a beaten track of transition which all authors suppose themselves at liberty to use, and which produce the resemblance generally observable among contemporaries. So that in books which best deserve the name of originals, there is little new beyond the disposition of materials already provided. The same ideas and combinations of ideas have been long in the possession of other hands, and by restoring to every man his own, as the Romans must have returned to their cots from the possession of the world, so the most inventive and fertile genius would reduce his folios to a few pages. Yet the author who imitates his predecessors only by furnishing himself with thoughts and elegancies out of the same general magazine of literature can with little more propriety be reproached as a plagiary than the architect can be censured as a mean copier of Angelo or Wren, because he digs his marble from the same quarry, squares his stones by the same art, and unites them in columns of the same orders. Many subjects fall under the consideration of an author which, being limited by nature, can admit only of slight and accidental diversities. All definitions of the same thing must be nearly the same, and descriptions which are definitions of a more lax and fanciful kind must always have in some degree that resemblance to each other which they all have to their object. Different poets describing the spring or the sea would mention the zephyrs and the flowers, the billows and the rocks. Reflecting on human life, they would, without any communication of opinions, lament the deceitfulness of hope, the fugacity of pleasure, the fragility of beauty, and the frequency of calamity. And for palliatives of these incurable miseries, they would concur in recommending kindness, temperance, caution, and fortitude. When, therefore, there are found in Virgil and Horace two similar passages, Hae tibi erunt artes pagere subjectis et debellare superbos, Virgil, to tame the proud, the fettered slave to free, these are imperial arts, and worthy thee, Dryden. Imperet ballante prior jacentem lenus in hostem, Horace. Let Caesar spread his conquests far, less pleased to triumph than to spare. It is surely not necessary to suppose with a late critic that one is copied from the other, since neither Virgil nor Horace can be supposed ignorant of the common duties of humanity, and the virtue of moderation in success. Cicero and Ovid have on very different occasions remarked how little the honour of a victory belongs to the general, when his soldiers and his fortune have made their deductions. Yet why should Ovid be suspected to have owed to Tully an observation which perhaps occurs to every man that sees or hears of military glories? Tully observes of Achilles that, had not Homer written, his valour had been without praise. Nisi Ilias il extitit idem tumulus qui corpus eos contexerat, nomen eos obruiset. Unless the Iliad had been published, his name had been lost in the tomb that covered his body. Horace tells us with more energy that there were brave men before the wars of Troy, but they were lost in oblivion for want of a poet. Vixere fortes ante Agamemnono multi, sed omnes illacrimabiles urgentur, ignota qui longa nocte, cadent qui avate sacro. Before great Agamemnon reigned kings as great as he, and brave, whose huge ambitions now contained in the small compass of a grave. In endless night they sleep, unwept, unknown. No bard had they to make all time their own. Francis. Tully inquires in the same oration why, but for fame, we disturb a short life with so many fatigues. Quid est quod in hoc tam exigua vitae curriculo et tam brevi tantus nos in laboribus exerceamus? Why, in so small a circuit of life, shall we employ ourselves in so many fatigues? Horace inquires in the same manner, quid brevi fortes jaculamur aevo multa? Why do we aim with eager strife at things beyond the mark of life? Francis. When our life is of so short duration, why we form such numerous designs? But Horace, as well as Tully, might discover that records are needful to preserve the memory of actions, and that no records were so durable as poems. Either of them might find out that life is short, and that we consume it in unnecessary labour. There are other flowers of fiction so widely scattered and so easily cropped that it is scarcely just to tax the use of them as an act by which any particular writer is despoiled of his garland, but they may be said to have been planted by the ancients in the open road of poetry, for the accommodation of their successors, and to be the right of every one that has the art to pluck them without injuring their colours or their fragrance. The passage of Orpheus to hell, with the recovery and second loss of Eurydice, have been described after Boetius by Pope in such a manner as might justly leave him suspected of imitation, were not the images such as they might both have been derived from more ancient writers. Quae sontes agitant metu ultrices scelerum Dei jam maesta lacrimis madent, non ixionium caput velux praecipitat rota. The powers of vengeance, while they hear, touch with compassion, drop a tear. Ixion's rapid wheel is bound, fixed in attention to the sound. F. Lewis. Thy stone, O Sisyphus, stands still, Ixion rests upon his wheel, and the pale spectres dance. the Furies sink upon their iron beds. Tandem vincimur abitu umbrarum miserans ait, donemus comitum viro emptam carmine conjugem. Subdued at length, hell's pitying monarch cried, the song rewarding, let us yield the bride. If Lewis. He sung, and hell consented to hear the poet's prayer. Stern Proserpine relented, and gave him back the fair. Hoi noctis prope terminus Orpheus REID suam vidit, perdidit, occidit. Nor yet the golden verge of day begun, when Orpheus, her unhappy lord, Eurydice to life restored, at once beheld, and lost, and was undone. F. Lewis. But soon, too soon, the lover turns his eyes. Again she falls, again she dies, she dies. No writer can be fully convicted of imitation, except there is a concurrence of more resemblance than can be imagined to have happened by chance, as where the same ideas are conjoined without any natural series or necessary coherence, or where not only the thought but the words are copied. Thus it can scarcely be doubted that in the first of the following passages Pope remembered Ovid, and that in the second he copied Crashaw. Saepe pate dixit studium quid inutile tentas, Maeonides nullas ipse reliquet opes. Sponte sua camen numeros veniebat ad aptos, et quod conaba scribere versus erat. Ovid. Quit this barren trade, my father cried. Even Homer left no riches when he died. In verse spontaneous flowed my native strain, forced by no sweat or labour of the brain. F. Lewis. I left no calling for this idle trade, no duty broke, no father disobeyed. While yet a child, ere yet a fool to fame, I lisped in numbers, for the numbers came. Pope. This plain floor, believe me, reader, can say more than many a braver marble can. Here lies a truly honest man. Crashaw. This modest stone, what few vain marbles can, may truly say, here lies an honest man. Pope. Conceits or thoughts not immediately impressed by sensible objects, or necessarily arising from the coalition or comparison of common sentiments, may be, with great justice, suspected whenever they are found a second time. Thus Waller probably owed to Grotius an elegant compliment. Here lies the learned Savile's heir, so early wise and lasting fair, that none, except her years they told, thought her a child, or thought her old. Waller. Unica lux saecli genitoris gloria, nemo quem puerum, nemo credidit esse senem. Grotius. The age's miracle, his father's joy, nor old you would pronounced him, nor a boy. F. Lewis. And Prior was indebted for a pretty illustration to Allen's poetical history of Henry VII. For naught but light itself can show, and only kings can write what kings can do. Allen. Your music's power your music must disclose, for what light is, 'tis only light that shows. Prior. And with yet more certainty may the same writer be censured for endeavouring the clandestine appropriation of a thought which he borrowed, surely without thinking himself disgraced, from an epigram of Plato. Ti pafi tocatotron, epi ti menoraste, uke velo
Even paros veneme.
Venus, take my votive glass, since I am not what I was. What from this day I shall be, Venus, let me never see. As not every instance of similitude can be considered as a proof of imitation, so not every imitation ought to be stigmatized as plagiarism. The adoption of a noble sentiment or the insertion of a borrowed ornament may sometimes display so much judgment as will almost compensate for invention, and an inferior genius may, without any imputation of servility, pursue the path of the ancients, provided he declines to tread in their footsteps. End of section 31.
Section 32 of The Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2015. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 32. The Usefulness of Advice. The Danger of Habits. The Necessity of Reviewing Life. From The Rambler, Tuesday, September 10, 1751. Steriles transmissimus annos, hoc ovi mihi prima dies, hoc limina vitae. Statius. Our barren years are past. Be this of life the first, of sloth the last. Elphinston. No weakness of the human mind has more frequently incurred animadversion than the negligence with which men overlook their own faults, however flagrant, and the easiness with which they pardon them, however frequently repeated. It seems generally believed that, as the eye cannot see itself, the mind has no faculties by which it can contemplate its own state, and that therefore we have not means of becoming acquainted with our real characters, an opinion which, like innumerable other postulates, an inquirer finds himself inclined to admit upon very little evidence, because it affords a ready solution of many difficulties. It will explain why the greatest abilities frequently fail to promote the happiness of those who possess them, by those who can distinguish with the utmost nicety the boundaries of vice and virtue suffer them to be confounded in their own conduct, why the active and vigilant resign their affairs implicitly to the management of others, and why the cautious and fearful make hourly approaches towards ruin, without one sigh of solicitude or struggle for escape. When a position teems thus with commodious consequences, who can without regret confess it to be false? Yet it is certain that declaimers have indulged a disposition to describe the dominion of the passions as extended beyond the limits that nature assigned. Self-love is often rather arrogant than blind. It does not hide our faults from ourselves, but persuades us that they escape the notice of others, and disposes us to resent censures, lest we should confess them to be just. We are secretly conscious of defects and vices which we hope to conceal from the public eye, and please ourselves with innumerable impostures, by which, in reality, nobody is deceived. In proof of the dimness of our internal sight, or the general inability of man to determine rightly concerning his own character, it is common to urge the success of the most absurd and incredible flattery, and the resentment always raised by advice, however soft, benevolent, and reasonable. But flattery, if its operation be nearly examined, will be found to owe its acceptance, not to our ignorance, but knowledge of our failures, and to delight us rather as it consoles our wants than displays our possessions. He that shall solicit the favour of his patron by praising him for qualities which he can find in himself, will be defeated by the more daring panegyrist, who enriches him with adcititious excellence. Just praise is only a debt, but flattery is a present. The acknowledgment of those virtues on which conscience congratulates us is a tribute that we can at any time exact with confidence, but the celebration of those which we only feign or desire without any vigorous endeavours to attain them is received as a confession of sovereignty over regions never conquered, as a favourable decision of disputable claims, and is more welcome as it is more gratuitous. Advice is offensive, not because it lays us open to unexpected regret, or convicts us of any fault which had escaped our notice, but because it shows us that we are known to others as well as to ourselves, and the officious monitor is persecuted with hatred, not because his accusation is false, but because he assumes that superiority which we are not willing to grant him, and has dared to detect what we desired to conceal. For this reason advice is commonly ineffectual. If those who follow the call of their desires, without inquiry whither they are going, had deviated ignorantly from the paths of wisdom, and were rushing upon dangers unforeseen, they would readily listen to information that recalls them from their errors, and catch the first alarm by which destruction or infamy is denounced. Few that wander in the wrong way mistake it for the right. They only find it more smooth and flowery, and indulge their own choice rather than approve it. Therefore few are persuaded to quit it by admonition or reproof, since it impresses no new conviction, nor confers any powers of action or resistance. He that is gravely informed how soon profusion will annihilate his fortune, hears with little advantage what he knew before, and catches at the next occasion of expense, because advice has no force to suppress his vanity. He that is told how certainly intemperance will hurry him into the grave, runs with his usual speed to a new course of luxury, because his reason is not invigorated, nor his appetite weakened. The mischief of flattery is, not that it persuades any man that he is what he is not, but that it suppresses the influence of honest ambition, by raising an opinion that honour may be gained without the toil of merit, and the benefit of advice arises commonly, not from any new light imparted to the mind, but from the discovery which it affords of the public suffrages. He that could withstand conscience is frightened at infamy, and shame prevails when reason was defeated. As we all know our own faults, and know them commonly with many aggravations which human perspicacity cannot discover, there is, perhaps, no man, however hardened by impudence or dissipated by levity, sheltered by hypocrisy or blasted by disgrace, who does not intend some time to review his conduct, and to regulate the remainder of his life by the laws of virtue. New temptations indeed attack him, new invitations are offered by pleasure and interest, and the hour of reformation is always delayed. Every delay gives vice another opportunity of fortifying itself by habit, and the change of manners, though sincerely intended and rationally planned, is referred to the time when some craving passion shall be fully gratified, or some powerful allurement seize its importunity. Thus procrastination is accumulated on procrastination, and one impediment succeeds another, till age shatters our resolution, or death intercepts the project of amendment. Such is often the end of salutary purposes, after they have long delighted the imagination, and appeased that disquiet which every mind feels from known misconduct, when the attention is not diverted by business or by pleasure. Nothing surely can be more unworthy of a reasonable nature than to continue in a state so opposite to real happiness, as that all the peace of solitude and felicity of meditation must arise from resolutions of forsaking it. Yet the world will often afford examples of men, who pass months and years in a continual war with their own convictions, and are daily dragged by habit or betrayed by passion into practices which they closed and opened their eyes with purposes to avoid, purposes which, though settled on conviction, the first impulse of momentary desire totally overthrows. The influence of custom is indeed such that to conquer it will require the utmost efforts of fortitude and virtue, nor can I think any man more worthy of veneration and renown than those who have burst the shackles of habitual vice. This victory, however, has different degrees of glory as of difficulty. It is more heroic as the objects of guilty gratification are more familiar, and the recurrence of solicitation more frequent. He that, from experience of the folly of ambition, resigns his offices, may set himself free at once from temptation to squander his life in court, because he cannot regain his former station. He who is enslaved by an amorous passion may quit his tyrant in disgust, and absence will, without the help of reason, overcome by degrees the desire of returning. But those appetites to which every place affords their proper object, and which require no preparatory measures or gradual advances, are more tenaciously adhesive. The wish is so near the enjoyment that compliance often precedes consideration, and, before the powers of reason can be summoned, the time for employing them is past. Indolence is therefore one of the vices from which those whom it once infects are seldom reformed. Each other species of luxury operates upon some appetite that is quickly satiated, and requires some concurrence of art or accident which every place will not supply, but the desire of ease acts equally at all hours, and the longer it is indulged is the more increased. To do nothing is in every man's power. We can never want an opportunity of omitting duties. The lapse to indolence is soft and imperceptible, because it is only a mere cessation of activity, but the return to diligence is difficult, because it implies a change from rest to motion, from privation to reality. Facilis descensus Averni, noctes alque dies patet atre janua ditis, sed revocare gradum superasque evadere al auras, hoc opus hic labor est. Virgil. The gates of hell are open night and day, smooth the descent and easy is the way, but to return and view the cheerful skies, in this the task and mighty labour lies. Dryden. Of this vice, as of all others, every man who indulged it is conscious. We all know our own state, if we could be induced to consider it, and it might perhaps be useful to the conquest of all these ensnarers of the mind, if, at certain stated days, life was reviewed. Many things necessary are omitted, because we vainly imagine that they may always be performed, and what cannot be done without pain will for ever be delayed, if the time of doing it be left unsettled. No corruption is great but by long negligence, which can scarcely prevail in a mind regularly and frequently awakened by periodical remorse. He that thus breaks his life into parts will find in himself a desire to distinguish every stage of his existence by some improvement, and delight himself with the approach of the day of recollection, as of the time which is to begin a new series of virtue and felicity. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 33. The Revelations of a Garret. Tuesday, October 1st, 1751. Frail as the leaves that quiver on the sprays, like them man flourishes, like them decays. Mr. Rambler. Sir, you have formerly observed that curiosity often terminates in barren knowledge, and that the mind is prompted to study and inquiry rather by the uneasiness of ignorance than the hope of profit. Nothing can be of less importance to any present interest than the fortune of those who have been long lost in the grave, and from whom nothing now can be hoped or feared. Yet, to rouse the zeal of a true antiquary, little more is necessary than to mention a name which mankind have conspired to forget. He will make his way to remote scenes of action through obscurity and contradiction, as Tully sought amidst bushes and brambles the tomb of Archimedes. It is not easy to discover how it concerns him that gathers the produce or receives the rent of an estate, to know through what families the land has passed, who is registered in the Conqueror's survey as its possessor, how often it has been forfeited by treason, or how often sold by prodigality. The power or wealth of the present inhabitants of a country cannot be much increased by an inquiry after the names of those barbarians who destroyed one another 20 centuries ago in contests for the shelter of woods or convenience of pasturage. Yet we see that no man can be at rest in the enjoyment of a new purchase, until he has learned the history of his grounds from the ancient inhabitants of the parish, and that no nation omits to record the actions of their ancestors, however bloody, savage, and rapacious. The same disposition, as different opportunities call it forth, discovers itself in great or little things. I have always thought it unworthy of a wise man to slumber in total inactivity, only because he happens to have no employment equal to his ambition or genius. It is therefore my custom to apply my attention to the objects before me, and as I cannot think any place wholly unworthy of notice that affords a habitation to a man of letters, I have collected the history and antiquities of the several garrets in which I have resided. How small to others, but how great to me! Many of these narratives my industry has been able to extend to a considerable length, but the woman with whom I now lodge has lived only 18 months in the house, and can give no account of its ancient revolutions, the plasterer having at her entrance obliterated by his whitewash all the smoky memorials which former tenants had left upon the ceiling, and perhaps drawn the veil of oblivion over politicians, philosophers, and poets. When I first cheapened my lodgings, the landlady told me that she hoped I was not an author, for the lodgers on the first floor had stipulated that the upper rooms should not be occupied by a noisy trade. I very readily promised to give no disturbance to her family, and soon dispatched a bargain on the usual terms. I had not slept many nights in my new apartment before I began to inquire after my predecessors, and found my landlady, whose imagination is filled chiefly with her own affairs, very ready to give me information. Curiosity, like all other desires, produces pain as well as pleasure. Before she began her narrative, I had heated my head with expectations of adventures and discoveries, of elegance in disguise, and learning in distress, and was somewhat mortified when I heard that the first tenant was a tailor, of whom nothing was remembered but that he complained of his room for want of light, and after having lodged in it a month, and paid only a week's rent, pawned a piece of cloth which he was trusted to cut out, and was forced to make a precipitate retreat from this quarter of the town. The next was a young woman newly arrived from the country, who lived for 5 weeks with great regularity, and became by frequent treats very much the favourite of the family, but at last received visits so frequently from a cousin in Cheapside, that she brought the reputation of the house into danger, and was therefore dismissed with good advice. The room then stood empty for a fortnight. My landlady began to think she had judged hardly, and often wished for such another lodger. At last, an elderly man of a grave aspect read the bill, and bargained for the room at the very first price that was asked. He lived in close retirement, seldom went out till evening, and then returned early, sometimes cheerful and other times dejected. It was remarkable that whatever he purchased, he never had small money in his pocket, and though cool and temperate on other occasions, was always vehement and stormy till he received his change. He paid his rent with great exactness, and seldom failed once a week to requite my landlady's civility with a supper. At last, such is the fate of human felicity, the house was alarmed at midnight by the constable, who demanded to search the garrets. My landlady, assuring him that he had mistaken the door, conducted him upstairs, where he found the tools of a coiner. But the tenant had crawled along the roof to an empty house, and escaped, much to the joy of my landlady, who declares him a very honest man, and wonders why anybody should be hanged for making money when such numbers are in want of it. She, however, confesses that she shall, for the future, always question the character of those who take her garret without beating down the price. The bill was then placed again in the window, and the poor woman was teased for 7 weeks by innumerable passengers, who obliged her to climb with them every hour up 5 stories, and then disliked the prospect, thought the stairs narrow, objected to a low ceiling, required the walls to be hung with fresher paper, asked questions about the neighborhood, could not think of living so far from their acquaintance, wished the windows had looked to the south rather than the west, told how the door and chimney might have been better disposed, bid her half the price that she asked, or promised to give her earnest the next day, and came no more. At last a short meagre man in a tarnished waistcoat desired to see the garret, and when he had stipulated for 2 long shelves and a large table, hired it at a low rate. When the affair was completed, he looked round him with great satisfaction, and repeated some words which the woman did not understand. In 2 days he brought a great box of books, took possession of his room, and lived very inoffensively, except that he frequently disturbed the inhabitants of the next floor by unseasonable noises. He was generally in bed at noon, but from evening to midnight he sometimes talked aloud with great vehemence, sometimes stamped as in rage, sometimes threw down his poker, then clattered his chairs, then sat down in deep thought, and again burst out into loud vociferation. Sometimes he would sigh as oppressed with misery, and sometimes shake with convulsive laughter. When he encountered any of the family, he gave way or bowed, but rarely spoke, except that as he went upstairs he often repeated, "This habitant the aerial regions boast." Hard words, to which his neighbors listened so often that they learned them without understanding them. What was his employment she did not venture to ask him, but at last heard a printer's boy inquire for the author. My landlady was very often advised to beware of this strange man, who, though he was quiet for the present, might perhaps become outrageous in the hot months. But as she was punctually paid, she could not find any sufficient reason for dismissing him, till one night he convinced her, by setting fire to his curtains, that it was not safe to have an author for an inmate. She had then for 6 weeks a succession of tenants who left the house on Saturday, and instead of paying their rent, stormed at their landlady. At last she took in 2 sisters, one of whom had spent her little fortune in procuring remedies for a lingering disease, and was now supported and attended by the other. She climbed with difficulty to the apartment, where she languished 8 weeks without impatience or lamentation, except for the expense and fatigue which her sisters suffered, and then calmly and contentedly expired. The sister followed her to the grave, paid the few debts which they had contracted, wiped away the tears of useless sorrow, and, returning to the business of common life, resigned to me the vacant habitation. Such, Mr. Rambler, are the changes which have happened in the narrow space where my present fortune has fixed my residence. So true it is that amusement and instruction are always at hand for those who have skill and willingness to find them, and so just is the observation of Juvenal, that a single house will show whatever is done or suffered in the world. I am, sir, etc. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 34. Labor necessary to excellence. Nec pluta cedit, nec de morsos sapit ungues. Persius. No blood from bitten nails those poems drew, but churned like spittle from the lips they flew. Dryden. Natural historians assert that whatever is formed for long duration arrives slowly to its maturity. Thus the firmest timber is of tardy growth, and animals generally exceed each other in longevity, in proportion to the time between their conception and their birth. The same observation may be extended to the offspring of the mind. Hasty compositions, however they please at first by flowery luxuriance, and spread in the sunshine of temporary favor, can seldom endure the change of seasons, but perish at the first blast of criticism, or frost of neglect. When Apelles was reproached with the paucity of his productions, and the incessant attention with which he retouched his pieces, he condescended to make no other answer than that he painted for perpetuity. No vanity can more justly incur contempt and indignation than that which boasts of negligence and hurry. For who can bear with patience the writer who claims such superiority to the rest of his species, as to imagine that mankind are at leisure for attention to his extemporary sallies, and that posterity will reposit his casual effusions among the treasures of ancient wisdom? Men have sometimes appeared of such transcendent abilities, that their slightest and most cursory performances excel all that labor and study can enable meaner intellects to compose. As there are regions of which the spontaneous products cannot be equalled in other soils by care and culture. But it is no less dangerous for any man to place himself in this rank of understanding, and fancy that he is born to be illustrious without labor, than to omit the cares of husbandry and expect from his ground the blossoms of Arabia. The greatest part of those who congratulate themselves upon their intellectual dignity, and usurp the privileges of genius, are men whom only themselves would ever have marked out as enriched by uncommon liberalities of nature, or entitled to veneration and immortality on easy terms. This ardor of confidence is usually found among those who, having not enlarged their notions by books or conversation, are persuaded by the partiality which we all feel in our own favor, that they have reached the summit of excellence, because they discover none higher than themselves, and who acquiesce in the first thoughts that occur, because their scantiness of knowledge allows them little choice, and the narrowness of their views affords them no glimpse of perfection of that sublime idea which human industry has from the first ages been vainly toiling to approach. They see a little, and believe that there is nothing beyond their sphere of vision, as the Patuecos of Spain, who inhabited a small valley, conceived the surrounding mountains to be the boundaries of the world. In proportion as perfection is more distinctly conceived, the pleasure of contemplating our own performances will be lessened. It may therefore be observed that they who most deserve praise are often afraid to decide in favor of their own performances. They know how much is still wanting to their completion, and wait with anxiety and terror the determination of the public. I please every one else, says Tully, but never satisfy myself. It has often been inquired why, notwithstanding the advances of later ages in science, and the assistance which the infusion of so many new ideas has given us, we fall below the ancients in the art of composition. Some part of their superiority may be justly ascribed to the graces of their language, from which the most polished of the present European tongues are nothing more than barbarous degenerations. Some advantage they might gain merely by priority, which put them in possession of the most natural sentiments, and left us nothing but servile repetition or forced conceits. but the greater part of their praise seems to have been the just reward of modesty and labor. Their sense of human weakness confined them commonly to one study, which their knowledge of the extent of every science engaged them to prosecute with indefatigable diligence. Among the writers of antiquity I remembered none except Statius, who ventures to mention the speedy production of his writings, either as an extenuation of his faults or a proof of his facility. Nor did Statius, when he considered himself as a candidate for lasting reputation, think a closer attention unnecessary. But amidst all his pride and diligence, the two great hasteners of modern poems employed 12 years upon the Tabiad, and thinks his claim to renown proportionate to his labor. Polished with endless toil, my lays at length aspire to Mantuan praise. Ovid indeed apologizes in his banishment for the imperfection of his letters, but mentions his want of leisure to polish them as an addition to his calamities, and was so far from imagining revisals and corrections unnecessary, that at his departure from Rome he threw his Metamorphoses into the fire, lest he should be disgraced by a book which he could not hope to finish. It seems not often to have happened that the same writer aspired to reputation in verse and prose, and of those few that attempted such diversity of excellence, I know not that even one succeeded. Contrary characters they never imagined a single mind able to support, and therefore no man is recorded to have undertaken more than one kind of dramatic poetry. What they had written, they did not venture in their first fondness to thrust into the world, but, considering the impropriety of sending forth inconsiderately that which cannot be recalled, deferred the publication, if not 9 years, according to the direction of Horace, yet till their fancy was cooled after the raptures of invention and the glare of novelty had ceased to dazzle the judgment. There were in those days no weekly or diurnal writers. Multa dies et multa littera, much time and many erasures, were considered as indispensable requisites, and that no other method of attaining lasting praise has been yet discovered, may be conjectured from the blotted manuscripts of Milton now remaining, and from the tardy emission of Pope's compositions, delayed more than once till the incidents to which they alluded were forgotten, till his enemies were secure from his satire, and, what to an honest mind must be more painful, his friends were deaf to his encomiums. To him, whose eagerness of praise hurries his productions soon into the light, many imperfections are unavoidable, even where the mind furnishes the materials, as well as regulates their disposition, and nothing depends upon search or information. Delay opens new veins of thought, the subject dismissed for a time appears with a new train of dependent images, the accidents of reading or conversation supply new ornaments or illusions, or mere intermission of the fatigue of thinking enables the mind to collect new force, and make new excursions. But all these benefits came too late for him, who, when he was weary with labor, snatched at the recompense, and gave his work to his friends and his enemies as soon as impatience and pride persuaded him to conclude it. One of the most pernicious effects of haste is obscurity. He that teems with a quick succession of ideas, and perceives how one sentiment produces another, easily believes that he can clearly express what he so strongly comprehends. He seldom suspects his thoughts of embarrassment, while he preserves in his own memory the series of connection, or his diction of ambiguity, while only one sense is present to his mind. Yet if he has been employed on an abstruse or complicated argument, he will find, when he has a while withdrawn his mind, and returns as a new reader to his work, that he has only a conjectural glimpse of his own meaning, and that to explain it to those whom he desires to instruct, he must open his sentiments, disentangle his method, and alter his arrangement. Authors and lovers always suffer some infatuation, from which only absence can set them free, and every man ought to restore himself to the full exercise of his judgment, before he does that which he cannot do improperly, without injuring his honor and his quiet. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 35. Directions to authors attacked by critics. The various degrees of critical perspicacity. Saturday, November 23rd, 1751. Naso suspendere adunco. Horace. On me you turn the nose. There are many vexatious accidents and uneasy situations which raise little compassion for the sufferer, and which no man, but those whom they immediately distress, can regard with seriousness. Petty mischiefs that have no influence on futurity, nor extend their effects to the rest of life, are always seen with a kind of malicious pleasure. A mistake or embarrassment, which for the present moment fills the face with blushes, and the mind with confusion, will have no other effect upon those who observe it than that of convulsing them with irresistible laughter. Some circumstances of misery are so powerfully ridiculous, that neither kindness nor duty can withstand them. They bear down love, interest, and reverence, and force the friend, the dependent, or the child to give way to instantaneous motions of merriment. Among the principal of comic calamities may be reckoned the pain which an author, not yet hardened into insensibility, feels at the onset of a furious critic, whose age, rank, or fortune gives him confidence to speak without reserve, and who heaps one objection upon another, and obtrudes his remarks, and enforces his corrections, without tenderness or awe. The author, full of the importance of his work, and anxious for the justification of every syllable, starts and kindles at the slightest attack. The critic, eager to establish his superiority, triumphing in every discovery of failure, and zealous to impress the cogency of his arguments, pursues him from line to line without cessation or remorse. The critic, who hazards little, proceeds with vehemence, impetuosity, and fearlessness. The author, whose quiet and fame, and life and immortality are involved in the controversy, tries every art of subterfuge and defence, maintains modestly what he resolves never to yield, and yields unwillingly what cannot be maintained. The critic's purpose is to conquer, the author only hopes to escape. The critic therefore knits his brow and raises his voice, and rejoices whenever he receives any tokens of pain excited by the pressure of his assertions, or the point of his sarcasms. The author, whose endeavour is at once to mollify and elude his persecutor, composes his features and softens his accent, breaks the force of assault by retreat, and rather steps aside than flies or advances. As it very seldom happens that the rage of extemporary criticism inflicts fatal or lasting wounds, I know not that the laws of benevolence entitle this distress to much sympathy. The diversion of baiting an author has the sanction of all ages and nations, and is more lawful than the sport of teasing other animals, because, for the most part, he comes voluntarily to the stake, furnished, as he imagines, by the patron powers of literature, with resistless weapons and impenetrable armour, with the mail of the boar of Erymanth, and the paws of the lion of Nemea. But the works of genius are sometimes produced by other motives than vanity, and he whom necessity or duty enforces to write is not always so well satisfied with himself as not to be discouraged by censorious impudence. It may therefore be necessary to consider how they whom publication lays open to the insults of such as their obscurity secures against reprisals may extricate themselves from unexpected encounters. Vida, a man of considerable skill in the politics of literature, directs his pupil wholly to abandon his defence, and, even when he can irrefragably refute all objections, to suffer tamely the exultations of his antagonist. This rule may perhaps be just when advice is asked, and severity solicited, because no man tells his opinion so freely as when he imagines it received with implicit veneration, and critics ought never to be consulted, but while errors may yet be rectified, or insipidity suppressed. But when the book has once been dismissed into the world, and can be no more retouched, I know not whether a very different conduct should not be prescribed, and whether firmness and spirit may not sometimes be of use to overpower arrogance and repel brutality. Softness, diffidence, and moderation will often be mistaken for imbecility and dejection. They lure cowardice to the attack by the hopes of easy victory, and it will soon be found that he whom every man thinks he can conquer shall never be at peace. The animadversions of critics are commonly such as may easily provoke the sedatest writer to some quickness of resentment and asperity of reply. A man who by long consideration has familiarized a subject to his own mind, carefully surveyed the series of his thoughts, and planned all the parts of his composition into a regular dependence on each other, will often start at the sinistrous interpretations or absurd remarks of haste and ignorance, and wonder by what infatuation they have been led away from the obvious sense, and upon what peculiar principles of judgment they decide against him. The eye of the intellect, like that of the body, is not equally perfect in all, nor equally adapted in any to all objects. The end of criticism is to supply its defects. Rules are the instruments of mental vision, which may indeed assist our faculties when properly used, but produce confusion and obscurity by unskilful application. Some seem always to read with the microscope of criticism, and employ their whole attention upon minute elegance, or faults scarcely visible to common observation. The dissonance of a syllable, the recurrence of the same sound, the repetition of a particle, the smallest deviation from propriety, the slightest defect in construction or arrangement, swell before their eyes into enormities. As they discern with great exactness, they comprehend but a narrow compass, and know nothing of the justness of the design, the general spirit of the performance, the artifice of connection, or the harmony of the parts. They never conceive how small a proportion that which they are busy in contemplating bears to the whole, or how the petty inaccuracies with which they are offended are absorbed and lost in general excellence. Others are furnished by criticism with a telescope. They see with great clearness whatever is too remote to be discovered by the rest of mankind, but are totally blind to all that lies immediately before them. They discover in every passage some secret meaning, some remote allusion, some artful allegory, or some occult imitation, which no other reader ever suspected, but they have no perception of the cogency of arguments, the force of pathetic sentiments, the various colours of diction, or the flowery embellishments of fancy. Of all that engages the attention of others they are totally insensible, while they pry into worlds of conjecture, and amuse themselves with phantoms in the clouds. In criticism, as in every other art, we fail sometimes by our weakness, but more frequently by our fault. We are sometimes bewildered by ignorance, and sometimes by prejudice, but we seldom deviate far from the right, but when we deliver ourselves up to the direction of vanity. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 36. Many advantages not to be enjoyed together. The Rambler, Saturday, November 30th, 1751. Pars sanitatis velle sanari fuit. Seneca. To yield to remedies is half the cure. Pythagoras is reported to have required from those whom he instructed in philosophy a probationary silence of 5 years. Whether this prohibition of speech extended to all the parts of this time, as seems generally to be supposed, or was to be observed only in the school or in the presence of their master, as is more probable, it was sufficient to discover the pupil's disposition, to try whether he was willing to pay the price of learning, or whether he was one of those whose ardor was rather violent than lasting, and who expected to grow wise on other terms than those of patience and obedience. Many of the blessings universally desired are very frequently wanted, because most men, when they should labor, content themselves to complain, and rather linger in a state in which they cannot be at rest than improve their condition by vigor and resolution. Providence has fixed the limits of human enjoyment by immovable boundaries, and has set different gratifications at such a distance from each other that no art or power can bring them together. This great law it is the business of every rational being to understand, that life may not pass away in an attempt to make contradictions consistent, to combine opposite qualities, and to unite things which the nature of their being must always keep asunder. Of two objects tempting at a distance on contrary sides, it is impossible to approach one, but by receding from the other. By long deliberation and dilatory projects, they may be both lost, but can never be both gained. It is therefore necessary to compare them, and when we have determined the preference, to withdraw our eyes and our thoughts at once from that which reason directs us to reject. This is more necessary if that which we are forsaking has the power of delighting the senses or firing the fancy. He that once turns aside to the allurements of unlawful pleasure can have no security that he shall ever regain the paths of virtue. The philosophic goddess of Boethius, having related the story of Orpheus, who, when he had recovered his wife from the dominions of death, lost her again by looking back upon her in the confines of light, concludes with a very elegant and forcible application. Whoever you are that endeavour to elevate your minds to the illuminations of heaven, consider yourselves as represented in this fable, for he that is once so far overcome as to turn back his eyes toward the infernal caverns loses at the first sight all that influence which attracted him on high. Vos haec fabula respicit, qui cunque in superum Deum mentem ducere quaeritis, nam qui Tartarium in specus victus lumina flexerit, quid praecipium trahit, perdit dum videt inferos. It may be observed in general that the future is purchased by the present. It is not possible to secure distant or permanent happiness but by the forbearance of some immediate gratification. This is so evidently true with regard to the whole of our existence that all the precepts of theology have no other tendency than to enforce a life of faith, a life regulated not by our senses but our belief, a life in which pleasures are to be refused for fear of invisible punishments, and calamities sometimes to be sought and always endured in hopes of rewards that shall be obtained in another state. Even if we take into our view only that particle of our duration which is terminated by the grave, it will be found that we cannot enjoy one part of life beyond the common limitations of pleasure, but by anticipating some of the satisfaction which should exhilarate the following years. The heat of youth may spread happiness into wild luxuriance, but the radical vigor requisite to make it perennial is exhausted, and all that can be hoped afterwards is languor and sterility. The reigning error of mankind is that we are not content with the conditions on which the goods of life are granted. No man is insensible of the value of knowledge, the advantages of health, or the convenience of plenty, but every day shows us those on whom the conviction is without effect. Knowledge is praised and desired by multitudes whom her charms could never rouse from the couch of sloth, whom the faintest invitation of pleasure draws away from their studies, to whom any other method of wearing out the day is more eligible than the use of books, and who are more easily engaged by any conversation than such as may rectify their notions or enlarge their comprehension. Every man that has felt pain knows how little all other comforts can gladden him to whom health is denied. Yet who is there does not sometimes hazard it for the enjoyment of an hour? All assemblies of jollity, all places of public entertainment, exhibit examples of strength wasting in riot, and beauty withering in irregularity, nor is it easy to enter a house in which part of the family is not groaning in repentance of past intemperance, and part admitting disease by negligence or soliciting it by luxury. There is no pleasure which men of every age and sect have more generally agreed to mention with contempt than the gratification of the palate, an entertainment so far removed from intellectual happiness that scarcely the most shameless of the sensual herd have dared to defend it. Yet, even to this, the lowest of our delights, to this, though neither quick nor lasting, is health with all its activity and sprightliness daily sacrificed, and for this are half the miseries endured which urge impatience to call on death. The whole world is put in motion by the wish for riches and the dread of poverty. Who then would not imagine that such conduct as will inevitably destroy what all are thus laboring to acquire must generally be avoided? That he who spends more than he receives must in time become indigent cannot be doubted, but how evident soever this consequence may appear, the spendthrift moves in the whirl of pleasure with too much rapidity to keep it before his eyes, and in the intoxication of gaiety grows every day poorer without any such sense of approaching ruin as is sufficient to wake him into caution. Many complaints are made of the misery of life, and indeed it must be confessed that we are subject to calamities by which the good and bad, the diligent and slothful, the vigilant and heedless are equally afflicted. But surely, though some indulgence may be allowed to groans extorted by inevitable misery, no man has a right to repine at evils which, against warning, against experience, he deliberately and leisurely brings upon his own head, or to consider himself as debarred from happiness by such obstacles as resolution may break or dexterity may put aside. Great numbers who quarrel with their condition have wanted not the power, but the will, to obtain a better state. They have never contemplated the difference between good and evil sufficiently to quicken aversion or invigorate desire. They have indulged a drowsy thoughtfulness or giddy levity, have committed the balance of choices to the management of caprice, and when they have long accustomed themselves to receive all that chance offered them without examination, lament at last that they find themselves deceived. End of section 36. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Section 37 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 37. The Prohibition of Revenge, Justifiable by Reason. The Meanness of Regulating Our Conduct by the Opinions of Men. The Rambler, Tuesday, December 24th, 1751. At vindicta bonum vita, jucundius ipsa, nempe hoc indocti. Quaesipus non dicet idem, nec mite talitis. Ingenium dulcique, senex vicinis haemeto, qui partem acceptae, saeva intervincia cicutae, accusatore nollet dare, quipe minuti semper, et infermi est animi, exiguique voluptas ultio. Juvenal. But, O revenge is sweet, thus think the crowd, who, eager to engage, take quickly fire and kindle into rage. Not so mild Thales, nor Chrysippus thought, nor that good man who drank the poisonous draught, with mind serene, and could not wish to see his vile accuser drink as deep as he. Exalted Socrates, divinely brave, injured he fell, and dying he forgave. Too noble for revenge, which still we find the weakest frailty of a feeble mind. Dryden. No vicious dispositions of the mind more obstinately resist both the counsels of philosophy and the injunctions of religion than those which are complicated with an opinion of dignity, and which we cannot dismiss without leaving in the hands of opposition some advantage iniquitously obtained, or suffering from our own prejudices some imputation of pusillanimity. For this reason, scarcely any law of our Redeemer is more openly transgressed, or more industriously evaded, than that by which he commands his followers to forgive injuries, and prohibits, under the sanction of eternal misery, the gratification of the desire which every man feels to return pain upon him that inflicts it. Many who could have conquered their anger are unable to combat pride, and pursue offences to extremity of vengeance, lest they should be insulted by the triumph of an enemy. But certainly no precept could better become him at whose birth peace was proclaimed to the earth. For what would so soon destroy all the order of society, and deform life with violence and ravage, as a permission to everyone to judge his own cause, and to apportion his own recompense for imagined injuries? It is difficult for a man of the strictest justice not to favor himself too much in the calmest moments of solitary meditation. Everyone wishes for the distinctions for which thousands are wishing at the same time, in their own opinion, with better claims. He that, when his reason operates in its full force, can thus, by the mere prevalence of self-love, prefer himself to his fellow beings, is very unlikely to judge equitably when his passions are agitated by a sense of wrong, and his attention wholly engrossed by pain, interest, or danger. Whoever arrogates to himself the right of vengeance shows how little he is qualified to decide his own claims, since he certainly demands what he would think unfit to be granted to another. Nothing is more apparent than that, however injured or however provoked, some must at last be contented to forgive, for it can never be hoped that he who first commits an injury will contentedly acquiesce in the penalty required. The same haughtiness of contempt or vehemence of desire that prompts the act of injustice will more strongly incite its justification, and resentment can never so exactly balance the punishment with the fault. But there will remain an overplus of vengeance, which even he who condemns his first action will think himself entitled to retaliate. What then can ensue from a continual exacerbation of hatred? An unextinguishable feud, an incessant reciprocation of mischief, a mutual vigilance to entrap, and eagerness to destroy. Since then, the imaginary right of vengeance must be at last remitted, because it is impossible to live in perpetual hostility, and equally impossible that of two enemies, either should first think himself obliged by justice to submission. It is surely eligible to forgive early. Every passion is more easily subdued before it has been long accustomed to possession of the heart. Every idea is obliterated with less difficulty as it has been more slightly impressed, and less frequently renewed. He who has often brooded over his wrongs, pleased himself with schemes of malignity, and glutted his pride with the fancied supplications of humbled enmity, will not easily open his bosom to amity and reconciliation, or indulge the gentle sentiments of benevolence and peace. It is easiest to forgive while there is yet little to be forgiven. A single injury may be soon dismissed from the memory, but a long succession of ill offices by degrees associates itself with every idea. A long contest involves so many circumstances that every place and action will recall it to the mind, and fresh remembrance of vexation must still enkindle rage and irritate revenge. A wise man will make haste to forgive, because he knows the true value of time, and will not suffer it to pass away in unnecessary pain. He that willingly suffers the corrosions of inveterate hatred, and gives up his days and nights to the gloom of malice and perturbations of stratagem, cannot surely be said to consult his ease. Resentment is an union of sorrow with malignity, a combination of a passion which all endeavor to avoid, with a passion which all concur to detest. The man who retires to meditate mischief and to exasperate his own rage, whose thoughts are employed only on means of distress and contrivances of ruin, whose mind never pauses from the remembrance of his own sufferings, but to indulge some hope of enjoying the calamities of another, may justly be numbered among the most miserable of human beings, among those who are guilty without reward, who have neither the gladness of prosperity nor the calm of innocence. Whoever considers the weakness both of himself and others will not long want persuasives to forgiveness. We know not to what degree of malignity any injury is to be imputed, or how much its guilt, if we were to inspect the mind of him that committed it, would be extenuated by mistake, precipitance, or negligence. We cannot be certain how much more we feel than was intended to be inflicted, or how much we increase the mischief to ourselves by voluntary aggravations. We may charge to design the effects of accident. We may think the blow violent only because we have made ourselves delicate and tender. We are on every side in danger of error and of guilt, which we are certain to avoid only by speedy forgiveness. From this pacific and harmless temper, thus propitious to others and ourselves, to domestic tranquillity and to social happiness, no man is withheld but by pride, by the fear of being insulted by his adversary or despised by the world. It may be laid down as an unfailing and universal axiom that all pride is abject and mean. It is always an ignorant, lazy, or cowardly acquiescence in a false appearance of excellence, and proceeds not from consciousness of our attainments, but insensibility of our wants. Nothing can be great which is not right. Nothing which reason condemns can be suitable to the dignity of the human mind. To be driven by external motives from the path which our own heart approves, to give way to anything but conviction, to suffer the opinion of others to rule our choice or overpower our resolves, is to submit tamely to the lowest and most ignominious slavery, and to resign the right of directing our own lives. The utmost excellence at which humanity can arrive is a constant and determinate pursuit of virtue, without regard to present dangers or advantage, a continual reference of every action to the divine will, an habitual appeal to everlasting justice, and an unvaried elevation of the intellectual eye to the reward which perseverance only can obtain. But that pride which many who presume to boast of generous sentiments allow to regulate their measures has nothing nobler in view than the approbation of men, of beings whose superiority we are under no obligation to acknowledge, and who, when we have courted them with the utmost assiduity, can confer no valuable or permanent reward, of beings who ignorantly judge of what they do not understand, or partially determine what they never have examined, and whose sentence is therefore of no weight till it has received the ratification of our own conscience. He that can descend to bribe suffrages like these at the price of his innocence He that can suffer the delight of such acclamations, to withhold his attention from the commands of the universal sovereign, has little reason to congratulate himself upon the greatness of his mind. Whenever he awakes to seriousness and reflection, he must become despicable in his own eyes, and shrink with shame from the remembrance of his cowardice and folly. Of him that hopes to be forgiven, it is indispensably required that he forgive. It is therefore superfluous to urge any other motive. On this great duty eternity is suspended, and to him that refuses to practice it, the throne of mercy is inaccessible, and the Savior of the world has been born in vain. End of chapter 37. Recording by Pamela Nagami.
Section 38 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 38. Human Opinions Suitable. The Hopes of Youth Fallacious. Saturday, February 1st, 1752. Multa ferunt anni venientes, commoda secum, multa recedentes adimunt. Horace. The blessings flowing in with life's full tide, down with our ebb of life, decreasing glide. Francis. Baxter, in the narrative of his own life, has enumerated several opinions, which, though he thought them evident and incontestable at his first entrance into the world, time and experience disposed him to change. Whoever reviews the state of his own mind from the dawn of manhood to its decline, and considers what he pursued or dreaded, slighted or esteemed at different periods of his age, will have no reason to imagine such changes of sentiment peculiar to any station or character. Every man, however careless and inattentive, has conviction forced upon him. The lectures of time obtrude themselves upon the most unwilling or dissipated auditor, and by comparing our past with our present thoughts, we perceive that we have changed our minds, though perhaps we cannot discover when the alteration happened, or by what causes it was produced. This revolution of sentiments occasions a perpetual contest between the old and the young. They who imagine themselves entitled to veneration by the prerogative of longer life are inclined to treat the notions of those whose conduct they superintend with superciliousness and contempt, for want of considering that the future and the past have different appearances, that the disproportion will always be great between expectation and enjoyment, between new possession and satiety, that the truth of many maxims of age gives too little pleasure to be allowed till it is felt, and that the miseries of life would be increased beyond all human power of endurance if we were to enter the world with the same opinions as we carry from it. We naturally indulge those ideas that please us. Hope will predominate in every mind till it has been suppressed by frequent disappointments. The youth has not yet discovered how many evils are continually hovering about us, and when he is set free from the shackles of discipline, looks abroad into the world with rapture. He sees an Elysian region open before him, so variegated with beauty and so stored with pleasure, that his care is rather to accumulate good than to shun evil. He stands distracted by different forms of delight, and has no other doubt than which path to follow of those which all lead equally to the bowers of happiness. He who has seen only the superficies of life believes everything to be what it appears, and rarely suspects that external splendor conceals any latent sorrow or vexation. He never imagines that there may be greatness without safety, affluence without content, jollity without friendship, and solitude without peace. He fancies himself permitted to cull the blessings of every condition, and to leave its inconveniencies to the idle and the ignorant. He is inclined to believe no man miserable but by his own fault, and seldom looks with much pity upon failings or miscarriages, because he thinks them willingly admitted or negligently incurred. It is impossible, without pity and contempt, to hear a youth of generous sentiments and warm imagination, declaring in the moment of openness and confidence his designs and expectations, Because long life is possible, he considers it as certain, and therefore promises himself all the changes of happiness, and provides gratifications for every desire. He is for a time to give himself wholly to frolic and diversion, to range the world in search of pleasure, to delight every eye, to gain every heart, and to be celebrated equally for his pleasing levities and solid attainments, his deep reflections, and his sparkling repartees. He then elevates his views to nobler enjoyments, and finds all the scattered excellencies of the female world united in a woman, who prefers his addresses to wealth and titles. He is afterwards to engage in business, to dissipate difficulty, and overpower opposition, to climb by the mere force of merit to fame and greatness, and reward all those who countenanced his rise, or paid due regard to his early excellence. At last he will return in peace and honour, contract his views to domestic pleasures, from the manners of children like himself, observe how every year expands the beauty of his daughters, and how his sons catch ardour from their father's history. He will give laws to the neighbourhood, dictate axioms to posterity, and leave the world an example of wisdom and happiness. With hopes like these he sallies jocund into life. To little purpose is he told that the condition of humanity admits no pure and unmingled happiness, that the exuberant gaiety of youth ends in poverty or disease, that uncommon qualifications and contrarieties of excellence produce envy equally with applause, that, whatever admiration and fondness may promise him, he must marry a wife like the wives of others, with some virtues and some faults, and be as often disgusted by her vices as delighted by her elegance, that if he adventures into the circle of action, he must expect to encounter men as artful, as daring, as resolute as himself, that of his children some may be deformed and others vicious, some may disgrace him by their follies, some offend him by their insolence, and some exhaust him by their profusion. He hears all this with obstinate incredulity, and wonders by what malignity old age is influenced, that it cannot forbear to fill his ears with predictions of misery. Among other pleasing errors of young minds is the opinion of their own importance. He that has not yet remarked how little attention his contemporaries can spare from their own affairs, conceives all eyes turned upon himself, and imagines every one that approaches him to be an enemy or a follower, an admirer or a spy. He therefore considers his fame as involved in the event of every action. Many of the virtues and vices of youth proceed from this quick sense of reputation. This it is that gives firmness and constancy, fidelity and disinterestedness, and it is this that kindles resentment for slight injuries, and dictates all the principles of sanguinary honour. But as time brings him forward into the world, he soon discovers that he only shares fame or reproach with innumerable partners, that he is left unmarked in the obscurity of the crowd, and that what he does, whether good or bad, soon gives way to new objects of regard. He then easily sets himself free from the anxieties of reputation, and considers praise or censure as transient breath, which, while he hears it, is passing away, without any lasting mischief or advantage. In youth it is common to measure right and wrong by the opinion of the world, and in age to act without any measure but interest, and to lose shame without substituting virtue. Such is the condition of life, that something is always wanting to happiness. In youth we have warm hopes, which are soon blasted by rashness and negligence, and great designs which are defeated by inexperience. In age we have knowledge and prudence without spirit to exert, or motives to prompt them. We are able to plan schemes and regulate measures, but have not time remaining to bring them to completion. End of section 38.
Section 39 of The Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2015. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 39. The Importance of Punctuality. The Rambler, Tuesday, February 18, 1752. Sanctus haberi, promissique tenax dictis factisque mereris, agnosco procerem. Juvenal. Convince the world that you're devout and true, be just in all you say and all you do. Whatever be your birth, you're sure to be a peer of the first magnitude to me. Stepney. Boyle has observed that the excellency of manufactures and the facility of labour would be much promoted if the various expedients and contrivances which lie concealed in private hands were by reciprocal communications made generally known. For there are few operations that are not performed by one or other with some peculiar advantages, which, though singly of little importance, would, by conjunction and concurrence, open new inlets to knowledge, and give new powers to diligence. There are, in like manner, several moral excellencies distributed among the different classes of a community. It was said by Cujacius that he never read more than one book by which he was not instructed, and he that shall inquire after virtue with ardour and attention will seldom find a man by whose example or sentiments he may not be improved. Every profession has some essential and appropriate virtue, without which there can be no hope of honour or success, and which, as it is more or less cultivated, confers within its sphere of activity different degrees of merit and reputation. As the astrologers range the subdivisions of mankind under the planets which they suppose to influence their lives, the moralist may distribute them according to the virtues which they necessarily practice, and consider them as distinguished by prudence or fortitude, diligence or patience. So much are the modes of excellence settled by time and place, that men may be heard boasting in one street of that which they would anxiously conceal in another. The grounds of scorn and esteem, the topics of praise and satire, are varied according to the several virtues or vices which the course of life has disposed man to admire or abhor. But he who is solicitous for his own improvement must not be limited by local reputation, but select from every tribe of mortals their characteristical virtues, and constellate in himself the scattered graces which shine single in other men. The chief praise to which a trader aspires is that of punctuality, or an exact and rigorous observance of commercial engagements, nor is there any vice of which he so much dreads the imputation, as of negligence and instability. This is a quality which the interest of mankind requires to be diffused through all the ranks of life, but which many seem to consider as a vulgar and ignoble virtue, below the ambition of greatness or attention of wit, scarcely requisite among men of gaiety and spirit, and sold in its highest rate when it is sacrificed to a frolic or a jest. Every man has daily occasion to remark what vexations arise from this privilege of deceiving one another. The active and vivacious have so long disdained the restraints of truth, that promises and appointments have lost their cogency, and both parties neglect their stipulations, because each concludes that they will be broken by the other. Negligence is first admitted in small affairs, and strengthened by petty indulgences. He that is not yet hardened by custom ventures not on the violation of important engagements, but thinks himself bound by his word in cases of property or danger, though he allows himself to forget at what time he is to meet ladies in the park, or at what tavern his friends are expecting him. This laxity of honour would be more tolerable if it could be restrained to the playhouse, the ballroom, or the card-table. Yet even there it is sufficiently troublesome, and darkens those moments with expectation, suspense, and resentment, which are set aside for pleasure, and from which we naturally hope for unmingled enjoyment and total relaxation. But he that suffers the slightest breach in his morality can seldom tell what shall enter it, or how wide it shall be made, When a passage is open, the influx of corruption is every moment wearing down opposition, and by slow degrees deluges the heart. Elijah entered the world a youth of lively imagination, extensive views, and untainted principles. His curiosity incited him to range from place to place, and try all the varieties of conversation. His elegance of address and fertility of ideas gained him friends wherever he appeared, or at least he found the general kindness of reception always shown to a young man whose birth and fortune gave him a claim to notice, and who has neither by vice or folly destroyed his privileges. Elijah was pleased with this general smile of mankind, and was industrious to preserve it by compliance and officiousness, but did not suffer his desire of pleasing to vitiate his integrity. It was his established maxim that a promise is never to be broken, nor was it without long reluctance that he once suffered himself to be drawn away from a festal engagement by the importunity of another company. He spent the evening, as is usual in the rudiments of vice, in perturbation and imperfect enjoyment, and met his disappointed friends in the morning with confusion and excuses. His companions, not accustomed to such scrupulous anxiety, laughed at his uneasiness, compounded the offence for a bottle, gave him courage to break his word again, and again levied the penalty. He ventured the same experiment upon another society, and found them equally ready to consider it as a venal fault, always incident to a man of quickness and gaiety, till, by degrees, he began to think himself at liberty to follow the last invitation, and was no longer shocked at the turpitude of falsehood. He made no difficulty to promise his presence at distant places, and, if listlessness happened to creep upon him, would sit at home with great tranquillity, and has often sunk to sleep in a chair, while he held 10 tables in continual expectations of his entrance. It was so pleasant to live in perpetual vacancy that he soon dismissed his attention as a useless encumbrance, and resigned himself to carelessness and dissipation, without any regard to the future or the past, or any other motive of action than the impulse of a sudden desire, or the attraction of immediate pleasure. The absent were immediately forgotten, and the hopes or fears felt by others had no influence upon his conduct. He was in speculation completely just, but never kept his promise to a creditor. He was benevolent, but always deceived those friends whom he undertook to patronize or assist. He was prudent, but suffered his affairs to be embarrassed for want of regulating his accounts at stated times. He courted a young lady, and, when the settlements were drawn, took a ramble into the country on the day appointed to sign them. He resolved to travel, and send his chests on shipboard, but delayed to follow them till he lost his passage. He was summoned as an evidence in a cause of great importance, and loitered on the way till the trial was past. It is said that when he had, with great expense, formed an interest in a borough, his opponents contrived, by some agents who knew his temper, to lure him away on the day of election. His benevolence draws him into the commission of 1,000 crimes, which others less kind or civil would escape. His courtesy invites application, his promises produce dependence, he has his pockets filled with petitions, which he intends some time to deliver and enforce, and his table covered with letters of request, with which he purposes to comply. But time slips imperceptibly away, while he is either idle or busy, his friends lose their opportunities, and charge upon him their miscarriages and calamities. This character, however contemptible, is not peculiar to Elijah. They whose activity of imagination is often shifting the scenes of expectation are frequently subject to such sallies of caprice as make all their actions fortuitous, destroy the value of their friendship, obstruct the efficacy of their virtues, and set them below the meanest of those that persist in their resolutions, execute what they design, and perform what they have promised. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 40. The Art of Living at the Cost of Others. Saturday, March 7th, 1752. Propositae nondum pudet atque edam est mens, ut bona summa putes aliena vivere quadra. Juvenal. But hardened by affronts, and still the same, lost to all sense of honour and of fame, thou yet canst love to haunt the great man's board, and think no supper good but with a lord. Bowles. When Diogenes was once asked what kind of wine he liked best, he answered, that which is drunk at the cost of others. Though the character of Diogenes has never excited any general zeal of imitation, there are many who resemble him in his taste of wine, many who are frugal, though not abstemious, whose appetites, though too powerful for reason, are kept under restraint by avarice, and to whom all delicacies lose their flavour when they cannot be obtained but at their own expense. Nothing produces more singularity of manners and inconstancy of life than the conflict of opposite vices in the same mind. He that uniformly pursues any purpose, whether good or bad, has a settled principle of action, and, as he may always find associates who are travelling the same way, is countenanced by example, and sheltered in the multitude. But a man actuated at once by different desires must move in a direction peculiar to himself, and suffer that reproach which we are naturally inclined to bestow on those who deviate from the rest of the world, even without inquiring whether they are worse or better. Yet this conflict of desires sometimes produces wonderful efforts. To riot in far-fetched dishes, or surfeit with unexhausted variety, and yet practice the most rigid economy, is surely an art which may justly draw the eyes of mankind upon them whose industry or judgment has enabled them to attain it. To him indeed who is content to break open the chests or mortgage the manors of his ancestors, that he may hire the ministers of excess at the highest price, gluttony is an easy science. Yet we often hear the votaries of luxury boasting of the elegance which they owe to the taste of others, relating with rapture the succession of dishes with which their cooks and caterers supply them, and expecting their share of praise with the discoverers of arts and the civilizers of nations. But to shorten the way to convivial happiness by eating without cost is a secret hitherto in few hands, but which certainly deserves the curiosity of those whose principal employment is their dinner, and who see the sun rise with no other hope than that they shall fill their bellies before it sets. Of them that have within my knowledge attempted this scheme of happiness, the greater part have been immediately obliged to desist, and some, whom their first attempts flattered with success, were reduced by degrees to a few tables, from which they were at last chased to make way for others, and, having long habituated themselves to superfluous plenty, growled away their latter years in discontented competence. None enter the regions of luxury with higher expectations than men of wit, who imagine that they shall never want a welcome to that company whose ideas they can enlarge, or whose imaginations they can elevate, and believe themselves able to pay for their wine with the mirth which it qualifies them to produce. Full of this opinion, they crowd with little invitation wherever the smell of a feast allures them, but are seldom encouraged to repeat their visits, being dreaded by the pert as rivals, and hated by the dull as disturbers of the company. No man has been so happy in gaining and keeping the privilege of living at luxurious houses as Gulosulus, who, after 30 years of continual revelry, has now established, by uncontroverted prescription, his claim to partake of every entertainment, and whose presence they who aspire to the praise of a sumptuous table are careful to procure on a day of importance, by sending the invitation a fortnight before. Gulosulus entered the world without any eminent degree of merit, but was careful to frequent houses where persons of rank resorted. By being often seen, he became in time known, and, from sitting in the same room, was suffered to mix in idle conversation, or assisted to fill up a vacant hour, when better amusement was not readily to be had. From the coffee-house he was sometimes taken away to dinner, and as no man refuses the acquaintance of him whom he sees admitted to familiarity by others of equal dignity, when he had been met at a few tables, he with less difficulty found the way to more, till at last he was regularly expected to appear wherever preparations are made for a feast within the circuit of his acquaintance. When he was thus by accident initiated in luxury, he felt in himself no inclination to retire from a life of so much pleasure, and therefore very seriously considered how he might continue it. Great qualities or uncommon accomplishments he did not find necessary, for he had already seen that merit rather enforces respect than attracts fondness, and as he thought no folly greater than that of losing a dinner for any other gratification, he often congratulated himself that he had none of that disgusting excellence which impresses awe upon greatness, and condemns its possessors to the society of those who are wise or brave and indigent as themselves. Gulosulus, having never allotted much of his time to books or meditation, had no opinion in philosophy or politics, and was not in danger of injuring his interest by dogmatical positions or violent contradiction. If a dispute arose, he took care to listen with earnest attention, and, when either speaker grew vehement and loud, turned towards him with eager quickness, and uttered a short phrase of admiration, as if surprised by such cogency of argument as he had never known before. By this silent concession he generally preserved in either controvertist such a conviction of his own superiority as inclined him rather to pity than irritate his adversary, and prevented those outrages which are sometimes produced by the rage of defeat or petulance of triumph. Gulosulus was never embarrassed but when he was required to declare his sentiments before he had been able to discover to which side the master of the house inclined, for it was his invariable rule to adopt the notions of those that invited him. It will sometimes happen that the insolence of wealth breaks into contemptuousness, or the turbulence of wine requires a vent, and Gulosulus seldom fails of being singled out on such emergencies, as one on whom any experiment of ribaldry may be safely tried. Sometimes his lordship finds himself inclined to exhibit a specimen of raillery for the diversion of his guests, and Gulosulus always supplies him with a subject of merriment. But he has learned to consider rudeness and indignities as familiarities that entitle him to greater freedom. He comforts himself that those who treat and insult him pay for their laughter, and that he keeps his money while they enjoy their jest. His chief policy consists in selecting some dish from every course, and recommending it to the company, with an air so decisive that no one ventures to contradict him. By this practice he acquires at a feast a kind of dictatorial authority. His taste becomes the standard of pickles and seasoning, and he is venerated by the professors of Epicurism as the only man who understands the niceties of cookery. Whenever a new sauce is imported, or any innovation made in the culinary system, he procures the earliest intelligence and the most authentic receipt, and, by communicating his knowledge under proper injunctions of secrecy, gains a right of tasting his own dish whenever it is prepared, that he may tell whether his directions have been fully understood. By this method of life, Gulosulus has so impressed on his imagination the dignity of feasting, that he has no other topic of talk, or subject of meditation. His calendar is a bill of fare. He measures the year by successive dainties. The only commonplaces of his memory are his meals, and if you ask him at what time an event happened, he considers whether he heard it after a dinner of turbot or venison. He knows indeed that those who value themselves upon sense, learning, or piety, speak of him with contempt, but he considers them as wretches, envious or ignorant, who do not know his happiness, or wish to supplant him, and declares to his friends that he is fully satisfied with his own conduct, since he has fed every day on 20 dishes, and yet doubled his estate. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 41. The Folly of Continuing Too Long upon the Stage. Tuesday, March 10th, 1752. Solve senescentem ature sanus equum, ne pecet ad extremum ridendus. Horace. The voice of reason cries with winning force, Loose from the rapid car your aged horse, lest in the race derided, left behind, he drag his jaded limbs and burst his wind. Francis. Such is the emptiness of human enjoyment, that we are always impatient of the present. Attainment is followed by neglect, and possession by disgust. And the malicious remark of the Greek epigrammatist on marriage may be applied to every other course of life, that its 2 days of happiness are the first and the last. Few moments are more pleasing than those in which the mind is concerting measures for a new undertaking. From the first hint that wakens the fancy till the hour of actual execution, all is improvement and progress, triumph and felicity. Every hour brings additions to the original scheme, suggests some new expedient to secure success, or discovers consequential advantages not hitherto foreseen. While preparations are made and materials accumulated, day glides after day through Elysian prospects, and the heart dances to the song of hope. Such is the pleasure of projecting, that many content themselves with a succession of visionary schemes, and wear out their allotted time in the calm amusement of contriving what they never attempt or hope to execute. Others, not able to feast their imagination with pure ideas, advance somewhat nearer to the grossness of action, with great diligence collect whatever is requisite to their design, and after 1,000 researches and consultations, are snatched away by death, as they stand in precinctu, waiting for a proper opportunity to begin. If there were no other end of life than to find some adequate solace for every day, I know not whether any condition could be preferred to that of the man who involves himself in his own thoughts, and never suffers experience to show him the vanity of speculation. For no sooner are notions reduced to practice, than tranquillity and confidence forsake the breast. Every day brings its task, and often without bringing abilities to perform it. Difficulties embarrass, uncertainty perplexes, opposition retards, censure exasperates, or neglect depresses. We proceed because we have begun. We complete our design, that the labour already spent may not be in vain. But as expectation gradually dies away, the gay smile of alacrity disappears. We are compelled to implore severer powers, and trust the event to patience and constancy. When once our labour has begun, the comfort that enables us to endure it is the prospect of its end. For though in every long work there are some joyous intervals of self-applause, when the attention is recreated by unexpected facility, and the imagination soothed by incidental excellencies, yet the toil with which performance struggles after idea is so irksome and disgusting, and so frequent is the necessity of resting below that perfection which we imagined within our reach, that seldom any man obtains more from his endeavours than a painful conviction of his defects, and a continual resuscitation of desires which he feels himself unable to gratify. So certainly is weariness the concomitant of our undertakings, that every man, in whatever he is engaged, consoles himself with the hope of change. If he has made his way by assiduity to public employment, he talks among his friends of the delight of retreat. If by the necessity of solitary application he is secluded from the world, he listens with a beating heart to distant noises, longs to mingle with living beings, and resolves to take hereafter his fill of diversions, or display his abilities on the universal theatre, and enjoy the pleasure of distinction and applause. Every desire, however innocent, grows dangerous, as by long indulgence it becomes ascendant in the mind. When we have been much accustomed to consider anything as capable of giving happiness, it is not easy to restrain our ardour, or to forbear some precipitation in our advances, and irregularity in our pursuits. He that has cultivated the tree, watched the swelling bud and opening blossom, and pleased himself with computing how much every sun and shower add to its growth, scarcely stays till the fruit has obtained its maturity, but defeats his own cares by eagerness to reward them. When we have diligently laboured for any purpose, we are willing to believe that we have attained it, and, because we have already done much, too suddenly conclude that no more is to be done. All attraction is increased by the approach of the attracting body. We never find ourselves so desirous to finish as in the latter part of our work, or so impatient of delay as when we know that delay cannot be long. Thus unseasonable importunity of discontent may be partly imputed to languor and weariness, which must always oppress those more whose toil has been longer continued. But the greater part usually proceeds from frequent contemplation of that ease which is now considered as within reach, and which, when it has once flattered our hopes, we cannot suffer to be withheld. In some of the noblest compositions of wit, the conclusion falls below the vigour and spirit of the first books, and as a genius is not to be degraded by the imputation of human failings, the cause of this declension is commonly sought in the structure of the work, and plausible reasons are given why in the defective part less ornament was necessary, or less could be admitted. But perhaps the author would have confessed that his fancy was tired, and his perseverance broken, and he knew his design to be unfinished, but that, when he saw the end so near, he could no longer refuse to be at rest. Against the installations of this frigid opiate, the heart should be secured by all the considerations which once concurred to kindle the ardour of enterprise. Whatever motive first incited action, has still greater force to stimulate perseverance, since he that might have lain still at first in blameless obscurity cannot afterwards desist but with infamy and reproach. He whom a doubtful promise of distant good could encourage to set difficulties at defiance, ought not to remit his vigour when he has almost obtained his recompense. To faint or loiter, when only the last efforts are required, is to steer the ship through tempests, and abandon it to the winds in sight of land. It is to break the ground, and scatter the seed, and at last to neglect the harvest. The masters of rhetoric direct that the most forcible arguments be produced in the latter part of an oration, lest they should be effaced or perplexed by supervenient images. This precept may be justly extended to the series of life. Nothing is ended with honour which does not conclude better than it began. It is not sufficient to maintain the first vigour, for excellence loses its effect upon the mind by custom, as light after a time ceases to dazzle. Admiration must be continued by that novelty which first produced it, and how much soever is given, there must always be reason to imagine that more remains. We not only are most sensible of the last impressions, but such is the unwillingness of mankind to admit transcendent merit, that though it be difficult to obliterate the reproach of miscarriages by any subsequent achievement, however illustrious, yet the reputation raised by a long train of success may be finally ruined by a single failure. For weakness or error will be always remembered by that malice and envy which it gratifies. For the prevention of that disgrace which lassitude and negligence may bring at last upon the greatest performances, it is necessary to proportion carefully our labour to our strength. If the design comprises many parts, equally essential, and therefore not to be separated, the only time for caution is before we engage. The powers of the mind must be then impartially estimated, and it must be remembered that not to complete the plan is not to have begun it, and that nothing is done while anything is omitted. But if the task consists in the repetition of single acts, no one of which derives its efficacy from the rest, it may be attempted with less scruple, because there is always opportunity to retreat with honour. The danger is only lest we expect from the world the indulgence with which most are disposed to treat themselves, and in the hour of listlessness imagine that the diligence of one day will atone for the idleness of another, and that applause begun by approbation will be continued by habit. He that is himself weary will soon weary the public. Let him therefore lay down his employment, whatever it be, who can no longer exert his former activity or attention. Let him not endeavour to struggle with censure, or obstinately infest the stage till a general hiss commands him to depart. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 42. The Character of a Liar. The Adventurer, 1753. Dr. Hawkesworth, a friend and warm admirer of Dr. Johnson, started, towards the close of 1752, a new periodical called The Adventurer. Johnson at that time was plunged in the deepest dejection, and though there can be little doubt, as Boswell says, that he gave Hawkesworth many valuable hints, it was not until the spring of the following year that he could be induced to take any personal share in the new undertaking. His first contribution, written in the shape of an imaginary letter, is dated significantly, Fleet Prison. Johnson was indeed just then in the dungeons of giant despair, for, as one of his friends at the time remarked, he seemed to have reached the meridian of his melancholy. His friendship with Dr. Hawkesworth was close and cordial, and Boswell believes that Johnson buried his wife in the churchyard of Bromley, Kent, because Hawkesworth lived in the little town. Saturday, April 28, 1753. Quicunque turpi fraude semel inatuit, etiamsi veradici amitit fidem. Phaedrus. The wretch that often has deceived, though truth he speaks, is ne'er believed. When Aristotle was once asked what a man could gain by uttering falsehoods, he replied, not to be credited when he shall tell the truth. The character of a liar is at once so hateful and contemptible, that even of those who have lost their virtue it might be expected that from the violation of truth they should be restrained by their pride. Almost every other vice that disgraces human nature may be kept in countenance by applause and association. The corrupter of virgin innocence sees himself envied by the men, and at least not detested by the women. The drunkard may easily unite with beings devoted like himself to noisy merriments or silent insensibility, who will celebrate his victories over the novices of intemperance, boast themselves the companions of his prowess, and tell with rapture of the multitudes whom unsuccessful emulation has hurried to the grave. Even the robber and the cutthroat have their followers, who admire their address and intrepidity, their stratagems of rapine, and their fidelity to the gang. The liar, and only the liar, is invariably and universally despised, abandoned, and disowned. He has no domestic consolations which he can oppose to the censure of mankind. He can retire to no fraternity where his crimes may stand in the place of virtues, but is given up to the hisses of the multitude without friend and without apologist. It is the peculiar condition of falsehood to be equally detested by the good and bad. The devils, says Sir Thomas Browne, do not tell lies to one another, for truth is necessary to all societies, nor can the society of hell subsist without it. It is natural to expect that a crime thus generally detested should be generally avoided, at least that none should expose himself to unabated and unpitied infamy without an adequate temptation, and that to guilt so easily detected and so severely punished, an adequate temptation would not readily be found. Yet so it is, that in defiance of censure and contempt, truth is frequently violated, and scarcely the most vigilant and unremitted circumspection will secure him that mixes with mankind from being hourly deceived by men of whom it can scarcely be imagined that they mean any injury to him or profit to themselves. Even where the subject of conversation could not have been expected to put the passions in motion, or to have excited either hope or fear, or zeal or malignity, sufficient to induce any man to put his reputation in hazard, however little he might value it, or to overpower the love of truth, however weak might be its influence. The casuists have very diligently distinguished lies into their several classes, according to their various degrees of malignity. But they have, I think, generally omitted that which is most common, and perhaps not least mischievous, which, since the moralists have not given it a name, I shall distinguish as the lie of vanity. To vanity may justly be imputed most of the falsehoods, which every man perceives hourly playing upon his ear, and, perhaps, most of those that are propagated with success. To the lie of commerce and the lie of malice, the motive is so apparent that they are seldom negligently or implicitly received. Suspicion is always watchful over the practices of interest, and whatever the hope of gain or desire of mischief can prompt one man to assert, another is by reasons equally cogent incited to refute. But vanity pleases herself with such slight gratifications, and looks forward to pleasures so remotely consequential, that her practices raise no alarm, and her stratagems are not easily discovered. Vanity is indeed often suffered to pass unpursued by suspicion, because he that would watch her motions can never be at rest. Fraud and malice are bounded in their influence. Some opportunity of time and place is necessary to their agency, but scarce any man is abstracted one moment from his vanity, and he to whom truth affords no gratifications is generally inclined to seek them in falsehoods. It is remarked by Sir Kenelm Digby, that every man has a desire to appear superior to others, though it were only in having seen what they have not seen. Such an accidental advantage, since it neither implies merit nor confers dignity, one would think should not be desired so much as to be counterfeited. Yet even this vanity, trifling as it is, produces innumerable narratives, all equally false, but more or less credible in proportion to the skill or confidence of the relater. How many may a man of diffusive conversation count among his acquaintances, whose lives have been signalized by numberless escapes, who never cross the river but in a storm, or take a journey into the country without more adventures than befell the knights errant of ancient times in pathless forests or enchanted castles? How many must he know to whom portents and prodigies are of daily occurrence, and for whom nature is hourly working wonders invisible to every other eye, only to supply them with subjects of conversation? Others there are that amuse themselves with the dissemination of falsehood, at greater hazard of detection and disgrace, men marked out by some lucky planet for universal confidence and friendship, who have been consulted in every difficulty, entrusted with every secret, and summoned to every transaction. It is the supreme felicity of these men to stun all companies with noisy information, to still doubt and overbear opposition with certain knowledge or authentic intelligence. A liar of this kind, with a strong memory of brisk imagination, is often the oracle of an obscure club, and, till time discovers his impostures, dictates to his hearers with uncontrolled authority. For if a public question be started, he was present at the debate. If a new fashion be mentioned, he was at court the first day of its appearance. If a new performance of literature draws the attention of the public, he has patronized the author, and seen his work in manuscript. If a criminal of eminence he be condemned to die, he often predicted his fate, and endeavoured his reformation. And who that lives at a distance from the scene of action will dare to contradict a man who reports from his own eyes and ears, and to whom all persons and affairs are thus intimately known? This kind of falsehood is generally successful for a time, because it is practised at first with timidity and caution. But the prosperity of the liar is of short duration. The reception of one story is always an incitement to the forgery of another less probable, and he goes on to triumph over tacit credulity till pride or reason rises up against him, and his companions will no longer endure to see him wiser than themselves. It is apparent that the inventors of all these fictions intend some exaltation of themselves, and are led off by the pursuit of honour from their attendance upon truth. Their narratives always imply some consequence in favour of their courage, their sagacity, or their activity, their familiarity with the learned, or their reception among the great. They are always bribed by the present pleasure of seeing themselves superior to those that surround them, and receiving the homage of silent attention and envious admiration. But vanity is sometimes excited to fiction by less visible gratifications. The present age abounds with a race of liars who are content with the consciousness of falsehood, and whose pride is to deceive others without any gain or glory to themselves. Of this tribe it is the supreme pleasure to remark a lady in the playhouse or the park, and to publish, under the character of a man suddenly enamoured, an advertisement in the news of the next day, containing a minute description of her person and her dress. From this artifice, however, no other effect can be expected than perturbations which the writer can never see, and conjectures of which he never can be informed. Some mischief, however, he hopes he has done, and to have done mischief is of some importance. He sets his invention to work again, and produces a narrative of a robbery or a murder, with all the circumstances of time and place accurately adjusted. This is a jest of greater effect and longer duration. If he fixes his scene at a proper distance, he may for several days keep a wife in terror for her husband, or a mother for her son, and please himself with reflecting that by his abilities and address some addition is made to the miseries of life. There is, I think, an ancient law of Scotland, by which leasing making was capitally punished. I am, indeed, far from desiring to increase in this kingdom the number of executions, yet I cannot but think that they who destroy the confidence of society, weaken the credit of intelligence, and interrupt the security of life, harass the delicate with shame, and perplex the timorous with alarms, might very properly be awakened to a sense of their crimes by denunciations of a whipping post or pillory, since many are so insensible of right and wrong, that they have no standard of action but the law, nor feel guilt but as they dread punishment. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 43. The Faults of Books, sometimes imputable to the reader. The Adventurer, Saturday, May 25th, 1758. Damnant quod non intellegunt. They condemn what they do not understand. Cicero. Euripides, having presented Socrates with the writings of Heraclitus, a philosopher famed for involution and obscurity, inquired afterwards his opinion of their merit. What I understand, said Socrates, I find to be excellent, and therefore believe that to be of equal value which I cannot understand. End quote. The reflection of every man who reads this passage will suggest to him the difference between the practice of Socrates and that of modern critics. Socrates, who had by long observation upon himself and others discovered the weakness of the strongest and the dimness of the most enlightened intellect, was afraid to decide hastily in his own favor, or to conclude that an author had written without meaning because he could not immediately catch his ideas. He knew that the faults of books are often more justly imputable to the reader, who sometimes wants attention and sometimes penetration, whose understanding is often obstructed by prejudice and often dissipated by remissness, who comes sometimes to a new study unfurnished with knowledge previously necessary, and finds difficulties insuperable for want of ardor sufficient to encounter them. Obscurity and clearness are relative terms. To some readers, scarce any book is easy. To others, not many are difficult. And surely they, whom neither any exuberant praise bestowed by others, nor any eminent conquests over stubborn problems, have entitled to exalt themselves above the common orders of mankind, might condescend to imitate the candor of Socrates, and where they find incontestable proofs of superior genius, be content to think that there is justness in the connection which they cannot trace, and cogency in the reasoning which they cannot comprehend. This diffidence is never more reasonable than in the perusal of the authors of antiquity, of those whose works have been the delight of ages, and transmitted as the great inheritance of mankind from one generation to another. Surely no man can, without the utmost arrogance, imagine that he brings any superiority of understanding to the perusal of these books, which have been preserved in the devastation of cities and snatched up from the wreck of nations, which those who fled before barbarians have been careful to carry off in the hurry of migration, and of which barbarians have repented the destruction. If in books thus made venerable by the uniform attestation of successive ages, any passage shall appear unworthy of that praise which they have formerly received, let us not immediately determine that they owed their reputation to dullness or bigotry, but suspect at least that our ancestors had some reasons for their opinions, and that our ignorance of those reasons make us differ from them. It often happens that an author's reputation is endangered in succeeding times by that which raised the loudest applause among his contemporaries. Nothing is read with greater pleasure than allusions to recent facts, reigning opinions, or present controversies. But when facts are forgotten and controversies extinguished, these favorite touches lose all their graces, and the author, in his descent to posterity, must be left to the mercy of chance, without any power of ascertaining the memory of those things to which he owed his luckiest thoughts and his kindest reception. On such occasions every reader should remember the diffidence of Socrates, and repair by his candour the injuries of time. He should impute the seeming defects of his author to some chasm of intelligence, and suppose that the sense which is now weak was once forcible, and the expression which is now dubious formerly determinate. How much the mutilation of ancient history has taken away from the beauty of poetical performance may be conjectured from the light which a lucky commentator sometimes effuses by the recovery of an incident that had been long forgotten. Thus, in the 3rd book of Horace, Juno's denunciations against those that should presume to raise again the walls of Troy could for many ages please only by splendid images and swelling language, of which no man discovered the use or propriety, till Lefebvre, by showing on what occasion the ode was written, changed wonder to rational delight. Many passages yet undoubtedly remain in the same author, which an exacter knowledge of the incidents of his time would clear from objections. Among these I have always numbered the following lines: Audrum per medios ire satellites, et per rumpere amat saxa potentius, ictu fulminio concidit auguris, argivi domas ab lucrum. De mersa exitio diffidit urbium, portas vir Macedo et subruit aemulos, reges muneribus munera naviam, saevos in laceantuces. Stronger than thunder's winged force, all-powerful gold can spread its course, through watchful guards in passage make, and loves through solid walls to break. From gold the overwhelming woes that crushed the Grecian augur rose. Philip with gold through cities broke, and rival monarchs felt his yoke. Captains of ships to gold are slaves, though fierce as their own winds and waves. Francis. The close of this passage, by which every reader is now disappointed and offended, was probably the delight of the Roman court. It cannot be imagined that Horace, after giving to gold the force of thunder, and told of its power to storm cities and to conquer kings, would have concluded his account of its efficacy with its influence over naval commanders, had he not alluded to some fact then current in the mouths of men, and therefore more interesting for a time than the conquests of Philip. Of the like kind may be reckoned another stanza in the same book: Iusa coram non sine conscio, surgit marito, siu vocat institutor, seu navis Hispanor magister, de decoram pretiosas emptor. The conscious husband bids her rise, when some rich factor courts her charms, who calls the wanton to his arms, and prodigal of wealth and fame, profusely buys the costly shame. Francis. He has little knowledge of Horace who imagines that the factor or the Spanish merchant are mentioned by chance. There was undoubtedly some popular story of an intrigue, which those names recall to the memory of his reader. The flame of his genius in other parts, though somewhat dimmed by time, is not totally eclipsed. His address and judgment yet appear, though much of the spirit and vigor of his sentiment is lost. This has happened in the 20th ode of the first book. Vile potabis modicis Sabinum, cantaris Graeca quad ego ipse testa, conditum levi datus in theatro cum tibi plausus. Care Maecenas equus ut paterni, fluminis ripae, simil et jocosa, rederet laudes tibi Vaticani, montis imago. A poet's beverage, humbly cheap, should great Maecenas be my guest, the vintage of the Sabine grape, but yet in sober cups shall crown the feast. 'Twas racked into a Grecian cask, its rougher juice to melt away. I sealed it too, a pleasing task, with annual joy to mark the glorious day, when in applausive shouts thy name spread from the theatre around, floating on thy own Tiber's stream, an echo, playful nymph, return the sound. Francis. We here easily remark the intermixture of happy compliment with an humbler invitation, but certainly are less delighted than those to whom the mention of the applause bestowed upon Maecenas gave occasion to recount the actions or words that produced it. Two lines which have exercised the ingenuity of modern critics may, I think, be reconciled to the judgment by an early supposition. Horace thus addresses Agrippa: Scriberis vario fortis et hastium, victer Maionii carmini salite. Varius, a swan of Homer's wing, shall brave Agrippa's conquest sing. That Varius should be called, quote, a bird of Homeric song, end quote, appears so harsh to modern ears that an emendation of the text has been proposed, but surely the learning of the ancients had been long ago obliterated had every man thought himself at liberty to corrupt the lines which he did not understand. If we imagine that Varius had been by any of his contemporaries celebrated under the appellation of Musarum Ales, the swan of the Muses, the language of Horace becomes graceful and familiar. And that such a compliment was at least possible, we know from the transformation feigned by Horace of himself. The most elegant compliment that was paid to Addison is of this obscure and perishable kind, quote, when panting virtue her last efforts made, you brought your Clio to the Virgin's aid, end quote. These lines must please as long as they are understood, but can be understood only by those that have observed Addison's signatures in the Spectator. The nicety of these minute allusions I shall exemplify by another instance, which I take this occasion to mention, because, as I am told, the commentators have omitted it. Tibullus addresses Cynthia in this manner: Te spectum suprema mihi cum venerit hora, te temuam moriens deficiente manu. Before my closing eyes dear Cynthia stand, held weakly by my fainting trembling hand. End quote. To these lines Ovid thus refers in his elegy on the death of Tibullus: Cynthia de cadens felicius inquietamata, sum tibi vixistidam tuus ignis eram, qui nemesis, quidate tibi sunt mea damna dolori, me tenuit moriens deficient manu. Blessed was my reign, retiring Cynthia cried, nor till he left my breast Tibullus died. Forbear, said Nemesis, my loss to moan, the fainting, trembling hand was mine alone. End quote. The beauty of this passage, which consists in the appropriation made by Nemesis of the line originally directed to Cynthia, had been wholly imperceptible to succeeding ages, had chance, which has destroyed so many greater volumes, deprived us likewise of the poems of Tibullus. End of section 43. Recording by Pamela Nagami.
Section 44 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, section 44. To read, write, and converse in due proportions, the business of a man of letters. The Adventurer, Tuesday, August the 28th, 1753. Qui cupit optatam quos contingere metam multa tulit fecitque puer. Horace, De Ars Poetica. The youth who hopes the Olympic prize to gain, all arts must try, and every toil sustain. Francis. It is observed by Bacon that reading makes a full man, conversation a ready man, and writing an exact man. As Bacon attained to degrees of knowledge scarcely ever reached by any other man, the directions which he gives for study have certainly a just claim to our regard, for who can teach an art with so great authority as he that has practised it with undisputed success? Unto the protection of so great a name, I shall therefore venture to inculcate to my ingenious contemporaries the necessity of reading, the fitness of consulting other understandings than their own, and of considering the sentiments and opinions of those who, however neglected in the present age, had in their own times, and many of them a long time afterwards, such reputation for knowledge and acuteness as will scarcely ever be attained by those that despise them. An opinion has of late been, I know not how, propagated among us that libraries are filled only with useless lumber, that men of parts stand in need of no assistance, and that to spend life in poring upon books is only to imbibe prejudices, to obstruct and embarrass the powers of nature, to cultivate memory at the expense of judgment, and to bury reason under a chaos of indigested learning. Such is the talk of many who think themselves wise, and of some who are thought wise by others, of whom part probably believe their own tenets, and part may be justly suspected of endeavouring to shelter their ignorance in multitudes, and of wishing to destroy that reputation which they have no hopes to share. It will, I believe, be found invariably true that learning was never decried by any learned man. And what credit can be given to those who venture to condemn that which they do not know? If reason has the power ascribed to it by its advocates, if so much is to be discovered by attention and meditation, it is hard to believe that so many millions, equally participating of the bounties of nature with ourselves, have been for ages upon ages meditating in vain. If the wits of the present time expect the regard of posterity, which will then inherit the reason which is now thought superior to instruction, surely they may allow themselves to be instructed by the reason of former generations. When therefore an author declares that he has been able to learn nothing from the writings of his predecessors, and such a declaration has been lately made, nothing but a degree of arrogance unpardonable in the greatest human understanding can hinder him from perceiving that he is raising prejudices against his own performance. For with what hopes of success can he attempt that in which greater abilities have hitherto miscarried? Or with what peculiar force does he suppose himself invigorated, that difficulties hitherto invincible should give way before him? Of those whom Providence has qualified to make any additions to human knowledge, the number is extremely small, and what can be added by each single mind, even of this superior class, is very little. The greatest part of mankind must owe all their knowledge, and all must owe far the larger part of it, to the information of others. To understand the works of celebrated authors, to comprehend their systems and retain their reasonings, is a task more than equal to common intellects, and he is by no means to be accounted useless or idle, who has stored his mind with acquired knowledge, and can detail it occasionally to others who have less leisure or weaker abilities. Persius has justly observed that knowledge is nothing to him who is not known by others to possess it. To the scholar himself it is nothing with respect either to honour or advantage, for the world cannot reward those qualities which are concealed from it. And with respect to others it is nothing, because it affords no help to ignorance or error. It is with justice, therefore, that in an accomplished character Horace unites just sentiments with the power of expressing them. And he that has once accumulated learning is next to consider how he shall most widely diffuse and most agreeably impart it. A ready man is made by conversation. He that buries himself among his manuscripts, besprent, as Pope expresses it, with learned dust, and wears out his days and nights in perpetual research and solitary meditation, is too apt to lose in his elocution what he adds to his wisdom, and, when he comes into the world, to appear overloaded with his own notions, like a man armed with weapons which he cannot wield. He has no facility of inculcating his speculations, of adapting himself to the various degrees of intellect which the accidents of conversation will present, but will talk to most unintelligibly, and to all unpleasantly. I was once present at the lectures of a profound philosopher, a man really skilled in the science which he professed, who, having occasion to explain the terms opacum and perlucidum, told us after some hesitation that opacum was, as one might say, opaque, and that perlucidum signified pellucid. Such was the dexterity with which this learned reader facilitated to his auditors the intricacies of science. And so true is it, that a man may know what he cannot teach. Boerst complains that the writers who have treated of chemistry before him are useless to the greater part of students, because they presuppose their readers to have such degrees of skill as are not often to be found. Into the same error are all men apt to fall who have familiarized any subject to themselves in solitude. They discourse as if they thought every other man had been employed in the same inquiries, and expect that short hints and obscure allusions will produce in others the same train of ideas which they excite in themselves. Nor is this the only inconvenience which the man of study suffers from a recluse life. When he meets with an opinion that pleases him, he catches it up with eagerness, looks only after such arguments as tend to his confirmation, or spares himself the trouble of discussion, and adopts it with very little proof, indulges it long without suspicion, and in time unites it to the general body of his knowledge, and treasures it up among incontestable truths. But when he comes into the world among men who, arguing upon dissimilar principles, have been led to different conclusions, and being placed in various situations, view the same object on many sides, he finds his darling position attacked, and himself in no condition to defend it. Having thought always in one train, he is in the state of a man who, having fenced always with the same master, is perplexed and amazed by a new posture of his antagonist. He is entangled in unexpected difficulties. He is harassed by sudden objections. He is unprovided with solutions or replies. His surprise impedes his natural powers of reasoning. His thoughts are scattered and confounded, and he gratifies the pride of very petulance with an easy victory. It is difficult to imagine with what obstinacy truths which one mind perceives almost by intuition will be rejected by another, and how many artifices must be practised to procure admission for the most evident propositions into understandings frighted by their novelty, or hardened against them by accidental prejudice. It can scarcely be conceived how frequently in these extemporaneous controversies the dull will be subtle, and the acute absurd. How often stupidity will elude the force of argument by involving itself in its own gloom, and mistaken ingenuity will weave artful fallacies, which reason can scarcely find means to disentangle. In these encounters, the learning of the recluse usually fails him. Nothing but long habit and frequent experiments can confer the power of changing a position into various forms, presenting it in different points of view, connecting it with known and granted truths, fortifying it with intelligible arguments, and illustrating it by apt similitudes. And he, therefore, that has collected his knowledge in solitude must learn its application by mixing with mankind. But while the various opportunities of conversation invite us to try every mode of argument and every art of recommending our sentiments, we are frequently betrayed to the use of such as are not in themselves strictly defensible. A man heated in talk and eager of victory takes advantage of the mistakes or ignorance of his adversary, lays hold of concessions to which he knows he has no right, and urges proofs likely to prevail on his opponent, though he knows himself that they have no force. Thus the severity of reason is relaxed. Many topics are accumulated, but without just arrangement or distinction. We learn to satisfy ourselves with such ratiocination as silences others, and seldom recall to a close examination that discourse which has gratified our vanity with victory and applause. Some caution, therefore, must be used, lest copiousness and facility be made less valuable by inaccuracy and confusion. To fix the thoughts by writing, and subject them to frequent examinations and reviews, is the best method of enabling the mind to detect its own sophisms, and to keep it on guard against the fallacies which it practices on others. In conversation we naturally diffuse our thoughts, and in writing we contract them. Method is the excellence of writing, and unconstraint the grace of conversation. To read, write, and converse in due proportions is, therefore, the business of a man of letters. For all these there is not often equal opportunity. Excellence, therefore, is not often attainable, and most men fail in one or other of the ends proposed, and are full without readiness or without exactness. Some deficiency must be forgiven all, because all are men, and more must be allowed to pass uncensured in the greater part of the world, because none can confer upon himself abilities, and few have the choice of situations proper for the improvement of those which nature has bestowed. It is, however, reasonable to have perfection in our eye, that we may always advance towards it, though we know it never can be reached. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 45, Unjust Charges of Plagiarism. The Adventurer, Tuesday, October 2nd, 1753. Dulcique animos novitate tenebo, Ovid, and with sweet novelty your soul detain. It is often charged upon writers that with all their pretensions to genius and discoveries, they do little more than copy one another, and that compositions intruded upon the world with the pomp of novelty contain only tedious repetitions of common sentiments, or at best exhibit a transposition of known images and give a new appearance to truth only by some difference of dress and decoration. The allegation of resemblance between authors is indisputably true, but the image of plagiarism which is raised upon it is not to be allowed with equal readiness. A coincidence of sentiment may easily happen without any communication, since there are many occasions in which all reasonable men will nearly think alike. Writers of all ages have had the same sentiments because they have in all ages had the same objects of speculation. The interests and passions, the virtues and vices of mankind have been diversified in different times only by unessential and casual varieties, and we must therefore expect in the works of all those who attempt to describe them such a likeness as we find in the pictures of the same person drawn in different periods of his life. It is necessary, therefore, that before an author be charged with plagiarism, one of the most reproachful, though perhaps not the most atrocious of literary crimes, the subject on which he treats should be carefully considered. We do not wonder that historians relating the same facts agree in their narration, or that authors delivering the elements of science advance the same theorems and lay down the same definitions. Yet it is not wholly without use to mankind that books are multiplied, and different authors lay out their labors on the same subject, for there will always be some reason why one should on particular occasions or to particular persons be preferable to another. Some will be clear where others are obscure. Some will please by their style and others by their method. Some by their embellishments and others by their simplicity. Some by closeness and others by diffusion. The same indulgence is to be shown to the writers of morality. Right and wrong are immutable, and those therefore who teach us to distinguish them, if they all teach us right, must agree with one another. The relations of social life and the duties resulting from them must be the same at all times and in all nations. Some petty differences may be indeed produced by forms of government or arbitrary customs, but the general doctrine can receive no alteration. Yet it is not to be desired that morality should be considered as interdicted to all future writers. Men will always be tempted to deviate from their duty, and will therefore always want a monitor to recall them, and a new book often seizes the attention of the public without any other claim than that it is new. There is likewise in composition, as in other things, a perpetual vicissitude of fashion, and truth is recommended at one time to regard by appearances which at another would expose it to neglect. The author, therefore, who has judgment to discern the taste of his contemporaries and skill to gratify it, will have always an opportunity to deserve well of mankind by conveying instruction to them in a grateful vehicle. There are likewise many modes of composition by which a moralist may deserve the name of an original writer. He may familiarize his system by dialogues after the manner of the ancients, or subtilize it into a series of syllogistic arguments. He may enforce his doctrine by seriousness and solemnity, or enliven it by sprightliness and gaiety. He may deliver his sentiments in naked precepts, or illustrate them by historical example. He may detain the studious by the artful concatenation of a continued discourse, or relieve the busy by short strictures and unconnected essays. To excel in any of these forms of writing, will require a particular cultivation of the genius. Whoever can attain to excellence will be certain to engage a set of readers, whom no other method would have equally allured, and he that communicates truth with success must be numbered among the first benefactors to mankind. The same observation may be extended likewise to the passions. Their influence is uniform, and their effects nearly the same in every human breast. A man loves and hates, desires and avoids, exactly like his neighbor. Resentment and ambition, avarice and indolence, discover themselves by the same symptoms in minds distant 1,000 years from one another. Nothing, therefore, can be more unjust than to charge an author with plagiarism merely because he assigns to every cause its natural effect, and makes his personages act as others in like circumstances have always done. There are conceptions in which all men will agree, though each derives them from observation. Whoever has been in love will represent a lover impatient of every idea that interrupts his meditations on his mistress, retiring to shades and solitude, that he may muse without disturbance on the approaching happiness, or associating himself with some friend that flatters his passion, and talking away the hours of absence upon his darling subject. Whoever has been so unhappy as to have felt the miseries of long-continued hatred will, without any assistance from ancient volumes, be able to relate how the passions are kept in perpetual agitation by the recollection of injury and meditations of revenge, how the blood boils at the name of the enemy, and life is worn away in contrivances of mischief. Every other passion is alike simple and limited, if it be considered only with regard to the breast which it inhabits. The anatomy of the mind, as that of the body, must perpetually exhibit the same appearances, and though by the continued industry of successive inquirers new movements will be from time to time discovered, they can affect only the minuter parts, and are commonly of more curiosity than importance. It will now be natural to inquire by what arts are the writers of the present and future ages to attract the notice and favor of mankind. They are to observe the alterations which time is always making in the modes of life, that they may gratify every generation with a picture of themselves. Thus love is uniform, but courtship is perpetually varying. The different arts of gallantry which beauty has inspired would of themselves be sufficient to fill a volume. Sometimes balls and serenades, sometimes tournaments and adventures, have been employed to melt the hearts of ladies, who in another century have been sensible of scarce any other merit than that of riches, and listened only to jointures and pin money. Thus the ambitious man has at all times been eager of wealth and power, but these hopes have been gratified in some countries by supplicating the people, and in others by flattering the prince. Honor in some states has been only the reward of military achievements. In others it has been gained by noisy turbulence and popular clamors. Avarice has worn a different form as she actuated the usurer of Rome and the stock jobber of England, and idleness itself, how little soever inclined to the trouble of invention, has been forced from time to time to change its amusements and contrive different methods of wearing out the day. Here then is the fund from which those who study mankind may fill their compositions with an inexhaustible variety of images and illusions, and he must be confessed to look with little attention upon scenes thus perpetually changing, who cannot catch some of the figures before they are made vulgar by reiterated descriptions. It has been discovered by Sir Isaac Newton that the distinct and primogenial colours are only 7, but every eye can witness that from varying mixtures in various proportions infinite diversifications of tints may be produced. In like manner, the passions of the mind, which put the world in motion, and produce all the bustle and eagerness of the busy crowds that swarm upon the earth, the passions from whence arise all the pleasures and pains that we see and hear of, if we analyze the mind of man, are very few, but those few agitated and combined as external causes shall happen to operate, and modified by prevailing opinions and accidental caprices, make such frequent alterations on the surface of life, that the show, while we are busied in delineating it, vanishes from the view, and a new set of objects succeed, doomed to the same shortness of duration with the former. Thus curiosity may always find employment, and the busy part of mankind will furnish the contemplative with the materials of speculation to the end of time. The complaint, therefore, that all topics are preoccupied is nothing more than the murmur of ignorance or idleness, by which some discourage others and some themselves. The mutability of mankind will always furnish writers with new images, and the luxuriance of fancy may always embellish them with new decorations. End of section 45. Recording by Pamela Nagami.
Section 46 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 46. Mercator complains that he can find no happiness in rural life. Quid tam dextra pede concipus, ut te conatus non paeniteat vortique paracti. Juvenal. What in the conduct of our life appears so well designed, so luckily begun, but when we have our wish, we wish undone. Dryden. To the Adventurer. Sir, I have been for many years a trader in London. My beginning was narrow and my stock small. I was, therefore, a long time browbeaten and despised by those who, having more money, thought they had more merit than myself. I did not, however, suffer my resentment to instigate me to any mean arts of supplantation, nor my eagerness of riches to betray me to any indirect methods of gain. I pursued my business with incessant assiduity, supported by the hope of being one day richer than those who condemned me, and had, upon every annual review of my books, the satisfaction of finding my fortune increased beyond my expectation. In a few years my industry and probity were fully recompensed, my wealth was really great, and my reputation for wealth still greater. I had large warehouses crowded with goods, and considerable sums in the public funds. I was caressed upon the exchange by the most eminent merchants, became the oracle of the Common Council, was solicited to engage in all commercial undertakings, was flattered with the hopes of becoming in a short time one of the directors of a wealthy company, and, to complete my mercantile honors, enjoyed the expensive happiness of fining for sheriff. Riches, you know, easily produce riches. When I had arrived to this degree of wealth, I had no longer any obstruction or opposition to fear. New acquisitions were hourly brought within my reach, and I continued for some years longer to heap thousands upon thousands. At last I resolved to complete the circle of a citizen's prosperity by the purchase of an estate in the country, and to close my life in retirement. From the hour that this design entered my imagination, I found the fatigues of my employment every day more oppressive, and persuaded myself that I was no longer equal to perpetual attention, and that my health would soon be destroyed by the torment and distraction of extensive business. I could imagine to myself no happiness but in vacant jollity and uninterrupted leisure, nor entertain my friends with any other topic than the vexation and uncertainty of trade and the happiness of rural privacy. But notwithstanding these declarations, I could not at once reconcile myself to the thoughts of ceasing to get money, and though I was every day inquiring for a purchase, I found some reason for rejecting all that were offered me, and indeed had accumulated so many beauties and conveniences in my mind of the spot where I was finally to be happy, that perhaps the world might have been travelled over without discovery of a place which would not have been defective in some particular. Thus I went on, still talking of retirement, and still refusing to retire. My friends began to laugh at my delays, and I grew ashamed to trifle longer with my own inclinations. An estate was at length purchased. I transferred my stock to a prudent young man who had married my daughter, went down into the country, and commenced lord of a spacious manor. Here for some time I found happiness equal to my expectation. I reformed the old house according to the advice of the best architects. I threw down the walls of the garden, I enclosed it with palisades, planted long avenues of trees, filled a greenhouse with exotic plants, dug a new canal, and threw the earth into the old moat. The fame of these expensive improvements brought in all the country to see the show. I entertained my visitors with great liberality, led them round my gardens, showed them my apartments, laid before them plans for new decorations, and was gratified by the wonder of some and the envy of others. I was envied, but how little can one man judge of the condition of another? The time was now coming in which affluence and splendor could no longer make me pleased with myself. I had built till the imagination of the architect was exhausted. I had added one convenience to another, till I knew not what more to wish or to design. I had laid out my gardens, planted my park, and completed my waterworks, and what remained now to be done? What but to look up to turrets, of which when they were once raised I had no further use, to range over apartments where time was tarnishing the furniture, to stand by the cascade of which I scarcely now perceived the sound, and to watch the growth of woods that must give their shade to a distant generation. In this gloomy inactivity is every day begun and ended. The happiness that I had been so long procuring is now at an end, because it has been procured. I wander from room to room till I am weary of myself. I ride out to a neighboring hill in the centre of my estate, from whence all my lands lie in prospect round me. I see nothing that I have not seen before, and return home disappointed, though I knew that I had nothing to expect. In my happy days of business I had been accustomed to rise early in the morning, and remember the time when I grieved that the night came so soon upon me, and obliged me for a few hours to shut out affluence and prosperity. I now seldom see the rising sun, but to tell him, with the fallen angel, how I hate his beams. I awake from sleep as to languor or imprisonment, and have no employment for the first hour, but to consider by what art I shall rid myself of the second. I protract the breakfast as long as I can, because when it is ended I have no call for my attention, till I can with some degree of decency grow impatient for my dinner. If I could dine all my life, I should be happy. I eat not because I am hungry, but because I am idle. But alas, the time quickly comes when I can eat no longer, and so ill does my constitution second my inclination that I cannot bear strong liquors. 7 hours must then be endured before I shall sup, but supper comes at last, the more welcome as it is in a short time succeeded by sleep. Such, Mr. Adventurer, is the happiness, the hope of which seduced me from the pleasures and duties of a mercantile life. I shall be told by those who read my narrative that there are many means of innocent amusement, and many schemes of useful employment, which I do not appear ever to have known, and that nature and art have provided pleasures by which, without the drudgery of settled business, the active may be engaged, the solitary soothed, and the social entertained. These arts, sir, I have tried. When first I took possession of my estate, in conformity to the taste of my neighbors, I bought guns and nets, filled my kennel with dogs, and my stable with horses. But a little experience showed me that these instruments of rural felicity would afford me few gratifications. I never shot but to miss the mark, and to confess the truth, was afraid of the fire of my own gun. I could discover no music in the cry of those dogs, nor could divest myself of pity for the animal whose peaceful and inoffensive life was sacrificed to our sport. I was not, indeed, always at leisure to reflect upon her danger, for my horse, who had been bred to the chase, did not always regard my choice either of speed or way, but leaped hedges and ditches at his own discretion, and hurried me along with the dogs, to the great diversion of my brother sportsmen. His eagerness of pursuit once incited him to swim a river, and I had leisure to resolve in the water that I would never hazard my life again for the destruction of a hare. I then ordered books to be procured, and by the direction of the vicar had in a few weeks a closet elegantly furnished. You will perhaps be surprised when I shall tell you that when once I had ranged them according to their sizes, and piled them up in regular gradations, I had received all the pleasure which they could give me. I am not able to excite in myself any curiosity after events which have been long past, and in which I can therefore have no interest. I am utterly unconcerned to know whether Tully or Demosthenes excelled in oratory, whether Hannibal lost Italy by his own negligence or the corruption of his countrymen. I have no skill in controversial learning, nor can conceive why so many volumes should have been written upon questions which I have lived so long and so happily without understanding. I once resolved to go through the volumes relating to the office of justice of the peace, but found them so crabbed and intricate that in less than a month I desisted in despair, and resolved to supply my deficiencies by paying a competent salary to a skilful clerk. I am naturally inclined to hospitality, and for some time kept up a constant intercourse of visits with the neighboring gentlemen, but thought that they are easily brought about me by better wine than they can find at any other house. I am not much relieved by their conversation. They have no skill in commerce or the stocks, and I have no knowledge of the history of families or the factions of the country, so that when the first civilities are over, they usually talk to one another, and I am left alone in the midst of the company. Though I cannot drink myself, I am obliged to encourage the circulation of the glass. Their mirth grows more turbulent and obstreperous, and before their merriment is at an end, I am sick with disgust, and perhaps reproached with my sobriety, or by some sly insinuations insulted as a cit. Such, Mr. Adventurer, is the life to which I am condemned by a foolish endeavor to be happy by imitation. Such is the happiness to which I pleased myself with approaching, and which I considered as the chief end of my cares and my labors. I toiled year after year with cheerfulness, in expectation of the happy hour in which I might be idle. The privilege of idleness is attained, but has not brought with it the blessing of tranquillity. I am yours, etc., Mercator. End of section 46. Recorded September 16th, 2015.
Section 47 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 47. That kind of life most happy, which affords us most opportunities of gaining our own esteem. The Adventurer, Tuesday, November the 27th, 1753. Quae non fecimus ipsi, vix a nostra voco. Ovid. The deeds of long-descended ancestors are but by grace of imputation ours. Dryden. The evils inseparably annexed to the present condition of man are so numerous and afflictive, that it has been from age to age the task of some to bewail and of others to solace them, and he therefore will be in danger of seeing a common enemy who shall attempt to depreciate the few pleasures and felicities which nature has allowed us. Yet I will confess that I have sometimes employed my thoughts in examining the pretensions that have been made to happiness by the splendid and envied condition of life, and have not thought the hour unprofitably spent when I have detected the imposture of counterfeit advantages, and found disquiet lurking under false appearances of gaiety and greatness. It is asserted by a tragic poet that est miser nemo nisi comparatus. No man is miserable, but as he is compared with others, happier than himself. This position is not strictly and philosophically true. He might have said with rigorous propriety that no man is happy, but as he is compared with the miserable. For such is the state of this world, that we find it absolute misery, but happiness only comparative. We may incur as much pain as we can possibly endure, though we never can obtain as much happiness as we might possibly enjoy. Yet it is certain likewise that many of our miseries are merely comparative. We are often made unhappy not by the presence of any real evil, but by the absence of some fictitious good, of something which is not required by any real want of nature, which has not in itself any power of gratification, and which neither reason nor fancy would have prompted us to wish, did we not see it in the possession of others. For a mind diseased with vain longings after unattainable advantages, no medicine can be prescribed but an impartial inquiry into the real worth of that which is so ardently desired. It is well known how much the mind as well as the eye is deceived by distance, and perhaps it will be found that of many imagined blessings it may be doubted whether he that wants or possesses them has more reason to be satisfied with his lot. The dignity of high birth and long extraction no man to whom nature has denied it can confer upon himself, and therefore it deserves to be considered whether the want of that which never can be gained may not easily be endured. It is true that if we consider the triumph and delight with which most of those recount their ancestors who have ancestors to recount, and the artifices by which some who have risen to unexpected fortune endeavour to insert themselves into an honourable stem, we shall be inclined to fancy that wisdom or virtue may be had by inheritance, or that all the excellencies of a line of progenitors are accumulated on their descendants. Reason indeed will soon inform us that our estimation of birth is arbitrary and capricious, and that dead ancestors can have no influence but upon imagination. Let it then be examined whether one dream may not operate in the place of another, whether he that owes nothing to forefathers may not receive equal pleasure from the consciousness of owing all to himself, whether he may not, with a little meditation, find it more honourable to found than to continue a family, and to gain dignity than transmit it, whether, if he receives no dignity from the virtues of his family, he does not likewise escape the danger of being disgraced by their crimes, and whether he that brings a new name into the world has not the convenience of playing the game of life without a stake, and opportunity of winning much, though he has nothing to lose. There is another opinion concerning happiness which approaches much more nearly to universality, but which may perhaps with equal reason be disputed. The pretensions to ancestral honours many of the sons of earth easily see to be ill-grounded, but all agree to celebrate the advantage of hereditary riches, and to consider those as minions of fortune who are wealthy from their cradles, whose estate is res non para labore sed relicta, the acquisition of another, not of themselves, and whom a father's industry has dispensed from a laborious attention to arts or commerce, and left at liberty to dispose of life as fancy shall direct them. If every man were wise and virtuous, capable to discern the best use of time, and resolute to practice it, it might be granted, I think, without hesitation, that total liberty would be a blessing, and that it would be desirable to be left at large to the exercise of religious and social duties, without the interruption of importunate avocations. But since felicity is relative, and that which is the means of happiness to one man may be to another the cause of misery, we are to consider what state is best adapted to human nature in its present degeneracy and frailty. And surely to far the greater number it is highly expedient that they should, by some settled scheme of duties, be rescued from the tyranny of caprice, that they should be driven on by necessity through the paths of life, with their attention confined to a stated task, that they may be less at leisure to deviate into mischief at the call of folly. When we observe the lives of those whom an ample inheritance has let loose to their own direction, what do we discover that can excite our envy? Their time seems not to pass with much applause from others, or satisfaction to themselves. Many squander their exuberance of fortune in luxury and debauchery, and have no other use of money than to inflame their passions and riot in a wide range of licentiousness. Others, less criminal indeed, but surely not much to be praised, lie down to sleep, and rise up to trifle, are employed every morning in finding expedients to rid themselves of the day, chase pleasure through all the places of public resort, fly from London to Bath, and from Bath to London, without any other reason for changing place, but that they go in quest of company, as idle and as vagrant as themselves, always endeavouring to raise some new desire, that they may have something to pursue, to rekindle some hope which they know will be disappointed, changing one amusement for another, which a few months will make equally insipid, or sinking into languor and disease for want of something to actuate their bodies or exhilarate their minds. Whoever has frequented those places where idlers assemble to escape from solitude knows that this is generally the state of the wealthy, and from this state it is no great hardship to be debarred. No man can be happy in total idleness. He that should be condemned to lie torpid and motionless would fly for recreation, says South, to the mines and the galleys. And it is well when nature or fortune find employment for those who would not have known how to procure it for themselves. He whose mind is engaged by the acquisition or improvement of a fortune not only escapes the insipidity of indifference and the tediousness of inactivity, but gains enjoyments wholly unknown to those who live lazily on the toil of others, for life affords no higher pleasure than that of surmounting difficulties, passing from one step of success to another, forming new wishes and seeing them gratified. He that labours in any great or laudable undertaking has his fatigues first supported by hope, and afterwards rewarded by joy. He is always moving to a certain end, and when he has attained it, an end more distant invites him to a new pursuit. It does not indeed always happen that diligence is fortunate. The wisest schemes are broken by unexpected accidents. The most constant perseverance sometimes toils through life without a recompense. But labour, though unsuccessful, is more eligible than idleness. He that prosecutes a lawful purpose by lawful means acts always with the approbation of his own reason. He is animated through the course of his endeavours by an expectation which, though not certain, he knows to be just. and is at last comforted in his disappointment by the consciousness that he has not failed by his own fault. That kind of life is most happy which affords us most opportunities of gaining our own esteem. And what can any man infer in his own favour from a condition to which, however prosperous, he contributed nothing, and which the vilest and weakest of the species would have obtained by the same right, had he happened to be the son of the same father? To strive with difficulties and to conquer them is the highest human felicity. The next is to strive and deserve to conquer. But he whose life has passed without a contest, and who can boast neither success nor merit, can survey himself only as a useless filler of existence, and if he is content with his own character, must owe his satisfaction to insensibility. Thus it appears that the satirist advised rightly when he directed us to resign ourselves to the hands of heaven, and to leave to superior powers the determination of our lot. Permitteis ipsis expendere numinibus, quid conveniat nobis, rebusque sit utile nostris, cario est illis homo quam sibi. Entrust thy fortune to the powers above, leave them to manage for thee, and to grant what their unerring wisdom sees thee want. In goodness as in greatness they excel. Ah, that we loved ourselves but half so well. Dryden. What state of life admits most happiness is uncertain, but that uncertainty ought to repress the petulance of comparison, and silence the murmurs of discontent. End of section 47.
Section 48 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim McDougall. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 48. Our present state, one of danger and infelicity. Saturday, December 29th, 1753. Ultima semper expectanda dies homini, disique beatus antiobitum, nemo supremaque funera debet. Ovid. But no frail man, however great or high, can be concluded blessed before he die. Addison. The numerous miseries of human life have extorted in all ages an universal complaint. The wisest of men terminated all his experiments in search of happiness by the mournful confession that all is vanity, and the ancient patriarchs lamented that the days of their pilgrimage were few and evil. There is indeed no topic on which it is more superfluous to accumulate authorities, nor any assertion of which our own eyes will more easily discover, or our sensations more frequently impress the truth, than that misery is the lot of man, that our present state is a state of danger and infelicity. When we take the most distant prospect of life, what does it present us but a chaos of unhappiness, a confused and tumultuous scene of labor and contest, disappointment and defeat? If we view past ages in the reflection of history, what do they offer to our meditation but crimes and calamities? One year is distinguished by a famine, another by an earthquake. Kingdoms are made desolate, sometimes by wars, and sometimes by pestilence. The peace of the world is interrupted at one time by the caprices of a tyrant, at another by the rage of a conqueror. The memory is stored only with the vicissitudes of evil, and the happiness, such as it is, of one part of mankind, is found to arise commonly from sanguinary success, from victories which confer upon them the power not so much of improving life by any new enjoyment, as of inflicting misery on others, and gratifying their own pride by comparative greatness. But by him that examines life with a more close attention, the happiness of the world will be found still less than it appears. In some intervals of public prosperity, or to use terms more proper, in some intermissions of calamity, a general diffusion of happiness may seem to be overspread to people. All is triumph and exultation, jollity and plenty. There are no public fears and dangers, and no complainings in the streets. But the condition of individuals is very little mended by this general calm. Pain and malice and discontent still continue their havoc. The silent depredation goes incessantly forward, and the grave continues to be filled by the victims of sorrow. He that enters a gay assembly beholds the cheerfulness displayed in every countenance, and finds all sitting vacant and disengaged, with no other attention than to give or to receive pleasure, would naturally imagine that he had reached at last the metropolis of felicity, the place sacred to gladness of heart, from whence all fear and anxiety were irreversibly excluded. Such indeed we may often find to be the opinion of those who from a lower station look up to the pomp and gaiety which they cannot reach. But who is there of those who frequent luxurious assemblies that will not confess his own uneasiness, or cannot recount the vexations and distresses that prey upon the lives of his gay companions? The world, in its best state, is nothing more than a larger assembly of beings, combining to counterfeit happiness which they do not feel, employing every art and contrivance to embellish life, and to hide their real condition from the eyes of one another. The species of happiness most obvious to the observation of others is that which depends upon the goods of fortune, yet even this is often fictitious. There is in the world more poverty than is generally imagined, not only because many whose possessions are large have desires still larger, and many measure their wants by the gratifications which others enjoy, but great numbers are pressed by real necessities, which it is their chief ambition to conceal, and are forced to purchase the appearance of competence and cheerfulness at the expense of many comforts and conveniences of life. Many, however, are confessedly rich, and many more are sufficiently removed from all danger of real poverty. But it has been long ago remarked that money cannot purchase quiet. The highest of mankind can promise themselves no exemption from that discord or suspicion by which the sweetness of domestic retirement is destroyed, and must always be even more exposed, in the same degree as they are elevated above others, to the treachery of dependents, the calumny of defamers, and the violence of opponents. Affliction is inseparable from our present state. It adheres to all the inhabitants of this world, in different proportions indeed, but with an allotment which seems very little regulated by our own conduct. It has been the boast of some swelling moralists that every man's fortune was in his own power, that prudence supplied the place of all other divinities, and that happiness is the unfailing consequence of virtue. But surely the quiver of omnipotence is stored with arrows, against which the shield of human virtue, however adamantine it has been boasted, is held up in vain. We do not always suffer by our crimes. We are not always protected by our innocence. A good man is by no means exempt from the danger of suffering by the crimes of others. Even his goodness may raise him enemies of implacable malice and restless perseverance. The good man has never been warranted by heaven from the treachery of friends, the disobedience of children, or the dishonesty of a wife. He may see his cares made useless by profusion, his instructions defeated by perverseness, and his kindness rejected by ingratitude. He may languish under the infamy of false accusations, or perish reproachfully by an unjust sentence. A good man is subject, like other mortals, to all the influences of natural evil. His harvest is not spared by the tempest, nor his cattle by the murrain. His house flames like others in a conflagration, nor have his ships any peculiar power of resisting hurricanes. His mind, however elevated, inhabits a body subject to innumerable casualties, of which he must always share the dangers and the pains. He bears about him the seeds of disease, and may linger away a great part of his life under the tortures of the gout or stone, at one time groaning with insufferable anguish, and another dissolved in listlessness and languor. From this general and indiscriminate distribution of misery, the moralists have always derived one of their strongest moral arguments for a future state. For since the common events of the present life happen alike to the good and bad, it follows from the justice of the Supreme Being that there must be another state of existence, in which a just retribution shall be made, and every man shall be happy and miserable according to his works. The miseries of life may, perhaps, afford some proof of a future state compared as well with the mercy as the justice of God. It is scarcely to be imagined that infinite benevolence would create a being capable of enjoying so much more than is here to be enjoyed, and qualified by nature to prolong pain by remembrance, and anticipated by terror, if he was not designed for something nobler and better than a state in which many of his faculties can serve only for his torment, in which he is to be importuned by desires that never can be satisfied, to feel many evils which he had no power to avoid, and to fear many which he shall never feel. There will surely come a time when every capacity of happiness shall be filled, and none shall be wretched but by his own fault. In the meantime, it is by affliction chiefly that the heart of man is purified, and that the thoughts are fixed upon a better state. Prosperity, allayed and imperfect as it is, has power to intoxicate the imagination, to fix the mind upon the present scene, to produce confidence and elation, and to make him who enjoys affluence and honors forget the hand by which they were bestowed. It is seldom that we are otherwise than by affliction awakened to a sense of our own imbecility. We're taught to know how little all our acquisitions can conduce to safety or to quiet, and how justly we may ascribe to the superintendence of a higher power those blessings which in the wantonness of success we considered as the attainments of our policy or courage. Nothing confers so much ability to resist the temptations that perpetually surround us as an habitual consideration of the shortness of life, and the uncertainty of those pleasures that solicit our pursuit. And this consideration can be inculcated only by affliction. O death, how bitter is the remembrance of thee to a man that lives at ease in his possessions! If our present state were one continued succession of delights, or one uniform flow of calmness and tranquillity, we should never willingly think upon its end. Death would then surely surprise us as a thief in the night, and our task of duty would remain unfinished till the night came when no man can work. While affliction thus prepares us for felicity, we may console ourselves under its pressures by remembering that there are no particular marks of divine displeasure, since all the distresses of persecution have been suffered by those of whom the world was not worthy, and the Redeemer of mankind himself was a man of sorrows, and acquainted with grief. End of section 48.
Section 49 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 49. On the Duty of Self-Examination. The Adventurer, Tuesday, February 26th, 1754. T. Derexa, Pythagoras. What have I been doing? As man is a being very sparingly furnished with the power of prescience, he can provide for the future only by considering the past, and as futurity is all in which he has any real interest, he ought very diligently to use the only means by which he can be enabled to enjoy it, and frequently to revolve the experiments which he has hitherto made upon life, that he may gain wisdom from his mistakes and caution from his miscarriages. Though I do not so exactly conform to the precepts of Pythagoras as to practice every night this solemn recollection, yet I am not so lost in dissipation as wholly to omit it, nor can I forbear sometimes to inquire of myself in what employment my life has passed away. Much of my time has sunk into nothing, and left no trace by which it can be distinguished, and of this I now only know, that it was once in my power, and might once have been improved. Note 22, Appendix. It was his custom to observe certain days with the pious abstraction, viz., New Year's Day, the day of his wife's death, Good Friday, Easter Day, and his own birthday. He, this year, 1764, says, quote, I have now spent 55 years in resolving, having from the earliest time, almost that I can remember, being forming schemes of a better life. I have done nothing. The need of doing, therefore, is pressing, since the time of doing is short. O God, grant me to resolve aright, and to keep my resolutions for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen. End quote. Prayers and Meditations, Boswell's Life of Johnson, Volume 1, 483. End note. Of other parts of life, memory can give some account. At some hours I have been gay, and at others serious. I have sometimes mingled in conversation, and sometimes meditated in solitude. One day has been spent in consulting the ancient sages, and another in writing adventurers. At the conclusion of any undertaking, it is usual to compute the loss and profit. As I shall soon cease to write adventurers, I could not forbear lately to consider what has been the consequence of my labours, and whether I am to reckon the hours laid out in these compositions as applied to a good and laudable purpose, or suffered to fume away in useless evaporations. That I have intended well, I have the attestation of my own heart, but good intentions may be frustrated when they are executed without suitable skill, or directed to an end unattainable in itself. Some there are who leave writers very little room for self-congratulation. Some who affirm that books have no influence upon the public, that no age was ever made better by its authors, and that to call upon mankind to correct their manners is like Xerxes, to scourge the wind or shackle the torrent. This opinion they pretend to support by unfailing experience. The world is full of fraud and corruption, rapine and malignity. Interest is the ruling motive of mankind, and everyone is endeavoring to increase his own stores of happiness by perpetual accumulations, without reflecting upon the numbers whom his superfluity condemns to want. In this state of things, a book or morality is published in which charity and benevolence are strongly enforced, and it is proved beyond opposition that men are happy in proportion as they are virtuous, and rich as they are liberal. The book is applauded, and the author is preferred. He imagines his applause deserved, and receives less pleasure from the acquisition of reward than the consciousness of merit. Let us look again upon mankind. Interest is still the ruling motive, and the world is yet full of fraud and corruption, malevolence and rapine. The difficulty of confuting this assertion arises merely from its generality and comprehension. To overthrow it by a detail of distinct facts requires a wider survey of the world than human eyes can take. The progress of reformation is gradual and silent, as the extension of evening shadows. We know that they were short at noon and are long at sunset, but our senses were not able to discern their increase. We know of every civil nation that it was once savage, and how was it reclaimed but by precept and admonition? Mankind are universally corrupt, but corrupt in different degrees, as they are universally ignorant, yet with greater or less irradiations of knowledge. How has knowledge or virtue been increased and preserved in one place beyond another, but by diligent inculcation and rational enforcement? Books of morality are daily written, yet its influence is still little in the world. So the ground is annually plowed, and yet multitudes are in want of bread. But surely neither the labors of the moralist nor of the husbandman are vain. Let them for a while neglect their tasks, and their usefulness will be known. The wickedness that is now frequent will become universal. The bread that is now scarce will wholly fail. The power, indeed, of every individual is small, and the consequence of his endeavors imperceptible in a general prospect of the world. Providence has given no man ability to do much, that something might be left for every man to do. The business of life is carried on by a general cooperation, in which the part of any single man can be no more distinguished than the effect of a particular drop when the meadows are floated by a summer shower. Yet every drop increases the inundation, and every hand adds to the happiness or misery of mankind. That a writer, however zealous or eloquent, seldom works a visible effect upon cities or nations will readily be granted. The book which is read most is read by few, compared with those that read it not. And of those few, the greater part peruse it with dispositions that very little favor their own improvement. It is difficult to enumerate the several motives which procure to books the honor of perusal: spite, vanity and curiosity, hope and fear, love and hatred. Every passion which incites to any other action serves at one time or other to stimulate a reader. Some are fond to take a celebrated volume into their hands because they hope to distinguish their penetration by finding faults which have escaped the public. Others eagerly buy it in the first bloom of reputation, that they may join the chorus of praise, and not lag, as Falstaff terms it, in, the rearward of the fashion, Some read for style, and some for argument. One has little care about the sentiment. He observes only how it is expressed. Another regards not the conclusion, but is diligent to mark how it is inferred. They read for other purposes than the attainment of practical knowledge, and are no more likely to grow wise by an examination of a treatise of moral prudence than an architect to inflame his devotion by considering attentively the proportions of a temple. Some read that they may embellish their conversation or shine in dispute, some that they may not be detected in ignorance, or want the reputation of literary accomplishments. But the most general and prevalent reason of study is the impossibility of finding another amusement equally cheap or constant, equally independent on the hour or the weather. Note 23, Appendix. People in general do not willingly read if they can have anything else to amuse them. There must be an external impulse, emulation or vanity or avarice. The progress which the understanding makes through a book has more pain than pleasure in it. Language is scanty and inadequate to express the nice gradations and mixtures of our feelings. No man reads a book of science from pure inclination. Hills Boswell, Volume 4, 218. End note. He that wants money to follow the chase of pleasure through her yearly circuit, and is left at home when the gay world rolls to Bath or Tunbridge, he whose gout compels him to hear from his chamber the rattle of chariots transporting happier beings to plays or assemblies, will be forced to seek in books a refuge from himself. The author is not wholly useless who provides innocent amusements for minds like these. There are, in the present state of things, so many more instigations to evil than incitements to good, that he who keeps men in a neutral state may be justly considered as a benefactor to life. But perhaps it seldom happens that study terminates in mere pastime. Books have always a secret influence on the understanding. We cannot at pleasure obliterate ideas. He that reads books of science, though without any fixed desire of improvement, will grow more knowing. He that entertains himself with moral or religious treatises will imperceptibly advance in goodness. The ideas which are often offered to the mind will at last find a lucky moment when it is disposed to receive them. It is therefore urged without reason as a discouragement to writers that there are already books sufficient in the world, that all the topics of persuasion have been discussed, and every important question clearly stated and justly decided, and that therefore there is no room to hope that pygmies should conquer where heroes have been defeated, or that the petty copiers of the present time should advance the great work of reformation which their predecessors were forced to leave unfinished. Whatever be the present extent of human knowledge, it is not only finite, and therefore in its own nature capable of increase, but so narrow that almost every understanding may, by a diligent application of its powers, hope to enlarge it. It is, however, not necessary that a man should forbear to write till he has discovered some truth unknown before. He may be sufficiently useful by only diversifying the surface of knowledge, and luring the mind by a new appearance to a second view of those beauties which it had passed over inattentively before. Every writer may find intellects correspondent to his own, to whom his expressions are familiar and his thoughts congenial, and perhaps truth is often more successfully propagated by men of moderate abilities, who, adopting the opinions of others, have no care but to explain them clearly, than by subtle speculatists and curious searchers, who exact from their readers powers equal to their own, and if their fabrics of science be strong, take no care to make them accessible. For my part, I do not regret the hours which I have laid out in these little compositions. That the world has grown apparently better since the publication of The Adventurer, I have not observed, but am willing to think that many have been affected by single sentiments of which it is their business to renew the impression, that many have caught hints of truth, which it is now their duty to pursue, and that those who have received no improvement have wanted not opportunity but intention to improve. End of chapter 49. Recording by Pamela Nagami.
Section 50 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 50, The Happiness and Vexation of Authors. Saturday, March 2nd, 1754. Quid pure tranquillit honos an dulce lucellam an secretum iter et falentis samita vitae. Horace. Whether the tranquil mind and pure honours, or wealth our bliss ensure, or down through life unknown to stray, where lonely leads the silent way. Francis. Having considered the importance of authors to the welfare of the public, I am led by a natural train of thought to reflect on their condition with regard to themselves, and to inquire what degree of happiness or vexation is annexed to the difficult and laborious employment of providing instruction or entertainment for mankind. In estimating the pain or pleasure of any particular state, every man indeed draws his decisions from his own breast, and cannot with certainty determine whether other minds are affected by the same causes in the same manner. Yet by this criterion we must be content to judge, because no other can be obtained. And, indeed, we have no reason to think it very fallacious, for excepting here and there an anomalous mind, which either does not feel like others, or dissembles its sensibility, we find men unanimously concur in attributing happiness or misery to particular conditions, as they agree in acknowledging the cold of winter and the heat of autumn. If we apply to authors themselves for an account of their state, it will appear very little to deserve envy, for they have in all ages been addicted to complaint. The neglect of learning, the ingratitude of the present age, and the absurd preference by which ignorance and dullness often obtain favour and rewards, have been from age to age topics of invective, and few have left their names to posterity without some appeal to future candour from the perverseness and malice of their own times. I have, nevertheless, been often inclined to doubt whether authors, however querulous, are in reality more miserable than their fellow mortals. The present life is to all a state of infelicity. Every man, like an author, believes himself to merit more than he obtains, and solaces the present with the prospect of the future. Others, indeed, suffer those disappointments in silence, of which the writer complains, to show how well he has learnt the art of lamentation. There is at least one gleam of felicity of which few writers have missed the enjoyment. He whose hopes have so far overpowered his fears, as that he has resolved to stand forth a candidate for fame, seldom fails to amuse himself, before his appearance, with pleasing scenes of affluence or honour. While his fortune is yet under the regulation of fancy, he easily models it to his wish, suffers no thoughts of critics or rivals to intrude upon his mind, but counts over the bounties of patronage, or listens to the voice of praise. Some there are that talk very luxuriously of the second period of an author's happiness, and tell of the tumultuous raptures of invention, when the mind riots in imagery, and the choice stands suspended between different sentiments. These pleasures, I believe, may sometimes be indulged to those who come to a subject of disquisition with minds full of ideas, and with fancies so vigorous as easily to excite, select, and range them. To write is indeed no unpleasing employment, when one sentiment readily produces another, and both ideas and expressions present themselves at the first summons. But such happiness the greatest genius does not always obtain, and common writers know it only to such a degree as to credit its possibility. Composition is, for the most part, an effort of slow diligence and steady perseverance, to which the mind is dragged by necessity or resolution, and from which the attention is every moment starting to more delightful amusements. It frequently happens that a design, which, when considered at a distance, gave flattering hopes of facility, mocks us in the execution with unexpected difficulties. The mind which, while it considered it in the gross, imagined itself amply furnished with materials, finds sometimes an unexpected barrenness and vacuity, and wonders whither all those ideas are vanished, which a little before seemed struggling for emission. Sometimes many thoughts present themselves, but so confused and unconnected, that they are not without difficulty reduced to method, or concatenated in a regular and dependent series. The mind falls at once into a labyrinth, of which neither the beginning nor end can be discovered, and toils and struggles without progress or extrication. It is asserted by Horace that, if matter be once got together, words will be found with very little difficulty, a position which, though sufficiently plausible to be inserted in poetical precepts, is by no means strictly and philosophically true. If words were naturally and necessarily consequential to sentiments, it would always follow that he who has most knowledge must have most eloquence, and that every man would clearly express what he fully understood. Yet we find that to think and discourse are often the qualities of different persons, and many books might surely be produced where just and noble sentiments are degraded and obscured by unsuitable diction. Words, therefore, as well as things, claim the care of an author. Indeed, of many authors, and those not useless or contemptible, words are almost the only care. Many make it their study not so much to strike out new sentiments, as to recommend those which are already known to more favourable notice by fairer decorations. But every man, whether he copies or invents, whether he delivers his own thoughts or those of another, has often found himself deficient in the power of expression, big with ideas which he could not utter, obliged to ransack his memory for terms adequate to his conceptions, and at last unable to impress upon his reader the image existing in his own mind. It is one of the common distresses of a writer to be within a word of a happy period, to want only a single epithet to give amplification its full force, to require only a correspondent term in order to finish a paragraph with elegance, and make one of its members answer to the other. But these deficiencies cannot always be supplied, and after a long study and vexation, the passage is turned anew, and the web unwoven that was so nearly finished. But when thoughts and words are collected and adjusted, and the whole composition at last concluded, it seldom gratifies the author when he comes coolly and deliberately to review it with the hopes which had been excited in the fury of the performance. Novelty always captivates the mind. As our thoughts rise fresh upon us, we readily believe them just and original, which, when the pleasure of production is over, we find to be mean and common, or borrowed from the works of others, and supplied by memory rather than invention. But though it should happen that the writer finds no such faults in his performance, he is still to remember that he looks upon it with partial eyes, and when he considers how much men who could judge of others with great exactness have often failed of judging of themselves, he will be afraid of deciding too hastily in his own favour, or of allowing himself to contemplate with too much complacence treasure that has not yet been brought to the test, nor passed the only trial that can stamp its value. From the public, and only from the public, is he to await a confirmation of his claim, and a final justification of self-esteem. But the public is not easily persuaded to favour an author. If mankind were left to judge for themselves, it is reasonable to imagine that of such writings at least as describe the movements of the human passions, and of which every man carries the archetype within him, a just opinion would be formed. But whoever has remarked the fate of books must have found it governed by other causes than general consent arising from general conviction. If a new performance happens not to fall into the hands of some who have the courage to tell and authority to propagate their opinion, it often remains long in obscurity, and perishes unknown and unexamined. A few, a very few, commonly constitute the taste of the time, the judgment which they had once pronounced. Some are too lazy to discuss, and some too timorous to contradict. It may, however, be, I think, observed that their power is greater to depress than exalt, as mankind are more credulous of censure than of praise. This perversion of the public judgment is not to be rashly numbered amongst the miseries of an author, since it commonly serves, after miscarriage, to reconcile him to himself. Because the world has sometimes passed an unjust sentence, he readily concludes the sentence unjust by which his performance is condemned. Because some have been exalted above their merits by partiality, he is sure to ascribe the success of a rival not to the merit of his work, but the zeal of his patrons. Upon the whole, as the author seems to share all the common miseries of life, he appears to partake likewise of its lenitives and abatements. End of section 50.
Section number 51 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anders Lankford. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 51. The Idler's Character. Dr. Johnson began the Idler on the 15th of April, 1758, in a Saturday newspaper called the Universal Chronicle, or Weekly Gazette. The last number appeared on the 5th of April, 1760. Out of the 103 essays of which the Idler consists, Johnson wrote all but 12. Boswell remarks that the Idler is evidently the work of the same mind which produced the Rambler, but has less body and more spirit. Johnson describes the miseries of idleness with the lively sensations of one who has felt them, and in his private memorandums while engaged in it, we find, "This year I hope to learn diligence." Many of these excellent essays were written as hastily as an ordinary letter. Mr. Langton remembers Johnson when on a visit at Oxford, asking him one evening when the post went out, and on being told in about half an hour, he exclaimed, "Then we shall do very well." He upon this instantly sat down and finished an Idler, which it was necessary should be in London the next day. Boswell's Life of Johnson, Volume 1, 330. The Idlers were inserted in the Universal Chronicle on the plea that the occurrences of the week were not sufficient to fill the columns, but they at once became its chief attraction, and Johnson had in January 1759 to prepare an advertisement warning the publishers of other papers who had, with so little regard to justice or decency, reprinted them into their own columns without permission or acknowledgment, that the time of impunity was at an end. "Whoever," he said, "shall without our leave lay the hand of rapine upon our pages, is to expect that we shall vindicate our due by the means which justice prescribes, and which are warranted by the immemorial prescriptions of honorable trade." English Newspapers, Chapters in the History of Journalism, by H. R. Fox Bourne, Volume 1, page 144. Saturday, April 15th, 1758. Vacui sub umbra lucimus. Horace. Those who attempt periodical essays seem to be often stopped in the beginning by the difficulty of finding a proper title. Two writers since the time of the Spectator have assumed his name without any pretensions to lawful inheritance. An effort was once made to revive the Tatler, and the strange appellations by which other papers have been called show that the authors were distressed like the natives of America, who come to the Europeans to beg a name. It will be easily believed of the Idler that if his title had required any search, he never would have found it. Every mode of life has its conveniencies. The Idler, who habituates himself to be satisfied with what he can most easily obtain, not only escapes labors which are often fruitless, but sometimes succeeds better than those who despise all that is within their reach, and think everything more valuable as it is harder to be acquired. If similitude of manners be a motive to kindness, the Idler may flatter himself with universal patronage. There is no single character under which such numbers are comprised. Every man is, or hopes to be, an Idler. Even those who seem to differ most from us are hastening to increase our fraternity. As peace is the end of war, so to be idle is the ultimate purpose of the busy. There is perhaps no appellation by which a writer can better denote his kindred to the human species. It has been found hard to describe man by an adequate definition. Some philosophers have called him a reasonable animal, but others have considered reason as a quality of which many creatures partake. He has been termed likewise a laughing animal, but it is said that some men have never laughed. Perhaps man may be more properly distinguished as an idle animal, for there is no man who is not sometimes idle. It is at least a definition from which none that shall find it in this paper can be accepted, for who can be more idle than the reader of the Idler? That the definition may be complete, idleness must be not only the general, but the peculiar characteristic of man. And perhaps man is the only being that can properly be called idle that does by others what he might do himself, or sacrifices duty or pleasure to the love of ease. Scarcely any name can be imagined from which less envy or competition is to be dreaded. The Idler has no rivals or enemies. That man of business forgets him, the man of enterprise despises him, and those such as tread the same track of life fall commonly into jealousy and discord, Idlers are almost always found to associate in peace, and he who is most famed for doing nothing is glad to meet another as idle as himself. What is to be expected from this paper, whether it will be uniform or various, learned or familiar, serious or gay, political or moral, continued or interrupted, it is hoped that no reader will inquire. That the Idler has some scheme cannot be doubted, for to form schemes is the Idler's privilege. But though he has many projects in his head, he is now grown sparing of communication, having observed that his hearers are apt to remember what he forgets himself, that his tardiness of execution exposes him to the encroachments of those who catch a hint and fall to work, and that very specious plans after long contrivance and pompous displays have subsided in weariness without a trial, and without miscarriage have been blasted by derision. Something the Idler's character may be supposed to promise. Those that are curious after diminutive history, who watch the revolutions of families and the rise and fall of characters, either male or female, will hope to be gratified by this paper. For the Idler is always inquisitive and seldom retentive. He that delights in obloquy and satire, and wishes to see clouds gathering over any reputation that dazzles him with its brightness, will snatch up the Idler's essays with a beating heart. The Idler is naturally censorious. Those who attempt nothing themselves think everything easily performed, and consider the unsuccessful always as criminals. I think it necessary to give notice that I make no contract nor incur any obligation. If those who depend on the Idler for intelligence and entertainment should suffer the disappointment which commonly follows ill-placed expectations, they are to lay the blame only to themselves. Yet hope is not wholly to be cast away. The idler, though sluggish, is yet alive, and may sometimes be stimulated to vigor and activity. He may descend into profoundness, or tower into sublimity, for the diligence of an idler is rapid and impetuous, as ponderous bodies forced into velocity move with violence proportionate to their weight. But these vehement exertions of intellect cannot be frequent, and he will therefore gladly receive help from any correspondent who shall enable him to please without his own labor. He excludes no style, he prohibits no subject. Only let him that writes to the idler remember that his letters must not be long. No words are to be squandered in declarations of esteem or confessions of inability. Conscious dullness has little right to be prolix, and praise is not so welcome to the idler as quiet. End of section 51. Recording by Anders Lankford. Section 52 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anders Lankford. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 52. Invitation to Correspondence. Saturday, April 22nd, 1758. Toto vix quater anno membranum. Horace. Many positions are often on the tongue and seldom in the mind. There are many truths which every human being acknowledges and forgets. It is generally known that he who expects much will be often disappointed, yet disappointment seldom cures us of expectation, or has any other effect than that of producing a moral sentence or peevish exclamation. He that embarks in the voyage of life will always wish to advance rather by the impulse of the wind than the strokes of the oar, and many founder in the passage while they lie waiting for the gale that is to waft them to their wish. It will naturally be suspected that the idler has lately suffered some disappointment, and that he does not talk thus gravely for nothing. No man is required to betray his own secrets. I will, however, confess that I have now been a writer almost a week, and have not yet heard a single word of praise, nor received one hint from any correspondent. Whence this negligence proceeds, I am not able to discover. Many of my predecessors have thought themselves obliged to return their acknowledgments in the second paper for the kind reception of the first, and in a short time apologies have become necessary to those ingenious gentlemen and ladies whose performances, though in the highest degree elegant and learned, have been unavoidably delayed. What then will be thought of me, who, having experienced no kindness, have no thanks to return, whom no gentleman or lady has yet enabled to give any cause of discontent, and who have therefore no opportunity of showing how skilfully I can pacify a resentment, extenuate negligence, or palliate rejection? I have long known that splendor of reputation is not to be counted among the necessaries of life, and therefore shall not much repine if praise be withheld till it is better deserved. But surely I may be allowed to complain that in a nation of authors not one has thought me worthy of notice after so fair an invitation. At the time when the rage of writing has seized the old and young, when the cook warbles her lyrics in the kitchen, and the thrasher vociferates his heroics in the barn, when our traders deal out knowledge in bulky volumes, and our girls forsake their samplers to teach kingdoms wisdom, it may seem very unnecessary to draw any more from their proper occupations by affording new opportunities of literary fame. I should be indeed unwilling to find that, for the sake of corresponding with the idler, the smith's iron had cooled on the anvil, or the spinster's distaff stood unemployed. I solicit only the contributions of those who have already devoted themselves to literature, or without any determinate intention wander at large through the expanse of life, and wear out the day in hearing at one place what they utter at another. Of these, a great part are already writers. One has a friend in the country upon whom he exercises his powers, whose passions he raises and depresses, whose understanding he perplexes with paradoxes or strengthens by argument, whose admiration he courts, whose praises he enjoys, and who serves him instead of a senate or a theatre. As the young soldiers in the Roman camp learned the use of their weapons by fencing against a post in the place of an enemy. Another has his pockets filled with essays and epigrams, which he reads from house to house to select parties, and which his acquaintances are daily entreating him to withhold no longer from the impatience of the public. If among these any one is persuaded that by such preludes of compositions he has qualified himself to appear in the open world, and is yet afraid of those censures which they who have already written and they who cannot write are equally ready to fulminate against public pretenders to fame, he may, by transmitting his performances to the idler, make a cheap experiment of his abilities, and enjoy the pleasure of success without the hazard of miscarriage. Many advantages not generally known arise from this method of stealing on the public. The standing author of the paper is always the object of critical malignity. Whatever is mean will be imputed to him, and whatever is excellent be ascribed to his assistants. It does not much alter the event that the author and his correspondents are equally unknown. For the author, whoever he be, is an individual of whom every reader has some fixed idea, and whom he is therefore unwilling to gratify with applause. But the praises given to his correspondents are scattered in the air. None can tell on whom they will light, and therefore none are unwilling to bestow them. He that is known to contribute to a periodical work needs no other caution than not to tell what particular pieces are his own. Such secrecy is indeed very difficult, but if it can be maintained, it is scarcely to be imagined at how small an expense he may grow considerable. A person of quality, by a single paper, may engross the honor of a volume. Fame is indeed dealt with a hand less and less bounteous through the subordinate ranks, till it descends to the professed author, who will find it very difficult to get more than he deserves. But every man who does not want it, or who needs not value it, may have liberaler allowances, and for 5 letters in the year sent to the idler, of which perhaps only 2 are printed, will be promoted to the first rank of writers by those who are weary of the present race of wits, and wish to sink them into obscurity before the lustre of a name not yet known enough to be detested. End of section 52. Recording by Anders Lankford. Section 53 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anders Lankford. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 53, Robbery of Time. Saturday, July 15th, 1758. When Diogenes received a visit in his tub from Alexander the Great, and was asked, according to the ancient forms of royal courtesy, what petition he had to offer, "I have nothing," said he, "to ask, but that you would remove to the other side, that you may not, by intercepting the sunshine, take from me what you cannot give me." Such was the demand of Diogenes from the greatest monarch of the earth, which those who have less power than Alexander may with yet more propriety apply to themselves. He that does much good may be allowed to do sometimes a little harm, but if the opportunities of beneficence be denied by fortune, innocence should at least be vigilantly preserved. It is well known that time once past never returns, and that the moment which is lost for ever. Time, therefore, ought, above all other kinds of property, to be free from invasion. And yet there is no man who does not claim the power of wasting that time, which is the right of others. This usurpation is so general that a very small part of the year is spent by choice. Scarcely anything is done when it is intended, or obtained when it is desired. Life is continually ravaged by invaders. One steals away an hour and another a day. One conceals the robbery by hurrying us into business, another by lulling us with amusement. The depredation is continued through 1,000 vicissitudes of tumult and tranquillity, till, having lost all, we can lose no more. This waste of the lives of men has been very frequently charged upon the great, whose followers linger from year to year in expectations, and die at last with petitions in their hands. Those who raise envy will easily incur censure. I know not whether statesmen and patrons do not suffer more reproaches than they deserve, and may not rather themselves complain that they are given up a prey to pretensions without merit, and to importunity without shame. The truth is that the inconveniences of attendance are more lamented than felt. To the greater number, solicitation is its own reward, to be seen in good company, to talk of familiarities with men of power, to be able to tell the freshest news, to gratify an inferior circle with predictions of increase or decline of favor, and to be regarded as a candidate for high offices, are compensations, more than equivalent to the delay of favors, which perhaps he that begs them has hardly confidence to expect. A man conspicuous in a high station, who multiplies hopes that he may multiply dependence, may be considered as a beast of prey, justly dreaded but easily avoided. His den is known, and they who would not be devoured need not approach it. The great danger of the waste of time is from caterpillars and moths, who are not resisted, because they are not feared, and who work on with unheeded mischiefs and invisible encroachments. He whose rank or merit procures him the notice of mankind must give up himself in a great measure to the convenience or humor of those who surround him. Every man who is sick of himself will fly to him for relief. He that wants to speak will require him to hear, and he that wants to hear will expect him to speak. Hour passes after hour, the noon succeeds to morning, and the evening to noon, while 1,000 objects are forced upon his attention which he rejects as fast as they are offered, but which the custom of the world requires to be received with appearance of regard. If we will have the kindness of others, we must endure their follies. He who cannot persuade himself to withdraw from society must be content to pay a tribute of his time to a multitude of tyrants. To the loiterer, who makes appointments which he never keeps, to the consulter, who asks advice which he never takes, to the boaster, who blusters only to be praised, to the complainer, who whines only to be pitied, to the projector, whose happiness is to entertain his friends with expectations which all but himself know to be vain, to the economist, who tells of bargains and settlements, to the politician, who predicts the fate of battles and breach of alliances, to the usurer, who compares the different funds, and to the talker, who talks only because he loves to be talking. To put every man in possession of his own time, and rescue the day from this succession of usurpers, is beyond my power, and beyond my hope. Yet, perhaps, some stop might be put to this unmerciful persecution, if all would seriously reflect that whoever pays a visit that is not desired, or talks longer than the hearer is willing to attend, is guilty of an injury which he cannot repair, and takes away that which he cannot give. End of section 53. Recording by Anders Lankford.
Section 54 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 54, Uncertainty of Friendship. The Idler, Saturday, September 23, 1758. Life has no pleasure higher or nobler than that of friendship. It is painful to consider that this sublime enjoyment may be impaired or destroyed by innumerable causes, and that there is no human possession of which the duration is less certain. Many have talked, in very exalted language, of the perpetuity of friendship, of invincible constancy, and unalienable kindness, and some examples have been seen of men who have continued faithful to their earliest choice, and whose affection has predominated over changes of fortune and contrariety of opinion. But these instances are memorable because they are rare. The friendship which is to be practiced or expected by common mortals must take its rise from mutual pleasure, and must end when the power ceases of delighting each other. Many accidents, therefore, may happen, by which the ardor of kindness will be abated without criminal baseness or contemptible inconstancy on either part. To give pleasure is not always in our power, and little does he know himself who believes that he can be always able to receive it. Those who would gladly pass their days together may be separated by the different course of their affairs, and friendship, like love, is destroyed by long absence, though it may be increased by short intermissions. What we have missed long enough to want it, we value more when it is regained, but that which has been lost till it is forgotten will be found at last with little gladness, and with still less if a substitute has supplied the place. A man deprived of the companion to whom he used to open his bosom, and with whom he shared the hours of leisure and merriment, feels the day at first hanging heavy on him. His difficulties oppress and his doubts distract him. He sees time come and go without his wonted gratification, and all is sadness within, and solitude about him. But this uneasiness never lasts long. Necessity produces expedients, new amusements are discovered, and new conversation is admitted. No expectation is more frequently disappointed than that which naturally arises in the mind from the prospect of meeting an old friend after long separation. We expect the attraction to be revived, and the coalition to be renewed. No man considers how much alteration time has made in himself, and very few inquire what effect it has had upon others. The first hour convinces them that the pleasure which they had formerly enjoyed is forever at an end. Different scenes have made different impressions, the opinions of both are changed, and that similitude of manners and sentiment is lost, which confirm them both in the approbation of themselves. Friendship is often destroyed by opposition of interest, not only by the ponderous and visible interest which the desire of wealth and greatness forms and maintains, but by 1,000 secret and slight competitions, scarcely known to the mind upon which they operate. There is scarce any man without some favourite trifle which he values above greater attainments, some desire of petty praise, which he cannot patiently suffer to be frustrated. This minute ambition is sometimes crossed before it is known, and sometimes defeated by wanton petulance, but such attacks are seldom made without the loss of friendship. For whoever has once found the vulnerable part will always be feared, and the resentment will burn on in secret, of which shame hinders the discovery. This, however, is a slow malignity, which a wise man will obviate as inconsistent with quiet, and a good man will repress as contrary to virtue. But human happiness is sometimes violated by some more sudden strokes. A dispute begun in jest upon a subject which a moment before was on both parts regarded with careless indifference is continued by the desire of conquest till vanity kindles into rage and opposition rankles into enmity. Against this hasty mischief I know not what security can be obtained. Men will be sometimes surprised into quarrels, and though they might both hasten to reconciliation, as soon as their tumult has subsided, yet two minds will seldom be found together, which can at once subdue their discontent, or immediately enjoy the sweets of peace, without remembering the wounds of the conflict. Friendship has other enemies. Suspicion is always hardening the cautious, and disgust repelling the delicate. Very slender differences will sometimes part those whom long reciprocation of civility or beneficence has united. Lone Love and Ranger retired into the country to enjoy the company of each other, and returned in 6 weeks cold and petulant. Ranger's pleasure was to walk in the fields, and Lone Love's to sit in a bower. Each had complied with the other in his turn, and each was angry that compliance had been exacted. The most fatal disease of friendship is gradual decay, or dislike hourly increased by causes too slender for complaint and too numerous for removal. Those who are angry may be reconciled. Those who have been injured may receive a recompense. But when the desire of pleasing and willingness to be pleased is silently diminished, the renovation of friendship is hopeless. As when the vital powers sink into languor, there is no longer any use of the physician. End of section 54. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Section 55 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 55. Corruptions of News Writers. The Idler, Saturday, November 11th, 1758. The desires of man increase with his acquisitions. Every step which he advances brings something within his view which he did not see before, and which, as soon as he sees it, he begins to want. Where necessity ends, curiosity begins, and no sooner are we supplied with everything that nature can demand than we sit down to contrive artificial appetites. By this restlessness of mind, every populous and wealthy city is filled with innumerable employments for which the greater part of mankind is without a name, with artificers whose labor is exerted in producing such petty conveniences that many shops are furnished with instruments of which the use can hardly be found without inquiry, but which he that once knows them quickly learns to number among necessary things. Such is the diligence with which, in countries completely civilized, one part of mankind labors for another, that wants are supplied faster than they can be formed, and the idle and luxurious find life stagnant for want of some desire to keep it in motion. This species of distress furnishes a new set of occupations, and multitudes are busied from day to day in finding the rich and the fortunate something to do. It is very common to reproach those artists as useless who produce only such superfluities as neither accommodate the body nor improve the mind, and of which no other effect can be imagined than that they are the occasions of spending money and consuming time. But this censure will be mitigated when it is seriously considered that money and time are the heaviest burdens of life, and that the unhappiest of all mortals are those who have more of either than they know how to use. To set himself free from these encumbrances, one hurries to Newmarket, another travels over Europe, one pulls down his house and calls architects about him, another buys a seat in the country and follows his hounds over hedges and through rivers. One makes collections of shells, and another searches the world for tulips and carnations. He is surely a public benefactor who finds employment for those to whom it is thus difficult to find it for themselves. It is true that this is seldom done merely from generosity or compassion. Almost every man seeks his own advantage in helping others, and therefore it is too common for mercenary officiousness to consider rather what is grateful than what is right. We all know that it is more profitable to be loved than esteemed, and ministers of pleasure will always be found who study to make themselves necessary and to supplant those who are practicing the same arts. One of the amusements of idleness is reading without the fatigue of close attention, and the world therefore swarms with writers whose wish is not to be studied but to be read. No species of literary men has lately been so much multiplied as the writers of news. Not many years ago, the nation was content with one gazette, but now we have not only in the metropolis papers for every morning and every evening, but almost every large town has its weekly historian, who regularly circulates his periodical intelligence and fills the villages of his district with conjectures on the events of war and with debates on the true interest of Europe. To write news in its perfection requires such a combination of qualities that a man completely fitted for the task is not always to be found. In Sir Henry Wotton's jocular definition, quote, an ambassador is said to be a man of virtue sent abroad to tell lies for the advantage of his country. A news writer is a man without virtue who writes lies at home for his own profit, end quote. To these compositions is required neither genius nor knowledge, neither industry nor sprightliness, but contempt of shame and indifference to truth are absolutely necessary. He who by a long familiarity with infamy has obtained these qualities may confidently tell today what he intends to contradict tomorrow. He may affirm fearlessly what he knows that he shall be obliged to recant, and may write letters from Amsterdam or Dresden to himself. In a time of war, the nation is always of one mind, eager to hear something good of themselves and ill of the enemy. At this time, the task of news writers is easy. They have nothing to do but to tell that a battle is expected, and afterwards that a battle has been fought, in which we and our friends, whether conquering or conquered, did all, and our enemies did nothing. Scarcely anything awakens attention like a tale of cruelty. The writer of news never fails in the intermission of action to tell how the enemies murdered children and ravished virgins, and if the scene of action be somewhat distant, scalps half the inhabitants of a province. Among the calamities of war may be justly numbered the diminution of the love of truth by the falsehoods which interest dictates and credulity encourages. A peace will equally leave the warrior and relater of wars destitute of employment, and I know not whether more is to be dreaded from the streets filled with soldiers accustomed to plunder, or from garrets filled with scribblers accustomed to lie. Endnote 26. 26 years after Johnson wrote this Philippic, we find from the following conversation that his prejudice was still as deeply rooted. Quote, the celebrated Mrs. Rudd being mentioned, Johnson, quote, 15 years ago I should have gone to see her. Spotswood, because she was 15 years younger? No, sir, but now they have a trick of putting everything into the newspapers. End quote. Boswell, Volume 3, page 333. End note. End of section 55. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Section 56 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 56. Disguises of Idleness, Sobers Character. The Idler. Saturday, November 18th, 1758. Many moralists have remarked that pride has of all human vices the widest dominion, appears in the greatest multiplicity of forms, and lies hid under the greatest variety of disguises. Of disguises, which like the moon's veil of brightness are both its luster and its shade, and betray it to others, though they hide it from ourselves. It is not my intention to degrade pride from this preeminence of mischief, yet I know not whether idleness may not maintain a very doubtful and obstinate competition. There are some that profess idleness in its full dignity, who call themselves the idle, as Busiris in the play calls himself the proud, who boast that they do nothing, and thank their stars that they have nothing to do, who sleep every night till they can sleep no more, and rise only that exercise may enable them to sleep again, who prolong the reign of darkness by double curtains, and never see the sun but to tell him how they hate his beams, whose whole labor is to vary the posture of indolence, and whose day differs from their night but as a couch or chair differs from a bed. These are the true and open votaries of idleness, for whom she weaves the garlands of poppies, and into whose cup she pours the waters of oblivion, who exist in a state of unruffled stupidity, forgetting and forgotten, who have long ceased to live, and at whose death the survivors can only say that they have ceased to breathe. But idleness predominates in many lives where it is not suspected, for being a vice which terminates in itself, it may be enjoyed without injury to others, and it is therefore not watched like fraud, which endangers property, or like pride, which naturally seeks its gratification in another's inferiority. Idleness is a silent and peaceful quality that neither raises envy by ostentation nor hatred by opposition, and therefore nobody is busy to censure or detect it. As pride sometimes is hid under humility, idleness is often covered by turbulence and hurry. He that neglects his known duty and real employment naturally endeavors to crowd his mind with something that may bar out the remembrance of his own folly, and does anything but what he ought to do with eager diligence, that he may keep himself in his own favor. Some are always in a state of preparation, occupied in previous measures, forming plans, accumulating materials, and providing for the main affair. These are certainly under the secret power of idleness. Nothing is to be expected from the workman whose tools are forever to be sought. I was once told by a great master that no man ever excelled in painting who was eminently curious about pencils and colors. There are others to whom idleness dictates another expedient by which life may be passed unprofitably away without the tediousness of many vacant hours. The art is to fill the day with petty business, to have always something in hand which may raise curiosity but not solicitude, and keep the mind in a state of action but not of labor. This art has for many years been practiced by my old friend Sober with wonderful success. Endnote 27. The greatest living authority on the life and times of Johnson, his 19th century Boswell in fact, Dr. Birkbeck Hill, thinks that in Mr. Sober we have a portrait of the doctor drawn by his own hand. There is unquestionably much in the sketch to warrant such a conclusion. Endnote. Sober is a man of strong desires and quick imagination, so exactly balanced by the love of ease that they can seldom stimulate him to any difficult undertaking. They have, however, so much power that they will not suffer him to lie quite at rest, and though they do not make him sufficiently useful to others, they make him at least weary of himself. Mr. Sober's chief pleasure is conversation. There is no end to his talk or his attention. To speak or to hear is equally pleasing, for he still fancies that he is teaching or learning something, and is free for the time from his own reproaches. But there is one time at night when he must go home that his friends may sleep, and another time in the morning when all the world agrees to shut out interruption. Endnote 28. Dr. Johnson's repugnance to early rising is well known. He struggled manfully but unsuccessfully against what was in reality a constitutional infirmity. When at the height of his fame, the Sultan of English literature was a man who was known to be never ready to go to bed, and once there, never ready to get out. Endnote. These are the moments of which poor Sober trembles at the thought, but the misery of these tiresome intervals he has many means of alleviating. He has persuaded himself that the manual arts are undeservedly overlooked. He has observed in many trades the effects of close thought and just ratiocination. From speculation he proceeded to practice and supply himself with the tools of a carpenter, with which he mended his coal box very successfully, in which he still continues to employ as he finds occasion. He has attempted at other times the crafts of shoemaker, tinman, plumber, and potter. In all these arts he has failed, and resolves to qualify himself for them by better information. But his daily amusement is chemistry. He has a small furnace which he employs in distillation, and which has long been the solace of his life. He draws oils and waters and essences and spirits which he knows to be of no use, sits and counts the drops as they come from his retort, and forgets that whilst a drop is falling, a moment flies away. Poor Sober! I have often teased him with reproof, and he has often promised reformation. For no man is so much open to conviction as the idler, but there is none on whom it operates so little. What will be the effect of this paper I know not. Perhaps he will read it and laugh, and light the fire in his furnace, but my hope is that he will quit his trifles and betake himself to rational and useful diligence. End of section 56. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Section 57 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 57. The Terrifick Diction. The Idler. Saturday, December 23rd, 1758. The great differences that disturb the peace of mankind are not about ends, but means. We have all the same general desires, but how those desires shall be accomplished will forever be disputed. The ultimate purpose of government is temporal, and that of religion is eternal happiness. Hitherto we agree, but here we must part, to try, according to the endless varieties of passion and understanding combined with one another, every possible form of government and every imaginable tenet of religion. We are told by Cumberland that rectitude, applied to action or contemplation, is merely metaphorical, and that as a right line describes the shortest passage from point to point, so a right action effects a good design by the fewest means, and so likewise a right opinion is that which connects distant truths by the shortest train of intermediate propositions. To find the nearest way from truth to truth, or from purpose to effect, not to use more instruments where fewer will be sufficient, not to move by wheels and levers what will give way to the naked hand, is the great proof of a healthful and vigorous mind, neither feeble with helpless ignorance, nor overburdened with unwieldy knowledge. But there are men who seem to think nothing so much the characteristic of a genius as to do common things in an uncommon manner, like Hudibras, to tell the clock by algebra, or like the lady in Dr. Young's satires, to drink tea by stratagem, to quit the beaten track only because it is known, and take a new path, however crooked or rough, because the straight was found out before. Every man speaks and writes with intent to be understood, and it can seldom happen but he that understands himself might convey his notions to another, if, content to be understood, he did not seek to be admired. But when once he begins to contrive how his sentiments may be received, not with most ease to his reader, but with most advantage to himself, he then transfers his consideration from words to sounds, from sentences to periods, and as he grows more elegant, becomes less intelligible. It is difficult to enumerate every species of authors whose labors counteract themselves. The man of exuberance and copiousness, who diffuses every thought through so many diversities of expression that it is lost like water in a mist, the ponderous dictator of sentences, whose notions are delivered in the lump, and are like uncoined bullion of more weight than use, the liberal illustrator, who shows by examples and comparisons what was clearly seen when it was first proposed, and the stately son of demonstration, who proves with mathematical formality what no man has yet pretended to doubt. There is a mode of style for which I know not that the masters of oratory have yet found a name, a style by which the most evident truths are so obscured that they can no longer be perceived, and the most familiar propositions so disguised that they cannot be known. Every other kind of eloquence is the dress of sense, but this is the mask by which a true master of his art will effectually conceal it, that a man will as easily mistake his own positions if he meets them thus transformed, as he may pass in a masquerade his nearest acquaintance. This style may be called the terrific, for its chief intention is to terrify and amaze. Endnote 29. Dr. Johnson unconsciously describes himself in a phrase which occurs in this essay, quote, "the ponderous dictator of sentences, whose notions are delivered in the lump and are like an uncoined bullion of more weight than use," end quote. The racy vigor and brilliant incisiveness of his reported talk heightens the contrast which exists between it and the terrific diction which marks his published works. Johnson often played the part of candid friend to Oliver Goldsmith, and sometimes the light-hearted poet ventured to pay back in his own coin, as the following incident shows. Quote, "Goldsmith was often very fortunate in his witty contests, even when he entered the lists with Johnson himself. Sir Joshua Reynolds was in company with them one day, when Goldsmith said that he thought he could write a good fable, mentioned the simplicity which that kind of composition requires, and observed that in most fables the animals introduced seldom talk in character. For instance, said he, the fable of the little fishes who saw birds fly over their heads, and envying them petitioned Jupiter to be changed into birds. The skill, he continued, consists in making them talk like little fishes." While he indulged himself in this fanciful review, he observed Johnson shaking his sides and laughing, upon which he smartly proceeded, "Why, Dr. Johnson, this is not so easy as you seem to think, for if you were to make little fishes talk, they would talk like whales." End quote. Boswell, Volume 2, page 231. End note. It may be termed the repulsive, for its natural effect is to drive away the reader, or it may be distinguished in plain English by the denomination of the bugbear style, for it has more terror than danger, and will appear less formidable as it is more nearly approached. A mother tells her infant that 2 and 2 make 4. The child remembers the proposition and is able to count 4 to all the purpose of life, till the course of his education brings him among philosophers who fright him from his former knowledge by telling him that 4 is a certain aggregate of units, that all numbers being only the repetition of an unit, which, though not a number itself, is the parent, root, or original of all number. 4 is the denomination assigned to a certain number of such repetitions. The only danger is lest, when he first hears these dreadful sounds, the pupil should run away, if he has but the courage to stay till the conclusion, he will find that when speculation has done its worst, 2 and 2 still make 4. An illustrious example of this species of eloquence may be found in Letters Concerning Mind, footnote, by John Petvin, published in London in 1750. The author begins by declaring that the sorts of things are things that now are, have been, and shall be, and the things that strictly are. In this position, except the last clause, in which he uses something of the scholastic language, there is nothing but what every man has heard and imagines himself to know. But who would not believe that some wonderful novelty is presented to his intellect, when he is afterwards told, in the true bugbear style, that the R's in the former sense are things that lie between the have-beens and the shall-be's? The have-beens are things that are past, the shall-be's are things that are to come, and the things that are, in the latter sense, are things that have not been, nor shall be, nor stand in the midst of such as are before them or shall be after them. The things that have been and shall be have respect to present, past, and future. Those likewise that now are have moreover place, that, for instance, which is here, that which is to the east, that which is to the west. All this, my dear reader, is very strange, but though it be strange, it is not new. Survey these wonderful sentences again, and they will be found to contain nothing more than very plain truths, which, till this author arose, had always been delivered in plain language. End of section 57. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Section 58 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 58, on the Death of a Friend. The Idler, Saturday, January 27th, 1759. The following letter relates to an affliction perhaps not necessary to be imparted to the public, but I could not persuade myself to suppress it, because I think I know the sentiments to be sincere, and I feel no disposition to provide, for this day, any other entertainment. Mr. Idler, notwithstanding the warnings of philosophers and the daily examples of losses and misfortunes which life forces upon our observation, such is the absorption of our thoughts in the business of the present day, such the resignation of our reason to empty hopes of future felicity, or such our unwillingness to foresee what we dread, that every calamity comes suddenly upon us, and not only presses us as a burthen, but crushes us as a blow. There are evils which happen out of the common course of nature, against which it is no reproach not to be provided. A flash of lightning intercepts the traveler in his way. The concussion of an earthquake heaps the ruins of cities upon their inhabitants. But other miseries time brings, though silently, yet visibly forward by its even lapse, which yet approach us unseen, because we turn our eyes away, and seize us unresisted, because we could not arm ourselves against them but by setting them before us. That it is vain to shrink from what cannot be avoided, and to hide that from ourselves which must sometime be found, is a truth which we all know, but which all neglect, and perhaps none more than the speculative reasoner, whose thoughts are always from home, whose eye wanders over life, whose fancy dances over meteors of happiness kindled by itself, and who examines everything rather than his own state. Nothing is more evident than that the decays of age must terminate in death. Yet there is no man, says Tully, who does not believe that he may yet live another year, and there is none who does not, upon the same principle, hope another year for his parent or his friend. But the fallacy will be in time detected. The last year, the last day, must come. Endnote 30. A pathetic interest attaches to this number of the Idler. It was written 2 or 3 days after the death at Lichfield of Dr. Johnson's mother, at the advanced age of 90, an event which, according to Boswell, quote, deeply affected him, since his reverential affection for her was not abated by years, as indeed he retained all his tender feelings even to the latest period of his life, end quote. Endnote. It has come and is past. The life which made my own life pleasant is at an end, and the gates of death are shut upon my prospects. The loss of a friend upon whom the heart was fixed, to whom every wish and endeavor tended, is a state of dreary desolation in which the mind looks abroad impatient of itself, and finds nothing but emptiness and horror. The blameless life, the artless tenderness, the pious simplicity, the modest resignation, the patient sickness, and the quiet death are remembered only to add value to the loss, to aggravate regret for what cannot be amended, to deepen sorrow for what cannot be recalled. These are the calamities by which Providence gradually disengages us from the love of life. Other evils fortitude may repel, or hope may mitigate, but irreparable privation leaves nothing to exercise resolution or flatter expectation. The dead cannot return, and nothing is left us here but languishment and grief. Yet such is the course of nature that whoever lives long must outlive those whom he loves and honors. Such is the condition of our present existence, that life must one time lose its associations, and every inhabitant of the earth must walk downward to the grave alone and unregarded, without any partner of his joy or grief, without any interested witness of his misfortunes or success. Misfortune, indeed, he may yet feel, for where is the bottom of the misery of man? But what is success to him that has none to enjoy it? Happiness is not found in self-contemplation. It is perceived only when it is reflected from another. We know little of the state of departed souls, because such knowledge is not necessary to a good life. Reason deserts us at the brink of the grave, and can give no further intelligence. Revelation is not wholly silent. There is joy in the angels of heaven over one sinner that repenteth, and surely this joy is not incommunicable to souls disentangled from the body and made like angels. Let hope therefore dictate what revelation does not confute, that the union of souls may still remain, and that we who are struggling with sin, sorrow, and infirmities may have our part in the attention and kindness of those who have finished their course and are now receiving their reward. These are the great occasions which force the mind to take refuge in religion. When we have no help in ourselves, what can remain but that we look up to a higher and a greater power? And to what hope may we not raise our eyes and hearts when we consider that the greatest power is the best? Surely there is no man who, thus afflicted, does not seek succor in the gospel, which has brought life and immortality to light. The precepts of Epicurus, who teaches us to endure what the laws of the universe make necessary, may silence but not content us. The dictates of Zeno, who commands us to look with indifference on external things, may dispose us to conceal our sorrow, but cannot assuage it. Real alleviation of the loss of friends and rational tranquillity in the prospect of our own dissolution can be received only from the promises of Him in whose hands are life and death, and from the assurance of another and better state, in which all tears will be wiped from the eyes, and the whole soul shall be filled with joy. Philosophy may infuse stubbornness, but religion only can give patience. I am, and etc. Footnote. This paper was written by Dr. Johnson on the death of his mother. He wrote Rasselas in order to defray the expenses of her funeral and to pay a few small debts she had left. End of section 58. Recording by Pamela Nagami.
Section 59 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 59. Monitions on the Flight of Time. Saturday, February the 10th, 1759. The natural advantages which arise from the position of the earth which we inhabit with respect to the other planets afford much employment to mathematical speculation, by which it has been discovered that no other conformation of the system could have given such commodious distributions of light and heat, or imparted fertility and pleasure to so great a part of a revolving sphere. It may be perhaps observed by the moralist, with equal reason, that our globe seems particularly fitted for the residence of a being placed here only for a short time, whose task is to advance himself to a higher and happier state of existence by unremitted vigilance of caution and activity of virtue. The duties required of man are such as human nature does not willingly perform, and such as those are inclined to delay who yet intend some time to fulfil them. It was therefore necessary that this universal reluctance should be counteracted, and the drowsiness of hesitation wakened into resolve, that the danger of procrastination should be always in view, and the fallacies of security be hourly detected. To this end, all the appearances of nature uniformly conspire. Whatever we see on every side reminds us of the lapse of time and the flux of life. The day and night succeed each other. The rotation of seasons diversifies the year. The sun rises, attains the meridian, declines, and sets, and the moon every night changes its form. The day has been considered as an image of the year, and the year as a representation of life. The morning answers to the spring, and the spring to childhood and youth. The noon corresponds to the summer, and the summer to the strength of manhood. The evening is an emblem of autumn, and autumn of declining life. The night, with its silence and darkness, shows winter, in which all the powers of vegetation are benumbed, and the winter points out the time when life shall cease, with its hopes and pleasures. He that is carried forward, however swiftly, by a motion equable and easy, perceives not the change of place, but by the variation of objects. If the wheel of life, which rolls thus silently along, passed on through undistinguishable uniformity, we should never mark its approaches to the end of the course. If one hour were like another, if the passage of the sun did not show that the day is wasting, if the change of seasons did not impress upon us the flight of the year, quantities of duration equal to days and years would glide unobserved. If the parts of time were not variously coloured, we should never discern their departure or succession, but should live thoughtless of the past and careless of the future, without will, and perhaps without power, to compute the periods of life, or to compare the time which is already lost with that which may probably remain. But the course of time is so visibly marked that it is observed even by the birds of passage, and by nations who have raised their minds very little above animal instinct. There are human beings whose language does not supply them with words by which they can number 5, but I have read of none that have not names for day and night, for summer and winter. Yet it is certain that these admonitions of nature, however forcible, however importunate, are too often vain, and that many who mark with such accuracy the course of time appear to have little sensibility of the decline of life. Every man has something to do which he neglects. Every man has faults to conquer which he delays to combat. So little do we accustom ourselves to consider the effects of time, that things necessary and certain often surprise us like unexpected contingencies. We leave the beauty in her bloom, and after an absence of 20 years, wonder at our return to find her faded. We meet those whom we left children, and can scarcely persuade ourselves to treat them as men. The traveller visits in age those countries through which he rambled in his youth, and hopes for merriment at the old place. The man of business, wearied with unsatisfactory prosperity, retires to the town of his nativity, and expects to play away the last years with the companions of his childhood, and recover youth in the fields where he once was young. From this inattention, so general and so mischievous, let it be every man's study to exempt himself. Let him that desires to see others happy make haste to give while his gift can be enjoyed, and remember that every moment of delay takes something from the value of his benefaction. And let him who purposes his own happiness reflect that while he forms his purpose, the day rolls on, and the night cometh when no man can work. End of section 59. Section 60 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 60. Deborah Ginger's Account of City Wits. Saturday, March the 10th, 1759. To the Idler. Mr. Idler, I am the unfortunate wife of a city wit, and cannot but think that my cause may deserve equal compassion with any of those which have been represented in your paper. I married my husband within 3 months after the expiration of his apprenticeship. We put our money together and furnished a large and splendid shop, in which he was for 5 years and a half diligent and civil. The notice which curiosity or kindness commonly bestows on beginners was continued by confidence and esteem. One customer, pleased with his treatment and his bargain, recommended another, and we were busy behind the counter from morning till night. Thus every day increased our wealth and our reputation. My husband was often invited to dinner openly on the Exchange by £100,000 men, and whenever I went to any of the halls, the wives of the aldermen made me low curtsies. We always took up our notes before the day, and made all considerable payments by drafts upon our banker. You will easily believe that I was well enough pleased with my condition. For what happiness can be greater than that of growing every day richer and richer? I will not deny that, imagining myself likely to be in a short time the sheriff's lady, I broke off my acquaintance with some of my neighbours, and advised my husband to keep good company, and not to be seen with men that were worth nothing. In time he found that ale agreed with his constitution, and went every night to drink his pint at a tavern, where he met with a set of critics who disputed upon the merit of the different theatrical performers. By these idle fellows he was taken to the play, which at first he did not seem much to heed, for he owned that he very seldom knew what they were doing, and that while his companions would let him alone, he was commonly thinking on his last bargain. Having once gone, however, he went again and again, though I often told him that 3 shillings were thrown away. At last he grew uneasy if he missed a night, and importuned me to go with him. I went to a tragedy which they called Macbeth, and when I came home told him that I could not bear to see men and women make themselves such fools by pretending to be witches and ghosts, generals and kings, and to walk in their sleep when they were as much awake as those who looked at them. He told me that I must get higher notions, and that a play was the most rational of all entertainments, and most proper to relax the mind after the business of the day. By degrees he gained knowledge of some of the players, and when the play was over, very frequently treated them with suppers, for which he was admitted to stand behind the scenes. He soon began to lose some of his morning hours in the same folly, and was for one winter very diligent in his attendance on the rehearsals. But of this species of idleness he grew weary, and said that the play was nothing without the company. His ardour for the diversion of the evening increased. He bought a sword, and paid 5 shillings a night to sit in the boxes. He went sometimes into a place which he calls the Green Room, where all the wits of the age assemble, and when he had been there could do nothing for 2 or 3 days but repeat their jests, or tell their disputes. He has now lost his regard for everything but the playhouse. He invites 3 times a week one or other to drink claret and talk of the drama. His first care in the morning is to read the playbills, and if he remembers any lines of the tragedy which is to be represented, walks about the shop repeating them so loud and with such strange gestures that the passengers gather round the door. His greatest pleasure when I married him was to hear the situation of his shop commended, and to be told how many estates have been got in it by the same trade. But of late he grows peevish at any mention of business, and delights in nothing so much as to be told that he speaks like Mossop. Among his new associates he has learned another language, and speaks in such a strain that the neighbours cannot understand him. If a customer talks longer than he is willing to hear, he will complain that he has been excruciated with unmeaning verbosity. He laughs at the letters of his friends for their tameness of expression, and often declares himself weary of attending to the minutiae of a shop. It is well for me that I know how to keep a book, for of late he is scarcely ever in the way. Since one of his friends told him that he had a genius for tragic poetry, he has locked himself in an upper room 6 or 7 hours a day, and when I carry him any paper to be read or signed, I hear him talking vehemently to himself, sometimes of love and beauty, sometimes of friendship and virtue, but more frequently of liberty and his country. I would gladly, Mr. Idler, be informed what to think of a shopkeeper who is incessantly talking about liberty, a word which, since his acquaintance with polite life, my husband has always in his mouth. He is on all occasions afraid of our liberty. What can the man mean? I am sure he has liberty enough. It were better for him and me if his liberty was lessened. He has a friend whom he calls a critic, that comes twice a week to read what he is writing. This critic tells him that his piece is a little irregular, but that some detached scenes will shine prodigiously, and that in the character of Bombulus he is wonderfully great. My scribbler then squeezes his hand, calls him the best of friends, thanks him for his sincerity, and tells him that he hates to be flattered. I have reason to believe that he seldom parts with his dear friend without lending him 2 guineas, and I am afraid that he gave bail for him 3 days ago. By this course of life our credit as traders is lessened, and I cannot forbear to reflect that my husband's honour as a wit is not much advanced, for he seems to be always the lowest of the company, and is afraid to tell his opinion till the rest have spoken. When he was behind the counter he used to be brisk, active, and jocular, like a man that knew what he was doing, and did not fear to look another in the face. But among wits and critics he is timorous and awkward, and hangs down his head at his own table. Dear Mr. Idler, persuade him, if you can, to return once more to his native element. Tell him that his wit will never make him rich, but that there are places where riches will always make a wit. I am, sir, etc., Deborah Ginger. End of section 60.
Section 61 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 61, Minim the Critick, Part 1. Saturday, June 9th, 1759. Criticism is a study by which men grow important and formidable at a very small expense. The power of invention has been conferred by nature upon few, and the labor of learning those sciences which may by mere labor be obtained is too great to be willingly endured. But every man can exert such judgment as he has upon the works of others, and he whom nature has made weak and idleness keeps ignorant may yet support his vanity by the name of a critic. I hope it will give comfort to great numbers who are passing through the world in obscurity, when I inform them how easily distinction may be obtained. All the other powers of literature are coy and haughty. They must be long courted, and at last are not always gained. But criticism is a goddess easy of access and forward of advance, who will meet the slow and encourage the timorous. The want of meaning she supplies with words, and the want of spirit she recompenses with malignity. This profession has one recommendation peculiar to itself, that it gives vent to malignity without real mischief. No genius was ever blasted by the breath of critics. The poison which, if confined, would have burst the heart, fumes away in empty issues, and malice is set at ease with very little danger to merit. The critic is the only man whose triumph is without another's pain, and whose greatness does not rise upon another's ruin. To a study at once so easy and so reputable, so malicious and so harmless, it cannot be necessary to invite my readers by a long or labored exhortation. It is sufficient, since all would be critics if they could, to show by one eminent example that all can be critics if they will. Dick Minim, after the common course of puerile studies, in which he was no great proficient, was put apprentice to a brewer, with whom he had lived 2 years, when his uncle died in the city, and left him a large fortune in the stocks. Dick had for 6 months before used the company of the lower players, of whom he had learned to scorn a trade, and, being now at liberty to follow his genius, he resolved to be a man of wit and humor. That he might be properly initiated in his new character, he frequented the coffee-houses near the theaters, where he listened very diligently, day after day, to those who talked of language and sentiments, and unities and catastrophes, till, by slow degrees, he began to think that he understood something of the stage, and he hoped in time to talk himself. But he did not trust so much to natural sagacity as wholly to neglect the help of books. When the theaters were shut, he retired to Richmond with a few select writers, whose opinions he impressed upon his memory by unwearied diligence. And, when he returned with other wits to the town, he was able to tell in very proper phrases that the chief business of art is to copy nature, that a perfect writer is not to be expected because genius decays as judgment increases, that the great art is the art of blotting, and that, according to the rule of Horace, every piece should be kept 9 years. Of the great authors he now began to display the characters, laying down as an universal position that all had beauties and defects. His opinion was that Shakespeare, committing himself wholly to the impulse of nature, wanted that correctness which learning would have given him, and that Johnson, trusting to learning, did not sufficiently cast his eyes on nature. He blamed the stanzas of Spenser, and could not bear the hexameters of Sidney. Denham and Waller he held the first reformers of English numbers, and thought that if Waller could have obtained the strength of Denham, or Denham the sweetness of Waller, there had been nothing wanting to complete a poet. He often expressed his commiseration of Dryden's poetry, and his indignation at the age which suffered him to write for bread. He repeated with rapture the first lines of All for Love, but wondered at the corruption of taste which could bear anything so unnatural as rhyming tragedies. In Otway he found uncommon powers of moving the passions, but was disgusted by his general negligence, and blamed him for making a conspirator his hero, and never concluded his disquisition without remarking how happily the sound of the clock is made to alarm the audience. Southern would have been his favorite, but that he mixes comic with tragic scenes, intercepts the natural course of the passions, and fills the mind with a wild confusion of mirth and melancholy. The versification of Roe he thought too melodious for the stage, and too little varied in different passions. He made it the great fault of Congreve that all his persons were wits, and that he always wrote with more art than nature. He considered Cato rather as a poem than play, and allowed Addison to be the complete master of allegory and grave humor, but paid no great deference to him as a critic. He thought the chief merit of Prior was in his easy tales and lighter poems, though he allowed that his Solomon had many noble sentiments, elegantly expressed. In Swift he discovered an inimitable vein of irony, and an easiness which all would hope and few would attain. Pope he was inclined to degrade from a poet to a versifier, and thought his numbers rather luscious than sweet. He often lamented the neglect of Phaedra and Hippolytus, and wished to see the stage under better regulations. These assertions passed commonly uncontradicted, and if now and then an opponent started up, he was quickly repressed by the suffrages of the company, and Minim went away from every dispute with elation of heart and increase of confidence. He now grew conscious of his abilities, and began to talk of the present state of dramatic poetry, wondered what had become of the comic genius which supplied our ancestors with wit and pleasantry, and why no writer could be found that durst now venture beyond a farce. He saw no reason for thinking that the vein of humor was exhausted, since we live in a country where liberty suffers every character to spread itself to its utmost bulk, and which therefore produces more originals than all the rest of the world together. Of tragedy he concluded business to be the soul, and yet often hinted that love predominates too much upon the modern stage. He was now an acknowledged critic, and had his own seat in a coffee-house, and headed a party in the pit. Minim has more vanity than ill nature, and seldom desires to do much mischief. He will perhaps murmur a little in the ear of him that sits next him, but endeavors to influence the audience to favor by clapping when an actor exclaims, "Ye gods," or laments the misery of his country. By degrees he was admitted to rehearsals, and many of his friends are of opinion that our present poets are indebted to him for their happiest thoughts. By his contrivance the bell was rung twice in Barbarossa, and by his persuasion the author of Cleone concluded his play without a couplet. For what can be more absurd, said Minim, that part of a play should be rhymed, and part written in blank verse? And by what acquisition of faculties is the speaker, who never could find rhymes before, enabled to rhyme at the conclusion of an act? He is the great investigator of hidden beauties, and is particularly delighted when he finds the sound an echo to the sense. He has read all our poets with particular attention to this delicacy of versification, and wonders at the supineness with which their works have been hitherto perused, so that no man has found the sound of a drum in this distich. When pulpit, drum ecclesiastic, was beat with fist instead of a stick. And that the wonderful lines upon honor and a bubble have hitherto passed without notice. Honor is like the glossy bubble, which cost philosophers such trouble. Where one part cracked, the whole does fly, and wits are cracked to find out why. In these verses, says Minim, we have two striking accommodations of the sound to the sense. It is impossible to utter the first two lines emphatically without an act like that which they describe. Bubble and trouble, causing a momentary inflation of the cheeks by the retention of the breath, which is afterwards forcibly emitted, as in the practice of blowing bubbles. But the greatest excellence is in the third line, which is cracked in the middle to express a crack, and then shivers into monosyllables. Yet has this diamond lain neglected with common stones, and among the innumerable admirers of Hudibras, the observation of this superlative passage has been reserved for the sagacity of Minim. End of section 61. Section 62 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 62. Minim the Critick II. Saturday, June 15th, 1759. Mr. Minim had now advanced himself to the zenith of critical reputation. When he was in the pit, every eye in the boxes was fixed upon him. When he entered his coffee-house, he was surrounded by circles of candidates, who passed their novitiate of literature under his tuition. His opinion was asked by all who had no opinion of their own, and yet loved to debate and decide, and no composition was supposed to pass in safety to posterity till it had been secured by Minim's approbation. Minim professes great admiration of the wisdom and munificence by which the academies of the continent were raised, and often wishes for some standard of taste, for some tribunal to which merit may appeal from caprice, prejudice, and malignity. He has formed a plan for an academy of criticism, where every work of imagination may be read before it is printed, and which shall authoritatively direct the theatres what pieces to receive or reject, to exclude or to revive. Such an institution would, in Dick's opinion, spread the fame of English literature over Europe, and make London the metropolis of elegance and politeness, the place to which the learned and ingenious of all countries would repair for instruction and improvement, and where nothing would any longer be applauded or endured that was not conformed to the nicest rules, and finished with the highest elegance. Till some happy conjunction of the planets shall dispose our princes or ministers to make themselves immortal by such an academy, Minim contents himself to preside 4 nights in a week in a critical society selected by himself, where he is heard without contradiction, and whence his judgment is disseminated through the great vulgar and the small. When he is placed in the chair of criticism, he declares loudly for the noble simplicity of our ancestors, in opposition to the petty refinements and ornamental luxuriance. Sometimes he is sunk in despair, and perceives false delicacy daily gaining ground, and sometimes brightens his countenance with a gleam of hope, and predicts the revival of the true sublime. He then fulminates his loudest censures against the monkish barbarity of rhyme, wonders how beings that pretend to reason can be pleased with one line always ending like another, tells how unjustly and unnaturally sense is sacrificed to sound, how often the best thoughts are mangled by the necessity of confining or extending them to the dimensions of a couplet, and rejoices that genius has, in our days, shaken off the shackles which had encumbered it so long. Yet he allows that rhyme may sometimes be born, if the lines be often broken, and the pauses judiciously diversified. From blank verse he makes an easy transition to Milton, whom he produces as an example of the slow advance of lasting reputation. Milton is the only writer in whose books Minim can read forever without weariness. What cause it is that exempts his pleasure from satiety he has long and diligently inquired, and believes it to consist in the perpetual variation of the numbers, by which the ear is gratified and the attention awakened. The lines that are commonly thought rugged and unmusical he conceives to have been written to temper the melodious luxury of the rest, or to express things by a proper cadence, for he scarcely finds a verse that has not this favorite beauty. He declares that he could shiver in a hothouse when he reads that the ground burns frore, and the cold performs the effect of fire, and that, when Milton bewails his blindness, the verse, so thick a drop serene has quenched these orbs, has, he knows not how, something that strikes him with an obscure sensation like that which he fancies would be felt from the sound of darkness. Minim is not so confident of his rules of judgment as not very eagerly to catch new light from the name of the author. He is commonly so prudent as to spare those whom he cannot resist, unless, as will sometimes happen, he finds the public combined against them. But a fresh pretender to fame he is strongly inclined to censure, till his own honor requires that he commend him. Till he knows the success of a composition, he entrenches himself in general terms. There are some new thoughts and beautiful passages, but there is likewise much which he would have advised the author to expunge. He has several favorite epithets, of which he never settled the meaning, but which are very commodiously applied to books
which he has not read or cannot understand. One is manly, another is dry, another stiff, and another flimsy. Sometimes he discovers delicacy of style, and sometimes meets with strange expressions. He is never so great nor so happy as when a youth of promising parts is brought to receive his directions for the prosecution of his studies. He then puts on a very serious air. He advises the pupil to read none but the best authors, and, when he finds one congenial to his own mind, to study his beauties but avoid his faults, and, when he sits down to write, to consider how his favorite author would think at the present time, on the present occasion. He exhorts him to catch those moments when he finds his thoughts expanded and his genius exalted, but to take care lest imagination hurry him beyond the bounds of nature. He holds diligence the mother of success, yet enjoins him with great earnestness not to read more than he can digest, and not to confuse his mind by pursuing studies of contrary tendencies. He tells him that every man has his genius, and that Cicero could never be a poet. The boy retires illuminated, resolves to follow his genius, and to think how Milton would have thought. And Minim feasts upon his own beneficence, till another day brings another pupil. End of section 62.
Section 63 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anders Lankford. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 63. Dick Shifter's Rural Excursion. Saturday, August 25th, 1759. Dick Shifter was born in Cheapside, and having passed reputably through all the classes of St. Paul's School, has been for some years a student in the Temple. He is of opinion that intense application dulls the faculties, and thinks it necessary to temper the severity of the law by books that engage the mind but do not fatigue it. He has therefore made a copious collection of plays, poems, and romances, to which he has recourse when he fancies himself tired with statutes and reports, and he seldom inquires very nicely whether he is weary or idle. Dick has received from his favorite authors very strong impressions of a country life, and though his furthest excursions have been to Greenwich on one side and Chelsea on the other, he has talked for several years with great pomp of language and elevation of sentiments, about a state too high for contempt and too low for envy, about homely quiet and blameless simplicity, pastoral delights, and rural innocence. His friends who had estates in the country often invited him to pass the summer among them, but something or other had always hindered him, and he considered that to reside in the house of another man was to incur a kind of dependence inconsistent with that laxity of life which he had imagined as the chief good. This summer he resolved to be happy, and procured a lodging to be taken for him at a solitary house, situated about 35 miles from London, on the banks of a small river, with cornfields before it, and a hill on each side covered with wood. He concealed the place of his retirement that none might violate his obscurity, and promised himself many a happy day when he should hide himself among the trees and contemplate the tumults and vexations of the town. He stepped into the post-chaise with his heart beating and his eyes sparkling, was conveyed through many variety of delightful prospects, saw hills and meadows, cornfields and pastures succeed each other, and for 4 hours charged none of his poets with fiction or exaggeration. He was now within 6 miles of happiness, when, having never felt so much agitation before, he began to wish his journey at an end, and the last hour was passed in changing his posture and quarrelling with his driver. An hour may be tedious, but cannot be long. He at length alighted at his new dwelling, and was received as he expected. He looked round upon the hills and rivulets, but his joints were stiff and his muscles sore, and his first request was to see his bedchamber. He rested well, and ascribed the soundness of his sleep to the stillness of the country. He expected from that time nothing but nights of quiet and days of rapture, and as soon as he had risen wrote an account of his new state to one of his friends in the temple. Dear Frank, I never pitied thee before. I am now as I could wish every man of wisdom and virtue to be, in the regions of calm content and placid meditation, with all the beauties of nature soliciting my notice, and all the diversities of pleasure courting my acceptance. The birds are chirping in the hedges, and the flowers blooming in the mead. The breeze is whistling in the wood, and the sun dancing on the water. I can now say with truth that a man capable of enjoying the purity of happiness is never more busy than in his hours of leisure, nor ever less solitary than in a place of solitude. I am, dear Frank, etc. When he had sent away his letter, he walked into the wood with some inconvenience, from the furze that pricked his legs, and the briars that scratched his face. He at last sat down under a tree, and heard with great delight a shower, by which he was now wet, rattling among the branches. This, said he, is the true image of obscurity. We hear of troubles and commotions, but never feel them. His amusement did not overpower the calls of nature, and he therefore went back to order his dinner. He knew that the country produces whatever is eaten or drunk, and imagining that he was now at the source of luxury, resolved to indulge himself with dainties which he supposed might be procured at a price next to nothing, if any price at all was expected, and intended to amaze the rustics with his generosity by paying more than they would ask. Of 20 dishes which he named, he was amazed to find that scarcely one was to be had, and heard with astonishment and indignation that all the fruits of the earth was sold at a higher price than in the streets of London. His meal was short and sullen, and he retired again to his tree to inquire how dearness could be consistent with abundance, or how fraud could be practiced by simplicity. He was not satisfied with his own speculations, and returning home early in the evening went a while from window to window, and found that he wanted something to do. He inquired for a newspaper, and was told that farmers never minded news, but that they could send for it from the alehouse. A messenger was dispatched who ran away at full speed, but loitered an hour behind the hedges, and at last coming back with his feet purposely bemired, instead of expressing the gratitude which Mr. Shifter expected for the bounty of a shilling, said that the night was wet and the way dirty, and he hoped that his worship would not think it much to give him half a crown. Dick now went to bed with some abatement of his expectations. But sleep, I know not how, revives our hopes, and rekindles our desires. He rose early in the morning, surveyed the landscape, and was pleased. He walked out and passed from field to field without observing any beaten path, and wondered that he had not seen the shepherdesses dancing, nor heard the swains piping to their flocks. At last he saw some reapers and harvest women at dinner. Here, said he, are the true Arcadians, and advanced courteously towards them, as afraid of confusing them by the dignity of his presence. They acknowledged his superiority by no other token than that of asking him for something to drink. He imagined that he had now purchased the privilege of discourse, and began to descend to familiar questions, endeavoring to accommodate his discourse to the grossness of rustic understandings. The clowns soon found that he did not know wheat from rye, and began to despise him. One of the boys, by pretending to show him a bird's nest, decoyed him into a ditch, and one of the wenches sold him a bargain. This walk had given him no great pleasure, but he hoped to find other rustics less coarse of manners and less mischievous of disposition. Next morning he was accosted by an attorney, who told him that, unless he made Farmer Dobson satisfaction for trampling his grass, he had orders to indict him. Shifter was offended but not terrified, and telling the attorney that he was himself a lawyer, talked so volubly of pettifoggers and barraters that he drove him away. Finding his walks thus interrupted, he was inclined to ride, and being pleased with the appearance of a horse that was grazing in a nearby meadow, inquired the owner, who warranted him sound, and would not sell him but that he was too fine for a plain man. Dick paid down the price, and riding out to enjoy the evening, fell with his new horse into a ditch. They got out with difficulty, and as he was going to mount again, a countryman looked at the horse and perceived him to be blind. Dick went to the seller and demanded back his money, but was told that a man who rented his ground must do the best for himself, that his landlord had his rent though the year was barren, and that whether horses had eyes or no, he should sell them to the highest bidder. Shifter now began to be tired with rustic simplicity, and on the 5th day took possession again of his chambers, and bade farewell to the regions of calm content and placid meditation. End of section 63. Recording by Anders Lankford. Section 64 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anders Lankford. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 64. Steady, snug, startle, solid, and misty. Saturday, October 13th, 1759. I have passed the summer in one of these places to which a mineral spring gives the idle and luxurious an annual reason for resorting, whenever they fancy themselves offended by the heat of London. What is the true motive of this periodical assembly I have never yet been able to discover. The greater part of the visitants neither feel diseases nor fear them. What pleasure can be expected more than the variety of the journey I know not, for the numbers are too great for privacy and too small for diversion. As each is known to be a spy upon the rest, they all live in continual restraint, and having but a narrow range for censure, they gratify its cravings by preying on one another. But every condition has some advantages. In this confinement, a smaller circle affords opportunities for more exact observation. The glass that magnifies its object contracts the sight to a point, and the mind must be fixed upon a single character to remark its minute peculiarities. The quality or habit which passes unobserved in the tumult of successive multitudes becomes conspicuous when it is offered to the notice day after day, and perhaps I have, without any distinct notice, seen thousands like my late companions, for when the scene can be varied at pleasure, a slight disgust turns us aside before a deep impression can be made upon the mind. There was a select set, supposed to be distinguished by superiority of intellects, who always passed the evening together. To be admitted to their conversation was the highest honor of the place. Many youths inspired to distinction by pretending to occasional invitations, and the ladies were often wishing to be men that they might partake the pleasures of learned society. I know not whether by merit or destiny I was soon after my arrival admitted to this envied party, which I frequented till I had learned the art by which each endeavored to support his character. Tom Steady was a vehement asserter of uncontroverted truth, and by keeping himself out of the reach of contradiction, had acquired all the confidence which the consciousness of irresistible abilities could have given. I was once mentioning a man of eminence, and after having recounted his virtues, endeavored to represent him fully by mentioning his faults. "Sir," said Mr. Steady, "that he has faults I can easily believe, for who is without them? No man, sir, is now alive among the innumerable multitudes that swarm upon the earth, however wise or however good, who has not, in some degree, his failings and his faults. If there be any man faultless, bring him forth into public view, show him openly, and let him be known. But I will venture to affirm, and, till the contrary be plainly show, shall always maintain that no such man is to be found. Tell not me, sir, of impeccability and perfection. Such talk is for those that are strangers in the world. I have seen several nations and conversed with all ranks of people. I have known the great and the mean, the learned and the ignorant, the old and the young, the clerical and the lay. But I have never found a man without a fault, and I suppose shall die in the opinion that to be human is to be frail." To all this nothing could be opposed. I listened with a hanging head. Mr. Steady looked round on the hearers with triumph, and saw every eye congratulating his victory. He departed, and spent the next morning in following those who retired from the company, and telling them, with injunctions of secrecy, how poor Sprightly began to take liberties with men wiser than himself, but that he suppressed him by a decisive argument which put him totally to silence. Dick Snug is a man of sly remark and pithy sensuousness. He never emerges himself in the stream of conversation, but lies to catch his companions in the eddy. He is often very successful in breaking narratives and confounding eloquence. A gentleman, giving the history of one of his acquaintances, made mention of a lady that had many lovers. Then, said Dick, she was either handsome or rich. This observation being well received, Dick watched the progress of the tale, and hearing of a man lost in a shipwreck, remarked that no man was ever drowned upon dry land. Will Startle is a man of exquisite sensibility, whose delicacy of frame and quickness of discernment subject him to impressions from the slightest causes, and who therefore passes his life between rapture and horror, in quiverings of delight or convulsions of disgust. His emotions are too violent for many words. His thoughts are always discovered by exclamations. Vile, odious, horrid, detestable, and sweet, charming, delightful, astonishing, compose almost his whole vocabulary, which he utters with various contortions and gesticulations not easily related or described. Jack Solid is a man of much reading who utters nothing but quotations, but having been, I suppose, too confident of his memory, he has for some time neglected his books, and his stock grows every day more scanty. Mr. Solid has found an opportunity every night to repeat from Hudibras, "Doubtless the pleasure is as great of being cheated as to cheat," and from Waller, "Poets lose half the praise they would have got, were it but known that they discreetly blot." Dick Misty is a man of deep research and forcible penetration. Others are content with superficial appearances, but Dick holds that there is no effect without a cause, and values himself upon his power of explaining the difficult and displaying the abstruse. Upon a dispute among us which of two young strangers was more beautiful, "You," says Mr. Misty, turning to me, "like Amaranthia better than Chloris. I do not wonder at the preference, for the cause is evident. There is in man a perception of harmony and a sensibility of perfection which touches the finer fibers of the mental texture, and before reason can descend from her throne to pass her sentence upon the things compared, drives us toward the object proportioned to our faculties, by an impulse gentle yet irresistible. For the harmonic system of the universe and the reciprocal magnetism of similar natures are always operating towards conformity and union. Nor can the powers of the soul cease from agitation till they find something on which they can repose." To this nothing was opposed, and Amaranthia was acknowledged to excel Chloris. Of the rest you may expect an account from, Sir, yours, Robin Sprightly. End of section 64. Recording by Anders Lankford. Section 65 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anders Lankford. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 65. Biography. How Best Performed. Saturday, November 24th, 1759. Biography is, of the various kinds of narrative writing, that which is most eagerly read, and most easily applied to the purposes of life. In romances, when the wide field of possibility lies open to invention, the incidents may easily be made more numerous, the vicissitudes more sudden, and the events more wonderful. But from the time of life when fancy begins to be overruled by reason and corrected by experience, the most artful tale raises little curiosity when it is known to be false, though it may, perhaps, be sometimes read as a model of a neat or elegant style, nor for the sake of knowing what it contains, but how it is written. Or those that are weary of themselves may have recourse to it as a pleasing dream, of which, when they awake, they voluntarily dismiss the images from their minds. The examples and events of history press, indeed, upon the mind with the weight of truth. But when they are reposited in the memory, they are oftener employed for show than use, and rather diversify conversation than regulate life. Few are engaged in such scenes as give them opportunities of growing wiser by the downfall of statesmen or the defeat of generals. The stratagems of war and the intrigues of courts are read by far the greater part of mankind with the same indifference as the adventures of fabled heroes or the revolutions of a fairy region. Between falsehood and useless truth there is little difference. As gold which he cannot spend will make no man rich, so knowledge which he cannot apply will make no man wise. The mischievous consequences of vice and folly, of irregular desires and predominant passions, are best discovered by those relations which are levelled with the general surface of life, which tell not how any man became great, but how he was made happy, not how he lost the favour of his prince, but how he became discontented with himself. Those relations are therefore commonly of most value in which the writer tells his own story. He that recounts the life of another commonly dwells most upon conspicuous events, lessens the familiarity of his tale to increase its dignity, shews his favourite at a distance, decorated and magnified like the ancient actors in their tragic dress, and endeavours to hide the man that he may produce a hero. But if it be true, which was said by a French prince, that no man was a hero to the servants of his chamber, it is equally true that every man is yet less a hero to himself. He that is most elevated above the crowd by the importance of his employments, or the reputation of his genius, feels himself affected by fame or business, but as they influence his domestic life. The high and low, as they have the same faculties and the same senses, have no less similitude in their pains and pleasures. The sensations are the same in all, though produced by very different occasions. The prince feels the same pain when an invader seizes a province, as the farmer when a thief drives away his cow. Men thus equal in themselves will appear equal in honest and impartial biography, and those whom fortune or nature places at the greatest distance may afford instruction to each other. The writer of his own life has at least the first qualification of an historian, the knowledge of the truth. And though it may be plausibly objected that his temptations to disguise it are equal to his opportunities of knowing it, yet I cannot but think that impartiality may be expected, with equal confidence from him that relates the passages of his own life, as from him that delivers the transactions of another. Certainty of knowledge not only excludes mistake, but fortifies veracity. What we collect by conjecture, and by conjecture only can one man judge of another's motives or sentiments, is easily modified by fancy or by desire, as objects imperfectly discerned take forms from the hope or fear of the beholder. But that which is fully known cannot be falsified, but with reluctance of understanding and alarm of conscience. Of understanding, the lover of truth; of conscience, the sentinel of virtue. He that writes the life of another is either his friend or his enemy, and wishes either to exalt his praise or aggravate his infamy. Many temptations to falsehood will occur in the disguise of passions, too specious to fear much resistance. Love of virtue will animate panegyric, and hatred of wickedness embitter censure. The zeal of gratitude, the ardor of patriotism, fondness for an opinion, or fidelity to a party, may easily overpower the vigilance of a man habitually well disposed, and prevail over unassisted and unfriended veracity. But he that speaks of himself has no motive to falsehood or partiality, except self-love, by which all have so often been betrayed that all are on the watch against its artifices. He that writes an apology for a single action, to confute an accusation, to recommend himself to favour, is indeed always to be suspected of favoring his own cause, but he that sits down calmly and voluntarily to review his life for the admonition of posterity, or to amuse himself, and leaves this account unpublished, may be commonly presumed to tell truth, since falsehood cannot appease his own mind, and fame will not be heard beneath the tomb. End of section 65. Recording by Anders Lankford.
Section 66 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roohi. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 66, Books Multiplied by Useless Compilations. Saturday, December 1, 1759. One of the peculiarities which distinguish the present age is the multiplication of books. Every day brings new advertisements of literary undertakings, and we are flattered with repeated promises of growing wise on easier terms than our progenitors. How much either happiness or knowledge is advanced by this multitude of authors is not very easy to decide. He that teaches us anything which we knew not before is undoubtedly to be reverenced as a master. He that conveys knowledge by more pleasing ways may very properly be loved as a benefactor, and he that supplies life with innocent amusement will be certainly caressed as a pleasing companion. But few of those who fill the world with books have any pretensions to the hope either of pleasing or instructing. They have often no other task than to lay 2 books before them, out of which they compile a third, without any new materials of their own, and with very little application of judgment to those which former authors have supplied. That all compilations are useless, I do not assert. Particles of science are often very widely scattered. Writers of extensive comprehension have incidental remarks upon topics very remote from the principal subject, which are often more valuable than formal treatises, and which yet are not known because they are not promised in the tide. He that collects those under proper heads is very laudably employed, for though he exerts no great abilities in the work, he facilitates the progress of others, and by making that easy of attainment which is already written, may give some mind, some vigorous or more adventurous than his own, leisure for new thoughts and original designs. But the collections poured lately from the press have seldom made at any great expense of time or inquiry, and therefore only serve to distract choice without supplying any real want. It is observed that a corrupt society has many laws. I know not whether it is not equally true that an ignorant age has many books. When the treasures of ancient knowledge lie unexamined, and original authors are neglected and forgotten, compilers and plagiaries are encouraged, who give us again what we have had before, and grow great by setting before us what our own sloth had hidden from our view. Yet are not even these writers to be indiscriminately censured and rejected. Truth, like beauty, varies its fashions, and is best recommended by different dresses to different minds, and he that recalls the attention of mankind to any part of learning which time has left behind it, may be truly said to advance the literature of his own age. As the manners of nations vary, new topics of persuasion become necessary, and new combinations of imagery are produced, and he that can accommodate himself to the reigning state may always have readers who perhaps would not have looked upon better performances. To exact of every man who writes that he should say something new would be to reduce authors to a small number. To oblige the most fertile genius to say only what is new would be to contract his volumes to a few pages. Yet surely there ought to be some bounds to repetition. Libraries ought no more to be heaped forever with the same thoughts differently expressed than with the same books differently decorated. The good or evil which these secondary writers produce is seldom of any long duration. As they owe their existence to change of fashion, they commonly disappear when a new fashion becomes prevalent. The authors that in any action last from age to age are very few, because there are very few that have any other claim to notice than catch a hold on present curiosity and gratify some accidental desire or produce some temporary conveniency. But however the writers of the day may despair of future fame, they ought at least to forbear any present mischief. Though they cannot arrive at eminent heights of excellence, they might keep themselves harmless. They might take care to inform themselves before they attempt to inform others, and exert the little influence which they have for honest purposes. But such is the present state of our literature, that the ancient sage, who thought a great book a great evil, would now think the multitude of books a multitude of evils. He would consider a bulky writer who engrossed a year, and a swarm of pamphleteers who stole each hour, as equal wasters of human life, and would make no other difference between them than between a beast of prey and a flight of locusts. End of section 66. Section 67 of the Selected Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roohi Huck. Selected Essays of Samuel Johnson, Section 66. What have ye done? Saturday, December 22nd, 1759. When the philosophers of the last age were first congregated into the Royal Society, great expectations were raised of the sudden progress of useful arts. The time was supposed to be near when engines should turn up by a perpetual motion, and health be secured by the universal medicine, when learning should be facilitated by a real character, and commerce extended by ships which could reach their ports in defiance of the tempest. But improvement is naturally slow. The society met and parted without any visible diminution of the miseries of life. The gout and stone were still painful. The ground that was not ploughed brought no harvest, and neither oranges nor grapes would grow upon the hawthorn. At last, those who were disappointed began to be angry. Those likewise who hated innovation were glad to gain an opportunity of ridiculing men who had depreciated, perhaps with too much arrogance, the knowledge of antiquity, and it appears from some of their earliest apologies that the philosophers felt with great sensibility the unwelcome importunities of those who were daily asking, "What have ye done?" The truth is that little had been done compared with what fame had been suffered to promise, and the question could now only be answered by general apologies and by new hopes, which, when they were frustrated, gave a new occasion to the same vexatious inquiry. This fatal question has disturbed the quiet of many other minds. He that in the latter part of his life too strictly inquires what he has done can very seldom receive from his own heart such an account as will give him satisfaction. We do not indeed so often disappoint others as ourselves. We do not only think more highly than others of our own abilities, but allow ourselves to form hopes which we never communicate, and please our thoughts with employments which none ever will allot us, and with elevations to which we are never expected to rise. And when our days and years have passed away in common business or common amusements, and we find at last that we have suffered our purposes to sleep till the time of action is past, we are reproached only by our own reflections. Neither our friends nor our enemies wonder that we live and die like the rest of mankind, that we live without notice and die without memorial. They know not what task we had proposed, and therefore cannot discern whether it is finished. He that compares what he has done with what he has left undone will feel the effect which must always follow the comparison of imagination with reality. He will look with contempt on his own unimportance, and wonder to what purpose he came into the world. He will repine that he shall leave behind him no evidence of his having been, that he has added nothing to the system of life, but has glided from youth to age among the crowd, without any effort for distinction. Man is seldom willing to let fall the opinion of his own dignity. or to believe that he does little only because every individual is a very little being. He is better content to want diligence than power, and sooner confesses the depravity of his will than the imbecility of his nature. From this mistaken notion of human greatness, it proceeds that many who tend to have made great advances in wisdom so loudly declare that they despise themselves. If I had ever found any of the self-contemners much irritated or pained by the consciousness of their meanness, I should have given them consolation by observing that a little more than nothing is as much as can be expected from a being who, with respect to the multitudes about him, is himself little more than nothing. Every man is obliged by the Supreme Master of the universe to improve all the opportunities of good which are afforded him, and to keep in continual activity such abilities as are bestowed upon him. But he has no reason to repine, though his abilities are small and his opportunities few. He that has improved the virtue or advanced the happiness of one fellow creature, he that has ascertained a single moral proposition, or added one useful experiment to natural knowledge, may be contented with his own performance, and, with respect to mortals like himself, may demand, like Augustus, to be dismissed at his departure with applause. End of section 67. Section 68 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roohi Haq. The Essays of Samuel Johnson. Section 68. Omar's Plan of Life. Saturday, March 22nd, 1760. Omar, the son of Hussein, had passed 75 years in honour and prosperity. The favour of 3 successive caliphs had filled his house with gold and silver, and whenever he appeared, the benedictions of the people proclaimed his passage. Terrestrial happiness is of short continuance. The brightness of the flame is wasting its fuel. Fragrant flower is passing away in its own odours. The vigour of Umar began to fail. The curls of beauty fell from his head. Strength departed from his hands, and agility from his feet. He gave back to the Caliph the keys of trust and the seals of secrecy, and sought no other pleasure for the remains of life than the converse of the wise and the gratitude of the good. The powers of his mind were yet unimpaired. His chamber was filled with visitants, eager to catch the dictates of experience, and officious to pay the tribute of admiration. Khalid, the son of the Viceroy of Egypt, entered every day early and retired late. He was beautiful and eloquent. Umar admired his wit and loved his docility. "Tell me," said Khalid, "thou to whose voice nations have listened, and whose wisdom is known to the extremities of Asia, tell me how I may resemble Umar the prudent. The arts by which you have gained power and preserved it are to you no longer necessary or useful. Impart to me the secret of your conduct, and teach me the plan upon which your wisdom has built your fortune." "Young man," said Umar, "it is of little use to form plans of life. When I took my first survey of the world in my 20th year, having considered the various conditions of mankind, in the hour of solitude, I said thus to myself, leaning against a cedar which spread its branches over my head, 70 years are allowed to a man. I have yet 50 remaining. 10 years I will allot to the attainment of knowledge, and 10 I will pass in foreign countries. I shall be learned, and therefore shall be honoured. Every city will shout at my arrival, and every student will solicit my friendship. 20 years thus past will store my mind with images which I shall be busy through the rest of my life in combining and comparing. I shall revel in inexhaustible accumulations of intellectual riches. I shall find new pleasures for every moment, and shall never more be weary of myself. I will, however, not deviate too far from the beaten track of life, but will try what can be found in female delicacy. I will marry a wife beautiful as the Houris and wise as Zubaydah. With her I will live 20 years within the suburbs of Baghdad, in every pleasure that wealth can purchase and fancy can invent. I will then retire to a rural dwelling, pass my last days in obscurity and contemplation, and lie silently down on the bed of death. Through my life it shall be my settled resolution that I will never depend upon the smile of princes, that I will never stand exposed to the artificers of courts. I will never pant for public honours, nor disturb my quiet with affairs of state. Such was my scheme of life, which I impressed indelibly upon my memory. The first part of my ensuing time was to be spent in search of knowledge, and I know not how I was diverted from my design. I had no visible impediments without, nor any ungovernable passions within. I regarded knowledge as the highest honour and the most engaging pleasure, yet day stole upon day, and month glided after month, till I found that 7 years of the first 10 had vanished, and left nothing behind them. I now postponed my purpose of travelling, for why should I go abroad while so much remained to be learned at home? I immured myself for 4 years, and studied the laws of the empire. The fame of my skill reached the judges. I was found able to speak upon doubtful questions, and was commanded to stand at the footstool of the Caliph. I was heard with attention, I was consulted with confidence, and the love of praise fastened on my heart. I still wished to see distant countries, listened with rapture to the relations of travellers, and resolved some time to ask my dismission, that I might feast my soul with novelty. But my presence was always necessary, and the stream of business hurried me along. Sometimes I was afraid lest I should be charged with ingratitude, but I still proposed to travel, and therefore would not confine myself by marriage. In my 50th year I began to suspect that the time of travelling was past, and thought it best to lay hold on the felicity yet in my power, and indulge myself in domestic pleasures. But at 50 no man easily finds a woman beautiful as the Houris and wise as Zubaydah. I inquired and rejected, consulted and deliberated, till the 62nd year made me ashamed of gazing upon girls. I had now nothing left but retirement, and for retirement I never found a time, till disease forced me from public employment. Such was my scheme, and such has been its consequence. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge I trifled away the years of improvement. With a restless desire of seeing different countries, I have always resided in the same city. With the highest expectation of connubial felicity, I have lived unmarried, and with unalterable resolutions of contemplative retirement, I am going to die within the walls of Baghdad. End of section 68.
Section 69 of the Essays of Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Essays of Samuel Johnson, section 69. The Itch of Writing, Universal. The Adventurer, Tuesday, December the 11th, 1753. Scribimus indocti, doctique, Horace. All dare to write who can or cannot read. They who have attentively considered the history of mankind know that every age has its peculiar character. At one time no desire is felt but for military honours. Every summer affords battles and sieges, and the world is filled with ravage, bloodshed, and devastation. This sanguinary fury at length subsides, and nations are divided into factions by controversies about points that will never be decided. Men then grow weary of debate and altercation, and apply themselves to the arts of profit. Trading companies are formed, manufactures improved, and navigation extended, and nothing is any longer thought on but the increase and preservation of property, the artifices of getting money, and the pleasures of spending it. The present age, if we consider chiefly the state of our own country, may be styled with great propriety the age of authors, for perhaps there never was a time in which men of all degree of ability, of every kind of education, of every profession and employment, were posting with ardour so general to the press. The province of writing was formerly left to those who by study, or the appearance of study, were supposed to have gained knowledge unattainable by the busy part of mankind. But in these enlightened days every man is qualified to instruct every other man, and he that beats the anvil or guides the plough, not content with supplying corporal necessities, amuses himself in the hours of leisure with providing intellectual pleasures for his countrymen. It may be observed that of this, as of other evils, complaints have been made by every generation. But though it may perhaps be true that at all times more have been willing than have been able to write, yet there is no reason for believing that the dogmatical legions of the present race were ever equalled in number by any former period, for so widely is spread the itch of literary praise that almost every man is an author, either in act or in purpose, has either bestowed his favours on the public, or withholds them that they may be more seasonably offered, or made more worthy of acceptance. In former times the pen, like the sword, was considered as consigned by nature to the hands of men. The ladies contented themselves with private virtues and domestic excellence, and a female writer, like a female warrior, was considered as a kind of eccentric being, that deviated, however illustriously, from her due sphere of motion, and was therefore rather to be gazed at with wonder than countenanced by imitation. But as the times past are said to have been a nation of Amazons, who drew the bow and wielded the battle axe, formed encampments and wasted nations, the revolution of years has now produced a generation of Amazons of the pen, who, with the spirit of their predecessors, have set masculine tyranny at defiance, asserted their claim to the regions of science, and seem resolved to contest the usurpations of virility. Some indeed there are of both sexes who are authors only in desire, but have not yet attained the power of executing their intentions, whose performances have not arrived at bulk sufficient to form a volume, or who have not the confidence, however impatient of nameless obscurity, to solicit openly the assistance of the printer. Among these are the innumerable correspondents of public papers, who are always offering assistance which no man will receive, and suggesting hints that are never taken, and who complain loudly of the perverseness and arrogance of authors, lament their insensibility of their own interest, and fill the coffee houses with dark stories of performances by eminent hands that have been offered and rejected. To what cause this universal eagerness of writing can be properly ascribed, I have not yet been able to discover. It is said that every art is propagated in proportion to the rewards conferred upon it, a position from which a stranger would naturally infer that literature was now blessed with patronage far transcending the candour or munificence of the Augustan age, that the road to greatness was open to none but authors, and that by writing alone riches and honour were to be obtained. But since it is true that writers, like other competitors, are very little disposed to favour one another, it is not to be expected that at a time when every man writes, any man will patronize. And accordingly there is not one that I can recollect at present who professes the least regard for the votaries of science, invites the addresses of learned men, or seems to hope for reputation from any pen but his own. The cause, therefore, of this epidemical conspiracy for the destruction of paper must remain a secret, nor can I discover whether we owe it to the influence of the constellations or the intemperature of seasons, whether the long continuance of the wind at any single point, or intoxicating vapours exhaled from the earth, have turned our nobles and our peasants, our soldiers and traders, our men and women, all into wits, philosophers and writers. It is indeed of more importance to search out the cure than the cause of this intellectual malady, and he would deserve well of his country, who, instead of amusing himself with conjectural speculations, should find means of persuading the peer to inspect his steward's accounts, or repair the rural mansion of his ancestors, who could replace the tradesman behind his counter, and send back the farmer to the mattock and the flail. General irregularities are known in time to remedy themselves. By the constitution of ancient Egypt, the priesthood was continually increasing, till at length there was no people beside themselves. The establishment was then dissolved, and the number of priests was reduced and limited. Thus, amongst us, writers will perhaps be multiplied till no readers will be found, and then the ambition of writing must necessarily cease. But as it will be long before the cure is thus gradually effected, and the evil should be stopped, if it be possible, before it rises to so great a height, I could wish that both sexes would fix their thoughts upon some salutary considerations which might repress their ardour for that reputation which not one of many thousands is fated to obtain. Let it be deeply impressed and frequently recollected that he who has not obtained the proper qualifications of an author can have no excuse for the arrogance of writing, but the power of imparting to mankind something necessary to be known. A man uneducated or unlettered may sometimes start a useful thought, or make a lucky discovery, or obtain by chance some secret of nature, or some intelligence of facts of which the most enlightened mind may be ignorant, and which it is better to reveal, though by a rude and unskilful communication, than to lose forever by suppressing it. But few will be justified by this plea, for of the innumerable books and pamphlets that have overflowed the nation, scarce one has made any addition to real knowledge, or contained more than a transposition of common sentiments and a repetition of common phrases. It will be naturally inquired when the man who feels an inclination to write may venture to suppose himself properly qualified, and since every man is inclined to think well of his own intellect, by what test he may try his abilities without hazarding the contempt or resentment of the public. The first qualification of a writer is a perfect knowledge of the subject which he undertakes to treat, since we cannot teach what we do not know, nor can properly undertake to instruct others while we are ourselves in want of instruction. The next requisite is that he be master of the language in which he delivers his sentiments. If he treats of science and demonstration, that he has attained a style clear, pure, nervous, and expressive. If his topics be probable and persuasory, that he be able to recommend them by the superaddition of elegance and imagery, to display the colours of varied diction and pour forth the music of modulated periods. If it be again inquired upon what principles any man shall conclude that he wants these powers, it may be readily answered that no end is attained but by the proper means. He only can rationally presume that he understands a subject who has read and compared the writers that have hitherto discussed it, familiarized their arguments to himself by long meditation, consulted the foundations of different systems, and separated truth from error by a rigorous examination. In like manner, he only has a right to suppose that he can express his thoughts, whatever they are, with perspicuity or elegance, who has carefully perused the best authors, accurately noted their diversities of style, diligently selected the best modes of diction, and familiarized them by long habits of attentive practice. No man is a rhetorician or philosopher by chance. He who knows that he undertakes to write on questions which he has never studied, may without hesitation determine that he is about to waste his own time and that of his reader, and expose himself to the derision of those whom he aspires to instruct. He that, without forming his style by the study of the best models, hastens to obtrude his compositions on the public, may be certain that, whatever hope or flattery may suggest, he shall shock the learned ear with barbarisms, and contribute, wherever his work should be received, to the depravation of taste and the corruption of language. End of section 69. End of the Essays of Samuel Johnson by Samuel Johnson.